Hello, y'all. 1 second. Let me grab my mouse. How is everyone doing? It is Wednesday, and well, camera looks alright. Maybe a little dark. That's fine. How's everyone doing? It's Wednesday. Folks, let me tell you what I'm doing here today. If you couldn't tell, if you don't remember me hyping this up the last couple of weeks. This here, right today, is my 1-year anniversary as far as Twitch streaming goes. 1-year Streamiversary, that's what we're calling it. That's what this stream is called. And in this stream, I'm going to do a bunch of stuff. I'm just gonna go into Maker mode real fast. Hey Bowser, hey Bingo, hey Shagalicious, hey Droopman, hello I'm Galower, and you know what? Let me give some of y'all shout outs. Let me shout out some of y'all. Shout out I'm Galower. Oh wait, it's this slash, isn't it? Also, I might need to shout out. Shout out. I'm Glower. I need to set it up so that giving a shout out also means that the alert goes. Shout out. I'm Glower. Look at that. Thanks for stopping by, Glower, for hanging out, and for all the big raids you've given me in recent times. Hello, Soytac. Hey. And let me also shout out Shagalicious. Let me check the spelling on that. Scroll. It's like with 2 S's, right? There you go. That'll help. Shagalicious. Shagalicious. Let me give you a shout out, and also let me give you the other kind of shout out. Shout out Shagalicious. I should probably... Max limits of shout outs on a channel has been reached? That means you can only give out? What does that mean? Does that mean there's currently a shout out in motion, so I just have to wait a second? Hang on, let me try now. Shout out Shagalicious. I'm gonna give it like a second. Anyway, folks, let me tell you what we're doing here. Let me tell you what we're doing. We're doing my 1-year anniversary. Here's the thing. Tonight, we're celebrating 1 year of streaming. You might have seen this from the starting soon screen, and you might have read it then, but let me read it to you now just for shits and giggles. Basically, we're gonna start off here with Super Mario Maker 2 Viewer Worlds, where I'll play as many as I can from each viewer within like 15 minutes. And maybe towards the end we'll go into like a lightning round equivalent, where it'll be like faster, but we still might play multiple levels per world, per person if they're fast enough. I'm not quite sure. Let's play it by ear. The other thing is, also, if you're not here, it'll be sudden death as usual, and you won't get the world part. That much is the same as always. After that, I'm gonna go into Sonic Adventure 2, wherein I will have 5 lives, and basically every 5 deaths, I will switch between the light and the dark campaigns. And it should be a bit of fun. I have those heads already. There's also a sub-goal, as you can see at the bottom of the screen, for Sonic the Hedgehog Movie 2 Watch Party, and I'll also play Mario Party simultaneously. We need 10 subs to meet that, so if we do, it'll be a long night, because that'll be after the Viewer Worlds, and that'll be after the Sonic Adventure 2, which I'm estimating like maybe 3 hours of each, maybe 3 or 4. What if you've already beaten both the light and dark campaigns? I'll say I know those games really good. Oh, I see what you mean. I'll say. My expectation for this particular stream is like we would go as far as the end of the light and dark campaign. If we did like the true ending campaign, that would be at a later date. I think. Also, that campaign is fucking hard, and it's like an order of magnitude harder than anything else in the game. And honestly, I don't know if I could beat it even given infinite time tonight, and we don't have infinite time tonight, so Light and Dark campaign, that's sort of the goal, and I'm honestly not sure how far I'll get into it. I know those levels pretty well, so I think I might be able to get, like, almost all the way through. You know, so long as we don't die too many times, but we'll see. Anyway, let me try giving that a shout out now. There we go. Yeah, okay, so it's just I used it too soon. Check out Shag. Shag's a good dude. Been streaming Banjo-Tooie recently, yeah? Also does Paper Mario runs. Still doing those? I know you got like a personal best, or like a few weeks ago you crossed like the 4-hour mark. Any percent glitchless and glitchless. You should do a Gen S 3DS stream if you want a harder version of Sonic Adventure 2 stage. Unlike City Escape in the console, the stage represents Sonic Adventure 2 in the game. In Generations is terrible, like Planet Wisp with handheld Generations. Honestly, I haven't played most of the... You're taking a break from the pape? Got it, Shag. Honestly, I haven't played, like, most Sonic games, like, after Shadow the Hedgehog. So, like, Generations, I've never tried. Most, like, Colors, never tried that. I played Sonic Mania, that's, like, the one exception to that. Anyway, I got these cards, and I actually have a lot of them tonight. Let me run through a couple up top here. First off, big emote updates. There are new emotes as of this week. Let me show you them to you. There's the whole lineup, and you can see that the crocodile, the choo-choo, and the good luck have fun Ridley are the new ones in tier 1, which of course are available if you subscribe, and that will, you know, go to the sub goal that we have tonight for movie, watch party, and Mario Party. Also on other tiers and bit levels, I've added a brain for myself, you know, and the week, which is from Persona 5. Week is from Persona 5, brain is from Psychonauts. And that guy on the far right, 10k bits, that is the president from Sonic Adventure 2. And I thought he made a funny face, so I clipped it out and made it into one of the emotes. No one has access to that right now, so it's kind of just for me. But, you know, hey, if you want it, and I'll say, like, the Crying Kirby is also great. You know, some pretty good emotes there. Just, like, maybe not as like... The main ones are the tier 1s, right? Like, those are the ones I expect people to get and would like them to have first, but if you want, you can also get other ones as well. Also, the follower emotes are, of course, free. No changes there. Next thing. Brief look back. So this is, of course, 1-year anniversary stream. I wanted to talk about how it all started. About a year ago, you know, I bought, like, a really cheap capture card. Plugged it in, and just, you know, decided, okay, let's try streaming. I didn't archive the first stream because I didn't know that option existed. Didn't know I had to do something. But I just pulled up Ocarina of Time and played through, like, part of the Forest Dungeon, which I was working through at the time. It had just come out on N64 Online. And that was the first stream. Just like a test stream where I didn't even have, like, a splitter or anything. I was basically playing it right off the capture card, complete with, like, a whole lot of delay, you know? Like, the first times I streamed Mario Maker, it was actually with that delay, I think. Because, so then, like, some jumps were hard because it was, like, a perceptible lag. So yeah, hello, Found Unibah, how you doing? Anyway, I'll say, I have a lot of cards tonight, and a lot of them are basically looking back on various aspects of the stream, various aspects of this channel over the last year, after the last year, and talking about where things come from. We'll see more of those later on as we go. A brief look forward. The other theme of tonight's cards is a brief look forward, which is to say games I want to play. I'm going to talk about, like, games I want to replay, games I want to try for the first time, games I want to get back to. And I'll say that these are all marked green because I'm not sure, like, in the color coding of the cards, because I'm not sure this is, like, stream content strictly. But it is stuff I want to do, and also maybe that should be on stream. There's a lot of games I want to replay, and we'll see, like, which ones end up in the thing. You should make a map of the style of Super Mario 64, says Bingo. That'd be cool. Anyway, I will say, as far as like other things to look forward to, there is a randomizer roulette extra live stream that'll happen sometime this month that I'm looking forward to, and we'll have a goal for that. In that, there will be a overall goal to unlock something I call Metal Gear Screwjob, wherein I basically play through Metal Gear Solid 1, 2, and 3, which I've never played before. I have watched, though. I'm going to play through those, but in random order. I'm going to spin a wheel at the start of every stream, and whatever game it lands on, that's the game we're playing. So long as that goal is met, whatever goal that is, I have to decide what's a reasonable amount for a first-time extra life, which I'll say I don't know. I want it to be a lofty goal, but also, like, attainable. So we'll see. Hey, Keith Squared, how you doing? How you doing, Keith Squared? Keith Squared, fellow streamer, started around the same time I did. That's right. You can do follow age, by the way, if you want to see follow. Anyway, that's a brief look forward. Shout out to all y'all's support. I want to shout everyone out here for supporting me, for bits, follows, subs, all that, and raids, all that shit. It's been a long year, and I've gotten a lot of support from y'all. I want to say I'm fucking thankful for all of it. I also want to thank you for giving your levels and for playing my levels sometimes in return. I appreciate that a lot. Next, shout out to the equipment I purchased this year. Like I said when I started, I basically had, nothing. I had like a headphone. I had a headphone microphone. I had a cheap capture card. I didn't even have like a splitter. And over the year, I got a lot of equipment that really has helped out the stream. Like I've gotten, I got a splitter that made it much easier. Choose a number between 1 and 12. 7. I did get a Nintendo Switch, that's true. I got a preview monitor, which allows me to see myself when I'm streaming, so I know if it looks good or not. That's very handy. I got like a better capture card. I got these Blue Yeti microphones that are higher quality than that. I've gotten a lot of stuff that makes it a lot less bootsy, and I'm glad for that. I'm really happy for that. It feels good. Let's see, one more thing here. Shout out to Dan Reichert. I'm gonna say, without Dan Reichert sort of getting me into Twitch, without Dan Reichert's community showing me that, like, oh, regular people can just start streaming and make your way in the thing, I probably would not be here today streaming. I saw people from his community start up Twitch and start finding an audience, and I said, oh shit, maybe that could be me as well. So shout out to Dan. Without him, I would not be here today. And maybe Keith Squared, you also started from Dan Reichert's community. Would you say that you owe some, would you say the same thing, like his community also inspired you? I feel like it inspired a lot of us to take that step and get into streaming. I'm gonna do a shout out Dan Reichert. Yeah. So, that's about that. That is all I wanted to say at top here before we get into the thing. I haven't actually built out much more of this level, so I'm not going to give a full update. This is Meteor Meltdown, by the way. The only thing I've built here since the last stream is a little area right after the checkpoint. So you see here's the checkpoint. You can go under the thing. I built a little area where there's a heart in the a mushroom in the thing, and maybe you can go below and get a key. I'm not sure if I like it. I don't know that it flows very well. This is something I'm gonna have to iterate on, I think. But this is the basic idea I want to have for this part. A part where you can get a mushroom, and you have to get a key to get through a door, and that key will be a little bit out of the way, but not very out of the way. We'll figure out where it should go eventually. Let's get into the meat of this thing. Let's get into the viewer worlds. And again, let me explain how this is going to work tonight. So tonight we're doing Viewer Worlds. The difference between that and normal stream is that I will still have a 15-minute timer, but if I finish the level that you give me before the 15-minute timer is up, I keep going. I keep playing levels until the 15-minute timer runs out. That's how we're doing it, and that's how we're gonna balance like all of y'all in the chat and waiting in the queue. That's how we're gonna do this. The other thing is that once the timer runs out, I will go into do or die, in which I only have one try to either finish the level or die. And either way, whatever happens, that's the way it ends, basically. So it'll be 15 minutes plus, maybe we'll finish the last level that we're on, so long as we get through cleanly. Sound good? Sound fun? I wanted to come up with like a neat way to mix things up for this anniversary stream, since it is a major one. And I've done all lightning round before a bunch of times, and I wanted to do something new. Alright, let's get to it. Let's pull up the thing. And pull up the first level of the night. And by the way, I'm expecting to go for maybe 2.5, 3 hours on Mario Maker, and then we'll go over to Sonic Adventure 2 around, you know, 8 o'clock or something. No, that'd be 9 o'clock. Math is hard. Bingo is here. Well, it's gonna be right back, but it just said 2 minutes ago, just said 2 seconds ago that you were good, so I gotcha, Bingo. I'm okay with that. That counts. Again, let me say how this works. If you're here, we'll do the Super World full thing, you know, whole 9, or as many levels as we can in 15 minutes, in other words. If you're not, we'll do it the other way. We'll just do sudden death, 1 level as normal. That's how we'll do things. Let's see, where are we? Challenge mode, no. We want to go into game 2, Link Pack 3. Alright, 15 minutes on the clock. Let's go. And again, this is your worlds, meaning that we do as many as we can within the 15-minute span, and then we'll go from there. Alright, I can't remember. We didn't try this one before, so this is not one we failed on previously. Cool. I like that little coin hunt thing. That's a neat way to do it. Oh, crap. Okay, I gotta jump on these guys. Oh, God. How many bad guys are there? Oh, God. There's a lot of those guys, huh? 4 bosses at once? You know, I've seen a lot of boss fight levels. I don't know if I've seen 4 boss fights all at once. And also, you get stunned by them if you're not careful. If you're not looking at certain ones. I guess the key will be to try to get through, like... to try to kill one before the others activate. Oh, damn it. If I could kill these 2... Dang it. Fuck. If I can get those 2 guys, like, by jumping and stabbing them, that's the way to do it. Jumping and stab. Then we can go from there. And hopefully we can have those guys taken care of before the tougher fuckers even come out for that 2-for-1. There we go. Bingo said something, but oh, God. I've just noticed there's a whole nother set of... There's a whole nother set of those guys waiting in the wings. Oh, no. Wow. I beaten Mole Fortress 4 in the finale that fast. Did I pick the wrong one? Did I pick the wrong one? Let me check. Did I pick the wrong one? I'm sorry, let me... I played... Oh, okay, I see. You're right, I did choose the wrong one. My bad. We'll go with this one. We'll go with... We gotta do it in the right order, you're right. Sorry about that. Still seems cool. Well, I'm sure we'll have no problems with that once we actually get to it. Now, this is the one that we were trying to do last time, but couldn't do. So, wish us luck, y'all. It's alright. Thank you for the forgiveness. Alright. Okay, I need to ground pound before I go up there. Alright. Okay, yeah, this is...
Oh, no!
Okay. I'm gonna pull up another card to talk about while I'm playing this level. Did you hear about Elon Musk demands 68-hour work weeks? He's also done a bunch of other stuff in the last 2 days. Man, Musk has been a fucking shit show as far as Twitter goes, huh? Like, just hearing crazy buck-wild things out of them the last couple days. Not just that, but also there was some discussion of like, oh, Musk wants Twitter to become, like, OnlyFans, and he's expecting the engineers to do it in like a week or two. His timelines are impossible, and it seems like he's just trying to justify it when he fires everyone, or a bunch of people, you know, in order to not pay severance, which is a trick he's pulled before at Tesla, so it's not, like, out of character for him to be that, like, scummy. It's just, sucks is all. Really dog shit stuff. You know, I think it does belie... Oh, right. We got ground pound. We'll get it next time.
Oh.
There was a harder version of the stage, but you re-uploaded with an easier section. Wow. Pretty hard, even after your changes. I'll say. Yeah, so anyway, that's basically the only topical piece of news I put in these cards, by the way. Most other things are just games I want to play, or, you know, talk about the year that I've had here on Twitch. I will say, though, I did see that, that they announced the date, the price for the PlayStation 5 VR, the PSVR 2, and, it's, like, pretty high. It's $150... It's like $550. I'm not gonna get that, I don't think. No, I can't see myself grabbing that. That's a lot of money for a thing I don't really want. Basically, the long and short of it is. I hope people who get it end up, oh, please. Good, okay. Okay, good. Nice! Okay, we got a checkpoint. That's lovely. Alright, we got 8 minutes left. I think we'll be good. I reckon we'll be good here. Congrats at almost the end. Thank you. Alright, let's keep rolling. Okay. Falling good? Well, what's going on here? Oh, I see. It's a boss fight where we're fighting a POW. I feel like I've seen this before. Must be I'm wondering if that was you like 12 months ago or something. In a similar level where you had to bait a POW off a cliff. Fun fact, entering that door at top is a shortcut. Gotcha. Look at that. We finished the level, and we have 7 minutes left, so you know what that means. It is Viewer Worlds after all. We keep on going until the timer runs out. Hell yeah. Also got more cards. Why don't I... You know what I should do? I should pull up a card between every level. That seems reasonable to me. Thinking about playing more Persona 5 Strikers. That's a game I bought earlier this year, and I played a little bit of. A lot of that little bit was on stream, actually. Though, of course, that archive is long since gone. But, you know, it's kind of Persona-y. It's kind of just like Persona, but a Muso format. And I honestly would like to have played more of it. It's just I never found the time to. So that's one of the... Fuck! One of the things I'm thinking about. Going and trying. And trying to, like, find time for... If I were to have time for such things. I did find, like, you know, I'll say, like, Muso typically isn't my thing. I didn't dislike... But at least in this, the Muso fights are pretty short. How do you do this? Oh! What? What? Oh, I see. Aha! I see what we're doing here. Something desynced, something despawned there. Okay, you don't want to go down here. Beautiful. This is one chaotic level. Nice. it's neat. Oh, geez, there's more. Chaotic in a neat way. I think you've done a good job building all this stuff around these cannonballs. It makes for a very tough level to like, get through, I suppose. Where is the... I haven't found a key yet. I need a key. I don't suppose it'd be off to the left. I don't want to go there. This boss fight? This is a boss fight? Am I supposed to kill? Oh, I see. Yes, it's a POW. There's a POW there. I need to get in there and do a thing. And with the dry bone shell. All right, we know what we're doing. All right. Like, it's a little confusing, I will agree. Like, knowing what you're supposed to do. But, I was able to figure it out. There's not, like, that many things you can do in this room, so... Process of elimination, you know? Figure it out. There we go. There's a checkpoint. And by the way, if we do, like, a lightning round equivalent, because we're doing worlds... It would be more like the 7 Life Challenge. Where, And by the way, I'm gonna just take it for granted that we need to kill... We need to kill more than just the guy, right? We need to kill the whole thing. That's the final mushroom of the... of the game? Nice. This boss is a challenging boss for a... I like it a lot, actually. Like, that guy just like, fuck! Just jumping around. It is a little chaotic, I guess, if he lands on you. He can just kill you outright. But, you know... Kinda reminds me of, like, a Metroid boss, actually. Like, there's totally... I wonder, by the way, if that guy has a key, too. Let's go through and see. Maybe just killing the guy is enough. Look at that, just killing the guy is enough. Very good, we finished the final challenge. Very, very nice. We We still got 2 minutes left, and like I said, when the timer runs out, we'll have only one chance to finish whatever level we're on. And then we move on to the next person in the queue. And let's see, we've already cleared those ones, so yes, we're back to Link Pack 3. Alright. Link Pack 3, 2 minutes on the clock, 1 Link level left. You got it. And we were playing this one a little earlier by mistake, and it seemed pretty fucking hard. So let's see what we can do in 1 minute and 50 seconds. By the way, what do you guys think of this so far? Are you liking it? You liking seeing multiple from one person over the course of 15 minutes? Is this a good format? I'll say I'm not, like, planning on, like, making this, like, the new thing, but... Or, like, a new permanent style thing, but... I can totally do this now and again. Like this. Ah! Look at that, we killed the first guy before even the first round of guys came down. Hey, Just Normal, how you doing? When are they coming down, by the way? It seems like it's taking a minute here. Did it bug? Is something? You need to restart, you killed the fireball. How did I do that? Okay, shit. Damn, we were doing so well. I didn't realize that you can mess it up like that. How did I kill the fireball there? I guess I'll pay more attention to that fireball. I'll tell you, I didn't even notice there was a fireball to kill. You're off to bed, Uniba. I'll see you next time. I'll say I'm not sure what we're gonna do Friday because I have done like this Mario Maker stream today, and there'll be another one on and we did another one on Monday as well. So maybe here's what I'm thinking about. I didn't kill it this time, did I? Honestly, anti-camping method. Okay, the timer is out. We'll give this one more go. And the way that it will work this is that it'll pull up the tries left, but it's really do or die. We have one try here, folks. One try to do it. Yeah, I find that fireball part. Let's pay attention to the fireball. Where is this fireball? What fireball? Fireball? Where is the fireball? Oh, right there. You just can't be centered, I guess. Just avoid the center. Oh, this is going pretty fucking well. Oh. Oh my god, did we do it? Is that it? Let's fucking go! Holy shit! Oh wow! That was the last try, too. Yeah, that's right, that was some king shit, isn't it? That's what I'm gonna read into that emote. Bingo. Yeehaw, indeed. Holy shit. I didn't think we would do that. That's 2 stories completed on the same attempt. Hell yeah, it was. Very nice, Bingo. Thank you for the level. Let's see the next. Thank you for the world, I should say. Ooh. Let's see the next one. And by the way, again, I'll say if you're here, I will go as far as I can in your world. Or in 15 minutes. If you're not, we'll just do sudden death. Droopman is here. Wait, that's too soon to put up the timer. I haven't put in the code yet. Let me punch in the code. In the meantime, I'm going to talk about Wario Land 4. Been thinking about this game a little bit. Maybe it would be good for like a stream game. Maybe it wouldn't. But Thinking about playing Wario Land 4. That's a really fun game, you know, going through. It has a really interesting, like, main mechanic where everything is very puzzle platformery, but, like, in a way that I think is more satisfying than like, Yoshi's Story, or, like, Yoshi's Island. Personally, I would prefer it vastly to Yoshi's Island. And, it's just a really fucking good game. Assuming the 15 minutes thing, putting the thing back in, gotcha. We'll see if we're still in that when we get back around. Though, actually, you know what? Just, like, doing the math, we're definitely going to be continuing for, like, 3 hours total-ish. So, yeah, I think we're still good to go as far as, like, we'll get to you, Bingo, don't you worry. I think that would be a fun game to replay. I really enjoy it. Were we doing the Super World here before? Let me see. Yes, definitely. Okay. I think it'd be a fun game to replay, maybe good as a stream game. And it's a fun platformer that has, like, the thing I like about it, a thing that I like about it a lot, is it really nails that, like, treasure hunt part of, like, its premise, right? Where you're going into an area, you're finding some treasure, and then you hit a switch and everything goes to shit and you have to escape before, you know, shit goes bad. And it's kind of a cool thing that every level has, like, an escape sequence which changes up, like, how you go back through the level, or you get a, you like, go backwards through the level through a different path, or something of the sort. I think that would be a fun one to replay sometime. Droopman Super World. Let's go ahead and put 15 minutes on the clock, and let's get going. Here we go. NU21 Spouting Stance. That's right, last time we did World 1 of Droopman's Super World. Now we're gonna do as much of this as we possibly can, this 15-minute span. These levels are pretty traditional and pretty short, so we might be able to just bust through a bunch of them. Let's go. I like the sand spout thing. It's a good main mechanic to do in a level. Nice and simple, not too complicated, but, you know, basically you can be at the top of any of these sand pits for as long as they're up. Makes it so that, you know, different from, like, one platform. They're more up than down, but they're still down a good deal of the time, so you do have to adapt to where they are when you get to them, and I think that's pretty nice. Well-designed thing. Alright, and stone stuff. I like all the use of the sandstones here. They look nice. I've been using them in a different way, but this way also looks very nice. I like what you've done there with those guys down there. Ah, don't! I nearly ground pounded into a pit in order to emphasize, while trying to emphasize, like, down there, because I was tapping down. That would have been a boneheaded way to die. There we go. There's one. 13 minutes left. Fantastic. Let's keep this train rolling. Also, let me pull up a card. Thinking about finishing Record of Lodos War, Deed Lit, and Wonder Labyrinth. So that there is a Metroidvania type game with, like, a very neat and simple, like, main mechanic, which is that you can switch between, like, fire and wind powers. And while you're in one mode or the other, you basically can absorb certain projectiles. You can, you know, do different damage to different guys. So there's sort of a fun risk-reward there in, like, switching to one mode in order to dodge, like, attacks in, like, a bullet hell style, and then switching back to the other mode in order to do more damage to enemies, or, like, particular enemies. It's always, like, you know, it's like a type affinity thing where like, different enemies will be aligned with one element or the other, and that will be how it works. And I never finished it. Got to, like, the last chapter, and recently have been trying to finish it. But turns out the last chapter seems very, very hard, and I have to find the time and energy to actually get through, and get through cleanly. Because you do have to be good to get through, it seems. And maybe that's just me not having played it in a little bit, you know, and being a little rusty, but feel like it's just a pretty hard section of that game, and I'd really like to finish it because, like I said, it's a rad game, and I was super enjoying the start of it. I would love to finish it and, like, get it into my list of games, you know, that I've... Well, honestly, I'll say, like, fuck.
Oh, no.
From the first half, I would say, like, it is a fantastic game, right? Like, I would say that I love the first half. The first, maybe, 5 chapters, but that last chapter is just so hard, I'm having a hard time getting through it, which is frustrating. Anyway, that's another game I'm thinking about getting back to playing more of, replaying, etc. I got a bunch of cards like that, so you might see me busting out a bunch of those tonight. Damn it. Getting through those guys cleanly is a little hard, the timing. Timing on it is a little strict. It also may depend on, like, if they all spawn in at the same time. Let's do this nice and safe. Level's pretty... Fuck.
Oh, no.
Pretty difficult. I didn't know that pipe was up there. Pretty difficult to get through. As far as, like, you know, cycles and all. And, if you get hit, you can, like, damage boost through a bunch of stuff. Like, every time I get to that one part, I do damage boost through it, but... Let's try to take a shortcut here. Hell yeah, look at that, shortcut. But... Okay. Oh, that's fucked. Serious? Okay. If the timing ends up being fucked, I don't know there's anything I can do about that. Get down there. I wonder. Oh, you can go under for maybe like a bonus thing. Let's just keep rolling. Let's just keep rolling. I feel like that's gonna be our best bet. Ooh, look at that. That's probably a mushroom. There we go. We like to see it. Probably just points. And this one is points. Alright. Going down. Over. Over. Checkpoint. Lovely. Then now I got a fire flower. Saved. That spin jump saved a power-up, though, actually. Hang on, is that gonna be... Would have gotten one anyway. Okay, it's fine. Still, though, that was a pretty sick move, if I do say so myself. Those moves were less sick. Right. You know, that's a fun thing you can do in a Mario level right there, where you put like blocks one space apart and make the player run over them. I don't think I've done a level that actually requires that of the player, or even rewards the player for knowing that's a thing. But that's just something fun you can do. You don't see that often, but whenever you do, it's a neat thing. Alright, we still have 7 minutes left. Let's go. I got so many cards tonight, let me just keep rolling them out. I finished Splatoon 3 single player. Last night I sort of busted through that. I had a bunch of levels left over. And actually went and finished it and had a good time. I'll say that I thought that the... You know what, I'll say this. Enough levels... There's a lot of like, diversity and, like, design in that game. As far as, like... The challenge levels have, like, a wide range to them. And what it can ask you to do can be... It can be pretty different, right? I'll say I don't think that everything that they try works out. but enough of it does that it's really fun. Turns out really good. Am I supposed to steal that? I wonder. No. Oh! Secret. Wait. No, not a secret. This is a return. This is a exit for a secret. I honestly, I don't think I knew that you could go into pipes using a cloud that were like on their side and above the ground. That's an interesting interaction to be aware of. Look at that, it's a star! Nice. Not enough people, I think, put in like a little hidden star in a hidden block or something. Like, I mean, I honestly haven't done that, I think, in my Super World like once, and it's just a pretty good thing you can do that's very Mario. And whenever you see it, it's like, oh, fun! A star! Sort of rewards you for exploring and like checking things. It's a good thing. Very nice level, Droop Man. Hell fucking yeah. Alright, that's 3 of them. 3 of them. We still got 5 minutes left. So yeah, I'd say Splatoon 3 overall, very, very good. You know, like I said, there were some levels in there that I was really frustrated by. There was one where it was like targets on a rail, and there was no checkpoints in it. It was like in the 5th area, basically. And I was just so frustrated by that one. It was just like, oh my god! It's just so long and like... That one was bad. I don't like that one, but enough of the rest of them ruled that, you know, I really can't complain. I think it's a great campaign, and I appreciate how they made it just more than just levels like the last game. The last game was good, but it was just like, here's a level, and you can use any of the weapons you want on it. Though it's designed for a particular weapon. Now all the levels are like, a lot of them are like weird challenges, you know, like in the Octo Subway expansion from 2. And also, you know, even the ones that are just levels, they're designed around a very particular set of weapons. And you have your choice of all of them. And it also means that in the campaign, you're not just limited to like 8 weapons. Basically every weapon is somewhere in the campaign. I think, maybe. So like no weapon gets short shrift. And you know, even if you're like a stealth umbrella person, there's a place for you in the campaign. I will say the final boss I thought was really frustrating. There was a thing I didn't realize with the final boss. I didn't realize you can move. Oh wow, I didn't know you couldn't. Didn't know you couldn't slide through a spike ball. I guess that makes sense. It's like, I bet you can't slide through a fireball either. I guess that makes sense. I don't know. This is nice. I like how there's multiple layers here, and it feels like you could go like a high path or a low path at times. There's just spikes going every which way and every which way. I bet if I killed that guy and went the up way, yep, that would totally be a way to get the flagpole. Makes sense.
Oh yeah.
Nice.
Time.
Good level. That was fun. Alright, let's see the next one. Alright, this is a nice world. We're getting through a whole world in one go. That is, you don't usually see that on this stream. Usually we go from person to person to person. And, you know, maybe a minute per. It's kind of a fun novelty to do the other way. One thing I do like about my stream, about my channel, is that the way I do viewer levels, it tends to... I mean, I don't want to say it... it tends to favor traditional levels, right? Especially when we get to the lightning round and like, oh, traditional levels will get their time to shine, whereas like some harder levels are just going to be gone before you know it. Which is, you know, part of the fun, but also I do think it's a nice side benefit to it. And I hope that everyone, who makes these sorts of levels appreciates how I do things. I personally have watched a good number of Mario Maker streams, and I do think it can be a little frustrating realizing, like, if you're like a traditional level maker like me, right? Realizing, like, okay, there's gonna be like 30 minutes of this really hard level because it needs 30 minutes to be beaten. And then my level is over in a minute because it's short. And like normal style. And the lightning round sort of turns it on its head. Gives y'all's levels more of the favor. But also it's still fun to play those hard levels that way. It's just a challenge. And also, I do like to keep things moving. Don't mean to say nothing against hard levels, it's just that, I think traditional levels also deserve as much of the consideration or much of attention as a longer, harder level would get in a stream. I guess you could also do that by, like, taking a level like this and being like, well, actually not like this because it's an auto-scroller. Taking a traditional level and trying to go for a world record in it. Like, oh, I'm gonna play through this traditional level like 3 times or 4 times, trying to get a little faster each time. That would also give a traditional level more of the spotlight,
Oh,
Shit.
no.
Don't get too comfortable on the right side of the screen. That's a good idea. Look at that, the timer is up. It's just about up. Alright, let's get up the do or die. Again, since this is viewer worlds, instead of 5 last tries, we only have 1 last try, motherfucker. So we have to get through. So we'll see if we can get through this level, and if we do, that's great. And if we don't, hey, that's we did do a lot of levels here in this world this time, so that's just that, right? Nice. Fucking oh, god damn it! I got too comfortable there. That's all 5 of them. That is do or die for you. Whoops, I should have liked. That's fine. Hang on 1 second. I'll do that right now. Thank you for the levels, Droop Man. They were, as always, lovely. This one is a little harder, I think, than the previous bunch, but still fun. All right, let's hit complete on that. And let's do the next level. Oh wait, it was a maker code, wasn't it? Oh, hang on, I think Twitch app on my phone busted. 1 second. Let's see. Oh, by the way, during this stream, since there is potentially a lot to get to, I turned off some of the channel point incentives for tonight. Hope that's fine with y'all. Feel like I want to do a very tight and focused show, so don't want to like go over to a long cubing bit or like a 30 minutes of facelift, especially since there is a sub goal for Mario Party tonight anyway, so facelift is kind of redundant right now. But next time we stream, absolutely will be on the table. Don't you worry about that. All right, Lord Bowser, you are up. Go ahead and confirm. Go ahead and confirm, and we'll get you going. Lord Bowser says yay. Let me pull up another card. Looking back on the lightning round. By the way, I didn't check my notifications. Whoops. When I started. Looking back on the lightning round, it was not a thing for a while, actually. But only like for the first few months, I was just doing normal viewer levels. And one day, I spent like 30 minutes on a single level without knowing it, without thinking about it. And I felt really bad about that, just like, not moving on at any point, just continuing to plug away. And I decided to institute some of the basic rules you see now, like 30 minutes or sorry, 15 minutes plus 5 last tries, if that's not enough. And I will say that was a thing even before the lightning round, even before that, is that I would just say like, okay, this is the 5 more tries and then we're done. I would say that, and even if I didn't have like a UI thing that came out, I would just say it, and I would just keep count by going like, okay, 3 more tries, 2 more tries, 1 more try, etc. So, during that first stream that I had it up, I originally set it up where I could set a timer, and I could modulate the time that it took based on, you know, factors and shit, right? Like, I could say, okay, it's gonna be, I could say, okay, what if we're really busy? Maybe we should go down to like 10 minutes instead of 15 minutes, right? What if we're really, really busy? Maybe we should go down to 5 minutes. And then I was having a good time during that stream, and I realized, in the heat of the moment, at the time even, during live on air, I said, wait, what if no timer? What if no timer? What if directly to last tries? And thus, the lightning round was born. And from there, it would be refined a little bit more, like eventually the bonus heads got in once I became an affiliate. At the time, I was not an affiliate when the lightning round was invented. The bonus heads were added. They weren't originally randomized. That came in like around 6 months ago. And originally, actually, it was last real tries was the way that it was. Real tries remaining, or real tries left, was the original art for it. And eventually I took off the real, like, as off the thing, because I figured, like, having that qualifier feels weak. And also, if I die, I feel like it should just count. You know? Having an out for me to go like, oh, that one doesn't count, I felt like that was just not a very fun thing to do. And it's more fun to basically, like, every death counts, and, you know, ever since it's been history. You know, I think I came up with it, like, particularly, the lightning round was put together in January. Sometime in January. So, like, most of the time I've been streaming. December and November didn't have that last year, but from January on, we've had the lightning round, and every Mario Maker stream that wasn't some sort of special event has ended with the lightning round, which has been very fun and good. Let's get into this level. And I think, y'all, you like the lightning round, right? It's a fun thing. Nice little bit of variety. Nice little challenge at the end of the stream. And like I said a little earlier, I really like how it does sort of bias in favor of traditional levels, which are my favorite type of level to play, and means that we don't ever get bogged down during the last parts of a stream with like trolley levels or really, really hard levels. And we can just like have like a fun little challenge with them, like, can we get through them? And I'll say, you know, the answer doesn't always know. Sometimes we can get through a hard level if we, like, play our cards right, or in some cases, if we get multiple tries at it because the person resubmits. And whenever that happens, that's fun as well. And I think that's always a thrilling thing, thrilling event in the stream. All right. It's a nice-ass traditional level. I like what you've done with the icicles. They make for nice falling platforms while also being, you know, dangerous, and they can take off enemies as well. It's nice. Thank you, thank you. I'm gonna pull up another card while we're pulling up the next level. This is a related thing, very nearly but not quite sudden death. This came out up like a few months later after the lightning round was initiated. During one such stream, you know, before that, I would do what most people do with people who aren't present. I say, okay, well, I have to postpone the level, I have to put you back in the queue, or I have to skip it. And that's how we would do things for a while. And eventually, well, someone suggested, I believe it was a fella by the name of Great Brand Value, I think it was great brand value. Brand value for sure was in there. Anyway, brand value suggested like, oh, you should do Baby Mario heads. And I said like, I don't know, I kind of like the way that they are now. Back then, there was just bonus heads for there were just bonus heads for the 3 playable characters in this game. They weren't randomized at that point, so I said, I don't know, I don't really have like the hotkeys to do that. Do like an extra set of heads, and if we keep added heads, you know, I would just run out of hotkeys, and that wouldn't be good. And then I realized after that stream, like, wait a minute. I realized an opportunity to do like another way of playing hard-ass stages. Or not hard-ass stages. Stages of people who aren't here, while also being fair to those who are, and that was sudden death. Put together the art that night, and like the thing that comes up when I hit the button, chose the heads, and the next stream rolled it out. That's sort of how a lot of stuff on the stream has gone. You know, with me having an idea after a stream, or even during a stream in the case of the lightning round, and then after the stream going like, okay, I'm opening up paint.net, I'm grabbing some stuff from Spriter's Resource or something, and I'm going to make up a little UI thing that goes with it. I'm gonna set this shit up, and then I get it set up, and it's like, oh shit, it's great. This rules. I love it. Mario number 1. I love our rules. I'll say I love these rules, and honestly, I kind of think that they're stable, right? I think that we've gotten it. No further changes necessary, though occasionally, it's fun to mix things up and do a different format for a stream. Like this one, where we're doing worlds instead of individual levels. It's a fun world. I like how you've done. It is indeed, as you said, like, I don't know if you said it this time, Bowser, but I think this level is like the freezing furnace or something. Maybe it's not that. I think maybe that's I think Freezing Furnace is a world from Banjo-Kazooie, Grunty's Revenge, the Game Boy Advance game. But it's something like that. It's one of those, It's one of those fire and ice worlds, basically. And I think that does come across, yeah. Is in this world, by the way, Lord Bowser, is each world trying to be like a basic archetype rethemed into something else? I'll tell you, when I did my original Super World back in Mario Maker 1, my first Super World I ever did, the worlds were all like that, where I would try to take a regular theme and like make it into something new. Like the first world was a mountain, like a ski resort, basically. So I took the airship theme and added and like made like lodges and stuff, like ski lodges, and like used clouds to make snow, because of course in Mario Maker 1 there was no mountain theme, so you couldn't do snow regularly. For the second world, it was like Igneous Park, and the idea behind that was that it was a like nature resort. So there was also a lava world. So I made a bunch of trees out of like green mushrooms, and put them in a fire setting. Also, I had a Brambles level in there as well. Makes sense. Want that? And that's neat too. What was the other 2 worlds that I did? I only did 2, but I had intended on more. The 2 that I did were, after that was, third world was, oh yeah, it was Literary Pursuits. The name of the world was Literary Pursuits, and the idea was it was a library world in the Ghost House theme, basically. And every level, enemies would chase you. So it's Literary Pursuits, get it? Also in that world, there was no music. The music was turned off. because it's a library, you know? It's quiet in the library. That's a dumb pun and a dumb idea for a world, but still was fun. Also, it was set up so that every time you like it was set up so that every level would have like a different part that would turn the music back on for like reasons. Like one level had a star in it. One level had like P switches that you would hit that would obviously have music. One level had parts where you went to a subworld that had music in it. That sort of thing. Fun way to do at least a little music. One of them had like, you know, the blocks that just play music. You know what I mean? Like, the note blocks. It had note block music in it, basically. Oh, I did that wrong. Exit shell. Perfect. Nice boat level. I'll say I haven't done a full-ass boat level before. Mostly because, like, the problem with boats is that, if you fall or die, or, like, leave them, you just die immediately, which I think is kind of frustrating in a traditional level. But, you know, hey. How the fuck do you do this? Do I have to take a hit here? Lord Bowser, what's the deal here? I don't get it. Maybe jump off and then, like, throw it. There we go. That does the trick. Anyway, I had plans for the remaining worlds as well, even though I never built them in the original Mario Maker. Oh, I only got to Literary Pursuits. The last world was, hey Adrian, how's it going? Hey. The last world of that super world in the original Mario Maker was, the fourth world. Like I said, I only did half of them. Was, Rock Face Crat? What was it called? I forget the name of it, the name of the world, but it was like... Oh, I know, it was Glam Rock Face. There we go. And basically the premise of that one is that it was a cave level that was sort of masquerading as a cliff world, and also a large... And this is the premise of the world, by the way. A large rock and roll venue. So, like, in every level, the like, Bowser music was playing. You know, like, ba 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 da. You know, it's sort of a metal version of it in the 3D world, in the new U theme, right? So, I sort of presented that as if it was like rock music that was being played live. And basically each level would be like a rock and roll venue. There was also a cliffside. And then the final level was like against a bunch of boss fights. They were like musical instrument themed. Using a repeating red coin. I never did the last 5 worlds, but or the last 4 worlds, but if I had, they would have been the following. They would have been, World 5 was supposed to be a cruise ship called, I think it was Top Cruise? Top Cruise was the name of that world, I think. There was Top Cruise. The next world was, oh, I forget what it was, but it was like a winter... a freezing city that was like under a snowstorm. I was gonna do like the thing where you actually don't see it that much in Mario Maker 1, but in Mario Maker 2. But in Mario Maker 1, there is the thing. Hey, Adrian. There's the thing where people would put like clouds on rails and have the clouds like rain down on you, and they would say that's snow. You know, that'd be the theme of the level. I was gonna do that for a whole world and have like a snowstorm world, It was like slowly being like snowed in basically over the course of the world. That was the 6th world. The 7th world was a space world, similar to this world here the world I'm currently working on in my current super world. And the last world was... Fuck, I can't remember what the last world was supposed to be. I'm sure it was something regular style, you know, a suitable conclusion for it. I honestly do not remember. I think it was a secret at the time even. Like, I didn't want to reveal it ahead of time, be like, it was like a secret world. So, you know, I would post like the updates and be like, okay, here's another world of it. The first super world I ever built, by the way, was like built so that it was released all at once. So each level was released one after another after another. This world is called Cloud Top Cruise. Nice name. Anyway, that was a little bit of a tangent about my old super world, which, like this one, did a bunch of theming for each world that was unique, and you know, tried to make levels and themes into like new high. Tried to be fancy with it, right? I will say I think my current super world is a little less fancy with it, but also I guess it does have like have a tropical racetrack world. It does have like a pirate base world that's on top of a mountain. It does have some high concept worlds, but they are just, some of the theming is just like regular ass theming. I don't try to like disguise the theme that is so much like I did the first time around. By the way, if you're just joining us, we're doing Viewer Worlds today. Viewer Worlds, because it is my 1-year Streamiversary. I have been streaming for 1 year exactly. This time last year, I was just doing a small-ass test stream of me playing through a dungeon of Ocarina of Time, which had just come out on N64 Online at the time. And, you only have levels? Don't worry about it. How it works is that, how this works in particular is you give me a level, and then I will play as far as I can, and basically, until the 15-minute timer runs out, I'll keep playing levels until that happens, at which point we go to Do or Die, in which case there are two things I can do here. I can finish the level. Wait. Oh yeah, Then can you do 4 levels when you come up? Yeah, certainly. Well, 15 minutes worth. I can do 15 minutes worth. I cannot say for sure if I can get through that many, but I'll try my fucking best, man. You have my word at that. Let's see if we can finish this level. And by the way, also tonight is gonna be Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, or like whichever one is on Xbox. I'm using the Xbox version. I do have the GameCube version as well, but we're gonna go Xbox tonight, higher resolution and all. And basically, it's gonna be Sonic Adventure 2 with a 5-life gimmick, you know, similar to the Lightning Round, wherein I'll have 5 tries to get as far as I can. Or that's not true. I'll have 5 lives, and whenever they run out, I will switch between dark and light campaigns, back and forth. And that'll go pretty late into the night, I'm thinking. And also, there's a sub-goal for a watch party of Sonic 2 movie. And also, we'll do Mario Party during that, if met. So, keep that all in mind. We finished the thing. Alright, thank you for the levels, Lord Bowser. At some point, we ought to think about when this queue is going to close. We do have a bunch of levels in right now, a bunch of things in, and we are currently, anyway, doing full 15-minute runs. So maybe we should either go to some sort of lightning round, or we should cut it off in order to, you know, define. That's the wrong command. In order to, you know, keep things moving and define like what the next one. Soy Tack is up next, by the way. Please do confirm if you're here. If you're not, we'll do it in sudden death. and not a world even, as normal, just let me know. Zoitak, please confirm. I'm gonna drink my water. Why don't I pull up another card? I got so many of them anyway. Another game I've been thinking about streaming and playing is Metroid Prime 2. When I first was getting into streaming, this was one of the games I would really like to have to stream because I do think it is a game that is very good. I like it a lot. I love it a lot. I would go so far as to say that I love that game. And I think it's a little underappreciated. So, you know, I think playing through it live on the air would be a good thing. And I hope people would appreciate it and shit. Let's see. Should we just start at the start? Yeah, probably start at 1-1 and keep and go. I think that would be a fun one to play. The only problem with Metroid Prime 2 is just that I actually replayed it probably like a few months before I became a streamer. So I'm kind of not due for it, but as soon as it would make sense, I would love to replay it as a stream game and show y'all what if you haven't seen Metroid Prime 2, show you a good time watching along and getting through it. I think Metroid Prime 2 is just very well structured. Like, the first game has a lot of issues as far as pacing goes, and like towards the end you end up having to run around kind of aimlessly in order to find the next thing. And Metroid Prime 2 is a lot more structured in that like each world sort of goes directly from each world is sort of like more linear, honestly, and it doesn't actually make you go back to previous worlds all that much. Only a few times does it do so, and you know, when it does, it's like major, and it's like a whole thing, rather than just being like, should I wander in that direction and see if I can find something? I don't know, maybe, probably. It's a little more intentional. Okay, here's Soytax 1-1. I don't see Soytax, so we're doing it in sudden death. Well, that was easy. Maybe it wasn't easy. Hang on, I think actually. I think the key here is going to be... Nice. There we go. That was easy. Thank you, Soytac. If you are here, go ahead and say so, and I'll give you, like, more time. But otherwise, that's that. That is a level, sudden death style. You have to be here to get a full world, to get the full 15. You know how it is. I established this. It is what it is. Thank you, though. That was a decent enough 1-1. All right, look at that. We're getting to some folks here. Let's go ahead and do next. Just Normal is up next, and Just Normal is here. Fantastic. Pull up another card while I'm entering it in. Thinking about playing more Rogue Legacy. This is a game that came out earlier this year, and honestly, when I was playing it, wasn't doing all that much for me. It was fun, but not as much, not nearly as fun as Rogue Legacy 1 was for me, but I really loved Rogue Legacy 1, so I almost feel like I should really take the time and try to get through that at some point, you know? But, you know, finding the time, it's hard. I wonder, though, maybe... Was this Super World here before? Should we start in the Super World? Did you reset it after uploading some levels or something? Let's go into the Super World. I think that'd be a good game to replay or play more of, and I would definitely like to get farther along in it. This is your old account? Gotcha. So we haven't necessarily seen that many levels from here. Alright, let's go ahead and put 15 minutes on the clock and get going. Alright, let's go. This is just a 1-1 ass 1-1. Very reminiscent of 1-1, but, you know, not quite 1-1. See, this part is different. This part is entirely new. And I wonder if it's gonna have that old... You know the thing, right, in Mario Maker, where if you want to have a longer level, you have a pipe that leads to the subworld, and you wall off the end. That's something I do a lot. I'm sure a lot of people also do that. We're just like, yeah, it's sort of split into two sections just by necessity, just by real estate. Sure enough, no, it just goes right to the end. Short and nice. I don't know. Rogue Legacy to... This is much less creative than your new one. Gotcha. So it's more traditional. Maybe traditional is the wrong... It's much more orthodox. There we go. That's the word that we should use for this. Much more orthodox than the one you're doing now, which you're trying to be a little more out there and out there with. Alright, second level, let's go. This one is, again, very Mario 1, and it's just like, oh yeah, it's an underground level right after the plains level. Pipes. Guys. It works. Still, it flows well. And, well, that's all you need at the end of the day. All the ground is patterned, and you're introducing more mechanics. That's true. Yeah, and there was stuff like the part where there was a bunch of pipes, and you were just platforming over pipes, and there were just, you know, unpredictable piranha plants in places. That is a neat little danger you can introduce into a level, right? Like, oh, there's multiple ways to do it, right? Like, you can, there's definitely people who, like, indicate where each piranha plant is, right? Like, oh, here's a pipe. This pipe very clearly has a marker, or is like a different color, in order to say, like, here's the piranha plant. And there's the way you did it there, where it's just like, nah, just random pipes. And random pipes kind of makes it so that you have to be more careful, and you have to pay more attention. And it's a little more scary than if you just are able to see, like, visually where everything is. Personally, I'm more of the proponent of seeing where everything is, just because I do like to be a little fast and loose when I'm playing levels myself. And, you know, I would like to hope that people also feel okay with being fast and loose when playing them, because I do think that's it's probably like one of the more fun ways to play Mario Maker, right? Is to just be fast and loose, and to just go, go, go. Don't stop for nothing. King, king, king. That's right. That's right, bingo. Alright. Go to the next level here. Technically, your marker is the piranha plants only spawn in green pipes. So in that level, yeah, it is like, there is like a clue as to what you can avoid and what you can't. So, you know, there's one thing I will say again that is also, not again, I haven't said that this stream. Another thing I will say that's important is for a level to have its own identity. And I do think stuff like that can be part of it, right? Where, like, in one level, the piranha plants are hidden. In another level, the piranha plants might be, like, obvious. And so long as it makes sense for the level, you know, so long as it makes sense for the level, it's not like an inconsistency or anything. It's like, no, just these levels are designed differently, and they have different objectives. You know, they're playing with their mechanics in different ways. Each is valid, and it's in fact good that they are, like, distinct from each other. Right? It's like, a way that an example I will give for, like, why that is good and why that is not just weird is the original DKC. In DKC, there's 2 minecart levels. In one level, when you jump, the minecart jumps with you. And the other level, when you jump out of the minecart. It's inconsistent, yes, but each level is designed in a different way around the different way that works, and it ends up making for 2 levels that are each better for it, and a little more flavorful than they would otherwise be. Maybe not flavorful is the wrong word. A little more unique than they otherwise would be. You know, if both of them were involving, like, jumping from cart to cart, it would be a little bit weird. Also, by the way, I do think it's cool in like the in returns. Actually, they came up with like a justification for that. That's a nice GG emote. Let's see, what is that? Is that Sheik? Let me touch on that. Oh, it's a skull. It's a skull holding the GG letters. Gotcha. That's right. We're 1 world in of 6. Very good. Let's keep going. We have 9 minutes left. So, what was I saying? Oh yeah, in returns, in the minecart example, they actually came up with a way to like distinguish them like visually, which is that the minecarts that you can jump in, you know, that jump with you, are just minecarts, and the minecarts that you jump off of and jump from minecart to minecart of are filled with gems. So that's why you can't like grip the sides and jump with them. I guess that is a silly thing to think about, but I guess the ones at Universal Epic Universe, the minecarts, you know, the minecart ride that they're making for the Donkey Kong amusement park, you know, I guess that'll be the kind that jumps with you. Y'all know about that theme park ride? Apparently, what I saw a news report today before starting up. I saw a news report saying that they started putting in the track for that. And the thing that's cool about that is it's gonna be like, it's got a special type of track that they just patented. Wherein, like, it's a... Okay, so you know how in Donkey Kong Country, you, like, jump from minecart track to minecart track, right? Well, they're gonna sort of fake that by having it so that there is a real track that the ride is running on that is hidden below what looks like track, so that the like, fake track can have holes in it that you like, whoa, jump, bang, you know, you're jumping from track to track, whereas it's really just a roller coaster, and you're not actually jumping from track to track. It's just gonna be like a fun illusion. And apparently they start putting in like the fake tracks and the real tracks, and people are looking at them and doing YouTube videos saying like, oh yeah, look at that, look at that, look at that, look at that. You can see in the photos. Look at that, there's the fake track, there's the real track. The fake track is sort of blended in, it is sort of painted to blend in with the backgrounds. Isn't that interesting? And I say, yes, that is interesting. I can't wait to ride that in 2025, or whenever I get out to Epic Universe. That's gonna be fun as hell. I love Donkey Kong Country, and I love Universal Studios Orlando, so fucking match made in heaven right there. Can't wait for that shit. Do y'all like roller coasters? Y'all like Universal? Y'all looking forward to that? I wonder. Here's another thing I'll talk about. Here's another tangent for y'all that's not based on a card. What other areas do you think that they'll add down the line for the Nintendo theme park in Epic Universe? There's like an expansion pad to the side of Epic Universe that they could totally, the side of the Mario and Donkey Kong areas in Epic Universe that they could totally fit in like another like area, or maybe 2 even if it's a small area. Obviously Zelda and Pokemon are 2 areas that would be like ideal, but I think for those they should replace Lost Continent for Zelda in Islands of Adventure, and they should replace the kids area in Studios with Pokemon. So I'm thinking there might have like a room for something else, something, you know, something other than that for Epic Universe, and wondering what it would be. I think a Metroid zone would be really cool, really atmospheric and nice, and you could certainly do like a very thrilling ride of that. Maybe you could, you know what maybe you would do? Just do a whole fucking space zone, where it's like, oh, it's Metroid is over here, Star Fox is over here, maybe there's an F-Zero ride over here. You could definitely do like an F-Zero roller coaster, and that would be fun. Just imagine an F-Zero roller coaster. That just sounds like a good idea, don't it? Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say. I'm gonna say space area, and just like mash Metroid, Star Fox, and F-Zero in there. Beautiful. That's great. That's fun. That'd be a great expansion pad to the thing. F-Zero would have to be fast? Yeah, it would be. Of course, I would also say that about Fast and the Furious, and they fucked that ride up. They made it really... They made it like a bus ride, where you're just riding like a bus around. It's not really going anywhere, it's just sort of a screen ride. The Fast and the Furious ride is disappointing at Universal Orlando. I hear that they've designed like a shuttle ride for Universal Hollywood that uses the Fast and Furious license, and I would like it if they, you know, if they broke down the Orlando ride and replaced it with that the other Fast and Furious ride that they're making. F-Zero would be a good one. Honestly, there's so much you could do with like Nintendo as far as theme parks go. Like I could see it. I could see them going with like what is the like other than Zelda and Pokemon? What's and DK and Mario? What's like the next franchise that's like next biggest? Maybe that's where they would take it. Maybe like Star Fox and Metroid and F-Zero, maybe a little too small each individually. What would be the franchise? You know what? Pikmin would be a good one. It's too obscure, though. They're probably never going to do Pikmin. Let's see. I'm looking at my shelf where I have games set up. You know, where I have all of my collection. I'm trying to see if there's a franchise from Nintendo there that, like, jumps out at me. I don't see a Fire Emblem world happening. That would be weird. Fire Emblem would just be castles and shit. You could easily just do... I feel like they'd rather do, like, a Tolkien world than, like, a Fire Emblem world. Like, that would... I say Tolkien just as a random example. I bet there's, like, tons of other medieval IPs they can get their hands on that they'd like to do more than fucking F-Zero, or, sorry, Fire Emblem. So I wouldn't bet on that one. Wouldn't bet on, you know, Shulk and those fuckers showing up. You know, the... What's that game called? You know what I mean, you know that series. The one that Shulk's from. And it just had a third game this year. That won't be it. Maybe it would be a Space World, or like Metroid, or like something of the sort. Metroid is very popular in the US, so... Xenoblade, yeah, that's it, that's what I was thinking of. What are the biggest franchises in Smash? Well, Fire Emblem is one of them as far as numbers go. I guess Kirby? Kirby might be it, actually, just in terms of, like, number of games they put out. They put out a lot of Kirby games. Let me think. Original cast of Smash Brothers 1. Mario, DK, Link, Pikachu, Kirby, Samus, Fox, and I'm one short, aren't I? Did I say DK? Well, by God, that's 2 worlds done. Yeah, it is. And we still have 36 seconds left. We might get this level done as well. If I'm forgetting a character, they're probably not the third biggest IP, are they? Oh, and also I know I'm not including the secret characters. I'm just counting the ones that are there from the jump. Let me think. Did I get them all? Yoshi! Oh, yeah, Yoshi. And Yoshi is already represented in the Mario area, so wouldn't be Yoshi. Yeah, I guess, like, honestly, a Metroid area would probably be your best bet, right? Unless they're doing the Zelda area at Epic Universe, in which case, I feel like I said, I'd rather see that the other place, you know. I'd rather see that at Islands of Adventure. Alright, folks, that is 15 minutes. And we've gotten through a bunch of this fucking thing, huh? I'll say I'm a little zoning out. Honestly, I feel like I'm in... I feel like I've just been talking for the last couple levels, and like I'm just in like autopilot almost. That said, you know what? Actually, no, I can't remember the last couple levels. They involved spikes and stuff, and they were pretty good. Very nice. Thank you. Thank you for the levels. Let's go ahead and pull it down. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Let's go ahead and go back to the thing. Hit next. Alright, thank you, Just Normal, for all the levels and shit. Next up is Bingo, who is here. It felt more than 15 minutes. Yeah, right? Yeah, I know, right? Just like jamming through this many levels, it feels like an eternity passes. And it's a good eternity. I'm playing good-ass levels. I'm having a good time. I'm talking about my favorite theme park. What is there not to like? Let me pull up another card. Looking back on playthroughs. I've done a lot of full playthroughs on this channel, actually. If you look back. Let me just pull up a little image that I prepared. Oh shit, I didn't. 1 second, I totally was supposed to make these, like, size appropriate. 1 second. Let me move that real fast. I totally was supposed to make these extra images the good size so that they'd be all legible and shit. Whoa, what? Oh, there it goes. There we go. Alright, there's the playthroughs we've done here. What's the difference between a challenge mode and a challenge pack? That's a question for Bingo. I don't know that myself. Let me just... Well, I'm also going to make another one a little bigger. One that's not currently visible. So I've done a bunch of playthroughs on this channel since, you know, starting up. And it all started. The first thing I did was Super Metroid Redux. That was like the first like actual concerted playthrough I did, where I did it across several sections and played through Super Metroid with some mods that made it a little more like Zero Mission and Metroid Fusion, which was fun, but also did expose that like I don't know if I really love the structure of Super Metroid to begin with, even with improvements to like how it handles and feels and stuff. Then I played through Unpacking. I was kind of mid on that. That was actually the first like Game Pass game I played through on stream, or played on stream just for the sake of like, let's try it out, it's on Game Pass, it's free, etc. Then we did Super Paper Mario and Donkey Kong Country Returns, and I sort of did it so that both games were done like one world at a time. I would play a world of Returns and then a world of Super Paper Mario. And I remember, I think, Bingo, that's where you came in. Then we did Paper Mario after that. There was a stream where I did DKC 1, 2, and 3 all at once. Then Banjo-Kazooie followed Paper Mario. Both, you know, when those came out on N64 Online, basically, we did those. Odyssey was done as one stream. Tropical Freeze was done in tandem with DK64, which I didn't actually finish on account of that it's really long, but as soon as we finished Tropical Freeze, that feature ended. Then I did the first randomizer I ever did. Talk about more of that stuff for you. Then it was Rocket Robot on Wheels. Celeste was a one-off. Super Mario World Randomizer was a one-off. Neon White, that was a one-off. That was the Level Rush specifically, which is like a play through all the levels all in a row, basically. We did Link Between Worlds, DK Jungle Beat, TTYD, and Grab by the Ghoulies. And also, Kaze and the Wild Mask was there as a one-off as well. We played a lot of games in the last year, huh? Just like, that's just 1 year, and we've gotten through that many, you know, full playthroughs, whether that be like one-off streams or over the course of like several weeks. Somehow just been cranking. away. We're currently working on GTA 5, though I'm not sure if we're going to actually finish that one. It seems really long, and we've probably got a lot left. And, yeah, shit. We've done a lot as far as playthroughs go, and I think, looking back, feel pretty good about that. And I hope that next year is the next year is full as many interesting and, like, games. You know, I get to as many games that I want to play and want to show y'all. Hey, Seagull, how you doing? I'm doing well. We're doing viewer world, so I'm playing through whole worlds basically as far as I can get in 15 minutes, and it's fun. And later we're gonna do Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, but with a twist. You know, I'll be switching back and forth between the games every 5 lives. Also, we have a sub goal. I'll say again, a sub goal for Sonic 2 the movie watch party, and I'll also play through Mario. We'll also play Mario Party 1 and 2 on N64 Online. And if y'all want to get in on that, we'll figure out how to get you in. Though performance-wise, it might be a little laggy the more people get in, but it's fine. We'll be just playing it idly while we're watching a movie, and we'll have a good time. The volume will be lower during it so that y'all can hear the movie and hear my voice at the same time, but the gameplay will also be there if you want to, like, you know, split your attention and shit. Alright, let's get back to the couch. I'm going to get back to the couch, and we're going to get into Bingo's next level. Yep. Okay. By the way, I did some changes since last time to prevent the couch camera from resetting and, like, freezing up. Now it is set so that every time it's not visible, it resets, which means that I did have to do some tweaking to make it so that the default options for, like, brightness and stuff were better. And it seems like they are a little dark. So I'm a little darker, but I can compensate by making the light brighter. And honestly, maybe this is a better look anyway. In the settings, I found, like, the options to, like, set the focus, and I think it might be better if we're, like, more focused on me so you can see me better. Like, honestly, right now, maybe I'm more in focus than I've ever been on the couch cam, which would be a good thing if true. Would be very nice, I do think. Alright, last time, we finished off the Link pack, right? Yeah, we finished off the Link pack. Look at that. So let's continue on with Challenge Pack 1, which kind of looks a lot like the level we played from the Super World, don't it? First off, I'm going to run to the AC and turn down the temperature a little. I'm getting a little hot here. 1 second, folks. By the way, while I am throwing to a thing, you might have noticed if you were here from the jump that we have new music on the starting soon screen. That is because it is no longer October, no longer the spooky month, so I switched out the music to a different song. Hope y'all thought it was a nice one. And I also switched the break music as well. I'm going to switch to the break screen and let you listen to it for like a minute. Alright. I'm back as well, Droop Man. Everything's still good? Everything still look good? Good, okay, okay. How'd you like the new break music? It's from Pikmin 2. And by the way, the new opening music is the Sawmill Thrill opening area from before the level becomes a minecart level, basically, from Tropical Freeze. That's the source of that. I thought it was a good starting soon level, and it's from sort of an autumny world, so it made sense for an autumny season. You know, it's November, it's sort of autumny. And that's also why I picked the Wistful Wilds song. It is an autumny world, and I think it sort of has some autumny vibes. Let's go ahead and put 15 minutes on the clock, and let's go. Let's go ahead and put 15 minutes on the clock, and let's go. Where's my timer? Hang on 1 second. What's going on with my timer? Take it down, put it back up. There it goes. 15 minutes. Here we go. The rain before the minecart. That's right, Droop Man. What? Okay. What is going on here? Let's figure it out. We just gotta act fast here. Got a musical level. Sorta. Has sort of a spooky vibe to it. And we're now going through again. Kind of reminds me of like Luigi's Mansion type thing, like sort of boop, 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 boop. That sort of deal. Picturing Luigi going like, yep, 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 yep. You know how Luigi go. I always liked that in Luigi's Mansion, like, Luigi just, like, humming the theme to himself, like, nervously. Thought that was very characterful and very well done. Gives the game some real flavor. I think that's great. If this is a song from something I should know, let me know what it is, because I'm not quite picking up on it myself. I guess I did, you know, this level does follow me having you guess the music of my own music stuff. So I guess it is fitting for a fitting choice for the next level to play. All right. There we go. By the way, a lot of those channel point rewards are disabled for this stream, just because I do want to. There's with this particular format, each viewer level is gonna last longer than they otherwise would, because I'm not finishing any before the. We're going full 15 for each viewer. So, figured that disruptions to that would be more time consuming than I'm looking for, so that's why those are disabled for the stream. Not that, you know, necessarily that any would be redeemed, but you know, you can change my character if you like. That one is not disabled, that one's good. Also, I think that the cubing one, the 3x3, you can get one of those. Which, by the way, if we see, last time, I did realize after that stream, I did mean to do a cube solve. I had a channel point incentive for that was redeemed. I just totally slipped and, didn't realize that was, you know, waiting. Oh my god. Are you serious? Okay. Not the whole thing. Just part of it. Okay. Bingo. You're really gonna make you play through the whole thing twice. That's fun. That's funny. Okay, whatever. Sure. Well, there was a checkpoint at least. Imagine if there wasn't a checkpoint. That would be the height of cruelty. Let me pull up a card. Thinking about replaying Metroid Dread. Metroid Dread, game from last year, really loved it. Never did the hard mode in that. I was totally thinking at the time that maybe I could go through the whole thing again, but on hard mode. I did stream like a little bit of that, of the hard mode, at the time, like that December, a year ago. But never played it much past that where I was in that stream. And never really like finished it again. That game's fucking good. I feel like I'm in the mood for another go around of Metroid Dread. I wonder if that would be a stream game, like a full playthrough, or if that's more something I just do on my own. That's something I'm thinking a lot with the games I want to play. You know, I do have a big list of games that I want to stream or that I think would be cool to show off on the channel or to do. But also I have games that I really want to play. Part of me is wondering, like, should those lists be the same list, you know? Like, if I want to play it, should that also be something that we play live? And that y'all can watch? I don't know. Like, that would be a pretty good, like, determining factor for, like, what I should play, right? Like, games I want to play, so... kind of makes sense. But also, I would really like to do, like Mother 3 or something, or, like, a big game that I mentioned before is, like, Persona 5 Royale. I love Persona 5. I've never played Royale. I would really like to play through all of that live on stream, even though it's 150 hours long. We're gonna have to find the time for it. You know, maybe, hey, in December, November, there'll be a bunch of time. Maybe Persona 5. I keep thinking, like, Persona 5 Royale, next big stream. Let's go. Next big series. Let's do it. Let's do it. But, the length of it makes me go like, oh, should we? Should we? Is it a good idea? And honestly, I don't know. I will say, like, it's one of my... It's definitely my favorite Persona game, Persona 5. And of the year it came out, the original, anyway, it was my number 2 of that year, which is just behind Odyssey, which is, like, my favorite game of all time, so... It's just about as highly ranked as you can be, you know, without being the greatest game of all time. Or, like, you know, tied for second. I'll say DKC2 is sort of tied with Odyssey in my head. Disclaimer, disclaimer. Fuck. We're gonna try to get through this one level. And then do a second level here. That would be ideal if that was possible. But it is a hard motherfucker, so we'll see. Also, we've been going for around 2 hours. I did say that this Mario Maker portion would be somewhere in the manner of 3 hours, so here's what I'm gonna ask y'all. Do you think we should close the queue? And like, just do the remaining 4 for the next hour or so, and that'll get us to, like, 3 hours worth of Mario Maker? Or should we switch to some sort of lightning round and start cranking through these at a faster clip? What do y'all think? What do y'all want to do? And by the way, I will say during any lightning round, I will have the opportunity to play multiple levels still. But it will have to be, like, within, like, a certain time and also with a certain number of lives, not refreshing at any point. What do y'all want to do here? Any preference? I feel like some sort of lightning round. We should do some sort of lightning round. That's my current thought. Just like my gut reaction is telling me, like, it's fun to do the lightning round, and it would be appropriate to end this with a more fast and furious portion of the stream. That said, still with the viewer worlds gimmick, we'll still do the viewer worlds gimmick. It'll just be a little bit different than usual. A little bit different from this first big section. Look at that, we finished and we still have time. Lovely. Alright, 5 minutes to do the next level. And again, how this will work is if the timer runs out, it'll go into do or die. Thank you for the GG, Adrian. By the way, Adrian, what do you think? I don't know, like, let me look at the queue real fast. Queue. Let me see, like, the order in, because Adrian, you haven't gotten a turn yet. But you're, like, 2 down. So that would be, like, a half hour out. Maybe we'll switch to a lightning round type thing after this. What do y'all think? Either we switch to a lightning round or the queue closes right now, basically. Is the 2 options here. Adrian, you're one of the ones who hasn't gotten a turn yet. Oh my god, really? Oh, it's a... we have to go through another... Okay, this isn't bad. This isn't bad, it's short. Just as long as you get 4 levels played, they're easy levels. Alright. Let's close the queue up. And if there's any more people who want to get in, like any new folks or anything, we can reopen it, but it'll be a lightning round for like the last 2 or something. Let's go ahead and close her up. Thank you all for getting your levels and worlds in here. I think we've gotten through a lot, and we've gotten through a lot of them. And we do have like an hour's worth, maybe, of additional ones to go, so we're still playing Mario Maker for a while. That's like the one thing about this format that's a little bit weird, is just that it will result in me doing a lot of Mario Maker in a row for like, you know, only so many people. We'll do, you know what, I'll tell you. We'll do some sort of lightning round after Adrian, because I think everyone else after Adrian has already had a rotation. We'll do some sort of... I say that, and you know what, I'm suddenly having second thoughts. I like having a lightning round, is the thing. You know what? This here is a special stream, and we're doing a special thing. It's viewer worlds, and that's that. And we don't have any sort of special rules for the lightning round. I'm having second thoughts. You know what? Fuck it. Let's do it the other way. Fuck it. I'm gonna reopen the queue, and but the last levels will be in a lightning round format after this one. But it will be in such a manner where we can do multiple levels so long as we don't die, and we're good on all that business. So I'm reopening it. I don't want to be... If people come in new and fresh and want to put in levels, I want them to be able to. And there's going to be a long time until we're actually, like, done with Mario Maker, so might as well keep that going. This level is a bit of a fuck, isn't it? Isn't it, Bingo? Let me see another card. Thinking about replaying Pikmin 3. Really loved Pikmin 3. I thought it was like the best middle ground between Pikmin 1 and Pikmin 2 that they've ever done. And it was just so fun to like min-max and like run around and do all the levels efficiently and cleanly. And to like micromanage your 3 captains. And they just did an incredible job putting it together. That's why, you know, I'm so excited about Pikmin 4. And also why I'm, you know, interested in giving it another go. Because I think it would be fun to replay in its entirety. I think y'all would enjoy seeing it. I don't know if that'll be on stream. Probably on stream, yeah. As an on-stream game, I would imagine. But I don't know when that would be. Certainly it's not on the immediate plans, but man, I would like to do that. That would be fun. Okay, we gotta... Blue platform, land on the skull. Get that down. And it's do or die now. Last try here. And if we could get through it, we can. And if we can't, well, we'll have to try again at another time. Ah, there we go. Thank you for the levels. For the levels, Bingo. We got through... Did we get through 1 or 2 of them? We got through 1 of them and made some good progress on the next one. That's gonna have to do for now. You know how it is. Let's go ahead and see the next level. Next level is by Droopman. Droopman, are you here? Please go ahead and confirm. I'm gonna Droopman. The bot is saying that he's not in chat, but and if that's the case, he'll be in sudden death, and it'll just be Droopman is here. But also, let's do a little bit of a lightning round with improvised rules. Usually, lives reset at checkpoints and shit, but this time instead, we're gonna have it so that life's you know, that our lives just go down, and if we have any remaining, we can keep on going, basically. And by the way, obviously, if you're a sub, you can get bonus heads, and that'll be the case here tonight as well. And I will say, what's it? I'll say the following. What? Let me think for a second. I will say, we have a sub goal right now to get a Sonic 2 watch party tonight, and also Mario Party at the same time. So if you do sub now, you will be contributing to that, and also you get bonus heads, and also all these lovely emotes. So keep that in mind. Now would be a great time to drop one of those. And, you'll be putting us closer to that watch party later tonight. All right, let's go, Droopman. And by the way, like in the previous couple of streams, I'm gonna give the first person in the lightning round bonus heads, sub or not. So there you go, extra heads for you. You got Wario randomly. Wario's a pretty good set of heads. You know, there'll be new heads pretty soon here from the Sonic stream that we're gonna do after this. Not stream, the segment, I suppose. That's an F, not an L. I feel like I've made that mistake multiple times before. Let's go. Continuing the super world. All right. I will say with this current setup, I don't think I can set a 15-minute timer. Yeah, and a 10-minute timer, 15-minute timer, that's going to be in the wrong spot. A 20-minute timer is in the right spot. And a 5-minute timer is... Let's do 2 5-minute timers. Let's say. We'll do 2 5-minute timers for this, for the lightning round. That'll be fine. Alright, let's go. This is the lightning round, folks. We only have a limited amount of tries now. Though, unlike normal, they will not be refreshing at checkpoints on account of viewer worlds being the thing. This is almost like more like a 7 life challenge, but you know, not, but like also a little limited insofar as we're not gonna do a full 20 minutes of it per person. That would just be not timing wise good. Me. Oh, I remember this. I just have to not be on over to the right. Also me, I'm over on the right. Look at me. I see part of the screen I'm not in. I want to be there. That's just how I am. By the way, I still got cards. Thinking about playing the new Jackbox. New Jackbox came out recently. I haven't played it yet. Unfortunately, the places, like, the communities where I used to, like, where I played, like, the previous Jackbox, they haven't really been interested in putting anything like that together this time around, so haven't had the opportunity to try it out. I'm sure, like, Thanksgiving, right? Like, I'm sure, like, I'll be able to do it with, like, some family and stuff, and we can see then if these new games are any good. I haven't heard anyone say for sure if the new games are good or not, or if they're fun, but fuck.
Oh no!
But I'm hoping so. The popping effects are fucked up. I'm thinking that one set of them is doubled up and the other set is not on. I'll fix that in a minute. If it is what I think it is, I'll fix that. Anyway, I still need to buy that. I haven't actually bought that Jackbox game yet, but I will. I will in time, I'm sure. Now, I'm sure it'll be good at any number of, like, social gatherings. Christmas, Thanksgiving, all that. Jackbox is always lovely for that. Whether or not it's good or bad. There's been some years where it's like, it's just like one or two of the games was any good. But still, you like to play them and you like to try out the new ones and say like, okay, well, we don't like that one. Whatever, no matter. Regardless. We're doing pretty good this time. We got the Fire Flower. We're busting ass. Let's go. What if we had it so that whenever the timer went off, we lost a life? Maybe that would also be a fair way to do it. So that, like, where our lives are draining over time, so we also have that in case the levels are really easy. And if 3 of them go by, that's the ballpark. Let's do that, just as like an improvised set of rules in order to make like lightning round with worlds work in such a way that we're not like spending 15 minutes per person this time. That sounds good to me. Or we could have it so that the first one drains a life, and then the second one is do or die. Worth thinking about. Or timer runs out, it becomes do or die, and if we finish the level then we get a refresher? I'll say these rules are not quite thought out, but you know, hey, there's some fun in that as well, to figure things out as you go, and to figure out like what actually is fun and good, what actually works as far as programming goes. That sort of improvisation. part of the fun sometimes of streaming. I'll say, like... Reset that now. We'll do that thing where I take off a life and then we reset it. That sounds fine. Or is that silly? Fuck it. That might be silly, actually. I know this is some Calvin Ball ass shit, but man, this is some Calvin Ball ass shit. That's just what it is. The whole lightning round is Calvin Ball shit, right? But it's Calvin Ball shit that you know, lends itself to some fun times. Just for a bonus, and now we're gonna fight a boss. Oh, I hope we don't have to do that again. Let's beat this guy's ass and not die. That would be good. One more hit on him. Yep, Rooney. Got through a level. That was a level. That was a long one. We could also do it like where every level depletes a life or something. Maybe like Mario is left behind at each level we go to in order to make it lightning-y. This viewer world's lightning round. I hesitate to make up any more rules though. This is the only thing. And I do want Adrian to get you know, as many levels as makes sense. I think that would be best. Let's do 10 minutes. You know what, fuck it, we'll do 2 timers. I think that's appropriate for the lightning round and should put us in good shape as far as time goes. We can get through levels, and maybe on some of the harder ones we'll just, you know, be able to die and you know, get through more rather than less. Hey, look at that, there's another case where you can run past some stuff and go over blocks that are one apart. That's really nice when that's possible. I like your trees, they're kind of nice. They kind of look like top hats. Nice pokey stuff. Very well put together, this level. And you could just like snowball these guys to get through, but I can just go over with the squirrel suit, and I'm happy doing that. There's the pipe. Ah. Oh yeah, Mario time. That's right, Mario time indeed. Let me check something. Oh no, the pops are working. The pops are working just fine. I guess I just heard double that last time. Why don't I, next time I'm gonna go over to the computer, I'm gonna make it so that I can do a 10-minute timer that's in the right spot. That 10-minute timer isn't used that often anyway, so I can just, I'm good to just move it around, honestly. It'll be fine. Looks like this will be the last level of this viewer level lightning round. Improvised rule sets. Next time we'll do it so that we just have a 10-minute timer and that's it, as well as 5 lives. And that's simple enough. We don't need to make it any more complicated. It already is. I don't think. I think we'll be going to do or die in a second here. Well, in 22 seconds. Dang it. Do Do or die, by the way, meaning that we got one try at that point to finish or to die. Once the timer is up, and that is how we do it. There's that's 10 minutes. Let me go ahead and put up do or die. We could also make it so that do or die doesn't activate if you're only on your first level, at which point we would just do regular lightning round. Though, if we were still playing the same level after 10 minutes, and we hadn't lost 5 lives, I guess that would be that would probably be like one of those levels where you
Oh no!
don't die. Alright, whoops. Didn't mean to undo the lightning round there. That is that. Thank you for the level. Thank you for the levels. I think we got through like 2 of them. That's pretty good. That's pretty good for for the lightning round anyway. That's pretty good. 1 second, I'm gonna fix a thing, and then we'll go to the next one. And let's see, it's 8:30. 8:30 we'll close the queue and start winding down towards Sonic Adventure 2. Alright, I'm over here. Let me go to where I have my timers. And I'll just pull up the 20-second timer. No, the 10-minute timer. Let me see, where is that? Here we go. Just move that to like here. I'll make it a mite bit smaller. I think that yeah, that looks good to me. Just to fit it in below the lightning round iconography. There we go. That looks pretty good. Now we can do that. I'll reset that for the next person. And let me just go ahead and hit next. Again, folks, we're doing viewer worlds, but we're now in the lightning round, so each world will only have 10 minutes and 5 tries to get as far as we can. There will be no resetting at checkpoints as a result of the worlds part of this stream. But, you know, continue. We'll try our best. Also, the queue will be closing in 12 minutes. So get them in now. Also, by the way, we still do have a sub goal for Sonic 2 Watch Party and Mario Party 1 too. We just need 10 subs to do that. Just 10, both hands. And then we'll have that to look forward to at the end of the night. Alright, I'm going to go back to the thing, back to the couch, and we're going to continue. Do 5 tries start after the timer ends? No, not during the lightning round, no. It'll be like lightning round, but on a timer, but also we'll be doing multiple levels if we can, because of the worlds part of the stream. That's sort of the concept here, is that we're doing as many levels as we can within the constraints of the lightning round, and also a timer in order to make so we're not like going for 20 minutes on one person, even if it is the lightning round. Adrian's up next, and Adrian is a sub, so let me go ahead and pop up. Okay, that seems random to me. You got Luigi, Adrian. That's nice. By the way, if you are a sub, you get access to all those very lovely Tier 1 emotes. Adrian, have you seen these new emotes that I have now? There's a crocodile one. There's a choo-choo with sort of looking askew. I sort of wanted to find an emote that had like a eyes looking to the left thing. You know how in like Discord you'll see people, and maybe this is just me actually, use like the eyes emoji with the 2 eyes looking to the left, and that's like a standard emoji. I wanted to have an emote with that sort of energy. That's why I made the choo-choo, and after looking for a while over like Spriter's resource and everything, I eventually found that choo-choo and figured I could make it into what I want, and I think it came out really well. There's also the good luck, have fun Ridley there, and some other ones on some other tiers that people don't have access to, like the Brain, Weak, and the President from Sonic Adventure 2. Where's the tutu? Where's the tutu? Well, you mean like the part at the bottom? Wouldn't fit. Sort of cropped that off a little bit, didn't I? Sort of cropped off the foot of the choo-choo. Also, in that original like image, it was like artwork from Minish Cap, and it was like the choo-choo like sort of looming over Link and like his hat for a buddy, Ezio? No, that can't be right. Ezlo. I think it's Ezlo. And I had to edit those two guys out in order to make that emote look really nice, and I think it came out really well. I also moved his eyes around to make it so that he was looking to the left. You know, usually those guys, they sort of look in random directions. They're sort of like cross-eyed. But I decided to be funnier to have it so that he was looking askew a little bit. All right, let's go ahead and put 10 minutes on the clock and get a rolling. And like I said, this is Viewer Worlds. We have 10 minutes to get through, as many as we can, and also the 7 lives. This is low gravity. I don't remember low gravity having this like echoey effect. Did it always have this echoey effect on jump? Maybe it's just in this like game style. I think I've only done low gravity in like World, where maybe this echoey effect isn't present. Huh. That's interesting how that works. Dang it, should have gone to the greens. I got more cards, by the way. Looking back on my Super World, it's been a long road, hasn't it? I was just thinking about it's been a long road, getting from here to there. You know, at the start of last year, when I started streaming, I had built out the first 2 worlds of my Super World, and now I'm on World 7. So, you know, in that time, I built out World 3, World 4, World 5, and World 6. 4 whole worlds, and also started in on World 7. So, like, you know, I'd go so far as to say, like, 4.5 worlds have been done in this last year. And that's lovely to think about, and they've all been live. You know, for each world, I've been going through the process, going through the creative process live on the air. Well, maybe not all live on the air, but at least I've been updating at the top of every stream, like, hey, here's what's up with my Super World. And that's been really fun to share that with y'all and to show that shit off as it's been evolving. I hope y'all have enjoyed seeing it as much as I've enjoyed showing it off. I could probably, yeah, just totally spit on him while also bouncing off his noggin. PG, very nice. Very nice level. Thumbs up. I liked it a lot. Anyway, my Super World is called Mario Country, Waluigi's Triple Threat, by the way, for those who don't know. And it's probably going to be finished sometime next year. I wouldn't say this year because... Whoops, hang on, Am I going to be able to find the 4 levels that you want me to play? Bingo? Just next level down? Okay, let me go into here. Alright, that was Roads. Debbie's Tiny Potato. Very nice. Hi, guy back. For a second there, it almost looks like you're saying hello to a guy named Back. Bingo. Anyway, that Super World has been coming along over the course of this here year. Oh, it's gonna be. I'm gonna be really happy once that's all done, and it's all it's all solid and shit. How is the level, if you played any? I did, Bingo. I got through 2 whole levels during your thing, and then got stuck on the last one. Very nice. Let's see, what else? Is there anything else to say about the Super World? I guess not. I have been, like... It's just funny to think, like, yeah, like, over half of it didn't exist at the time I started streaming. You know, like, literally... Yeah, it was from the challenge pack, that's right. That's right, Bingo. We got stuck on the one where... We got stuck on the one where you have to go through the thing and get 4 red coins. No, it was... Did we get stuck on that one, or was the one after that? I can't remember. I think we got through the one with the 4 red coins and the 2 loops. And then we got to another one that was very similar, I think. Don't quote me on that. Anyway, that's Super World. Yeah, you know, it's just really... I hope that people enjoy seeing it come to life and come to fruition before their eyes, one stream at a time. I'll say that every time I make a new level, I feel like it's just like nothing for so long. And then, you know, all of a sudden, it becomes something. You know? Recognize any of the songs from the challenge pack? I was wondering what the song was. And I was sort of thinking like Luigi's Mansion type thing, but not quite. But probably from like a spooky game? Bingo? That's what I said at the time. Next down, fantastic. Did we die during that? If we did die, we needed to take off a life. Okay, good. I didn't forget. I didn't fuck up. We're good. So, suavemente. We got 4 minutes. What? Oh. I don't know what that means in Spanish, but I would guess it's like aguamente, meaning water, so that would be like maybe the opposite. Maybe it's like hot. I have no idea. Do not know the language. Maybe it leads like munchy. No, that'd be silly. What does it mean? What does that mean? Suavemente. Suavemente. Smoothly. I guess it's like suave, you know, that's a word I know. Suave. To be as suave, I guess that's what that means. Okay, let's do it nice and smooth and good, and Adrian has said he would like to see 5 levels get done. Or sorry, 4 levels. So this is the 3rd. We get into the 3rd, or the 4th one. There's a good chance we can do it. We just have to be good. Okay, we gotta go back and forth and hit these. Oh, actually, we gotta do this. This. Easy. That's a nice, fun little boss. Thought for a second it'd be like running back and forth and going like from on-off to on-off, but it's actually not that. Not quite, anyway. Alright, shit, we still got 2 minutes left, so we're gonna go into the 4th level as requested. Fantastic. These worlds, these viewer worlds, they are indeed viewer worlds. Ray's Sports Almanac. Oh. I know that scene from Back to the Future. I love Back to the Future. I've seen it many a time. I'm sorry, it's from Back to the Future 2. I should be more precise. It's not from Back to the Future at all. It's from the 2nd movie. Part 2. Is it called Part 2? Or is it just Back to the Future 2? Formerly a Universal Studios ride. Though nowadays they only have like shirts and stuff. And maybe like a tribute store every now and again that like honors it. You can get a Back to the Future shirt at Universal, but there's no like Back to the Future ride or like a roller coaster. I think that it would be fun if they did like like a Back to the Future roller coaster or something. That'd be a good theme for a roller coaster, but I understand they probably want to do it with like topical franchises. I wonder, do the kids today know about Back to the Future? Do the kids today think it's quaint and fun? What do the kids today think of Back to the Future? If you know any kids from today, go ahead and ask them and let me know. Like, is Back to the Future still cool? If there was a Back to the Future guy in Fortnite, would they play as them? Is there a Back to the Future guy in Fortnite? Do or die now. Oh, this is a spot the difference. These look like they're the same speed of conveyor. The coins look the same. The springs look the same. The stars look like they're on the same cycle. The one-way platform is moving constantly in the same manner, so it's not like anything weird's going on there. The icicle all looks the same to me. Don't spot the difference. I don't see any difference. Something with... If this kills you, we might be penalized for choosing wrong. I just gotta guess. Something with the semi-solid. I don't notice a difference with the semi-solid. Just looking at it, it all looks the same to me. But that's a good theory. Oh, look at that! They all lead to the same place. It's a trick. They're all the same. Nice joke. Nice joke. We hurried over nothing. Got through cleanly. Very good. GG indeed. I like that. All paths lead to 1955, I suppose, is the lesson there. Thank you, Adrian. I'm going to go ahead and hit complete on that. And it is 8:30, folks, so I'll be closing the queue now. And we'll be going through the last levels now. Adrian, if you want to get in one more, and I'd get another crack at, like... Actually, I don't know, like... Oh, I'm looking through liked courses. If you want to get in one more, and we'll play whatever you have left. Do you have anything left? Oh yeah, there's a couple here we haven't played. We haven't played this one. We haven't played. Yeah, there's definitely like some in here we haven't played, but we're almost. Well, actually, no. There's more than a handful left. Okay. You thought that the queue was closed already? It was earlier, but then I decided to do lightning round instead. Decided to do the lightning round instead of just keeping on trucking. I was a little indecisive, you see. I didn't know whether we should do the lightning round or not, but I decided it's more fun if we do. Whoops. Okay, lightning round, back to normal style. By the way, again, if you want to get extra bonus heads, now would be a great time to drop a sub. With that sub goal that we got going, I would love to watch a movie tonight. Let's go ahead and see the next level. Next level is from Lord Bowser. Lord Bowser, go ahead and confirm. You're good from now? Those are unplayed levels, or levels you retired from submitting? Wow, okay. I guess you're not big into them. Gotcha. Oh, we got through the ones that you wanted to do, so that's nice. I'm gonna do one card and then I'm gonna close the queue. Looking back on randomizers. Yeah, so that's been sort of you'll have new levels through Atrian, fantastic. Randomizers, that's sort of been a fun new thing this year for me. You know, sort of a thing that I only started because I'm on stream and shit, and I thought that, like, oh, randomizers, that's good for content. But it's also just fun. And initially it was sort of a miss. I played some of Minish Cap Randomizer, and I set it up wrong, so it wasn't as fun as it would be otherwise. And I just sort of got discouraged the first randomizer I tried. But after that, I watched a video on the Paper Mario Randomizer, and after that, I was like, oh, let's try it. And sure enough, when I tried it, it was great. And, you know, Paper Mario Randomizer is flexible enough where I was able to really customize it to be exactly what I want from a randomizer, which turned out to be really fun. As a rule, like, I'm sort of the guy who... My favorite games, like Mario Odyssey, a lot of my favorite games, Mario Odyssey, Banjo-Tooie, some stuff like that, historically speaking, are games where you can play them and like, do things in different order, right? Like, that's part of what makes things interesting to me, and what randomizers offer is a way to replay a game, but in random order, basically, which I think is really interesting. There you are, Lord Bowser, and honestly, a really good fit for me. After I got into Paper Mario, eventually I tried out DK64 Randomizer when that came out, and that turned out to be a much better way to play DK64. And in recent months, in order to get ramped up for the Randomizer Roulette, which again is coming as an extra live stream in the near future, I started out trying some more randomizers like Metroid Fusion and Minish Cap again, but done properly. And as a result, I've gotten into those as well. And also Ocarina of Time, but I will say Ocarina is a little less my speed, just because there's so much time between checks. It would probably be tedious to do alone. But the multi-world thing we did once was fun as well. Multi-world Ocarina of Time randomizer. It's neat that that's possible. And, yeah. I would like to do more randomizers, though I am kind of happy with the 4 that I've gotten really into recently. I'm happy with those, but certainly could try more. Could try, like, I know there's some Banjo randomizers, though I don't think they're as sophisticated as, like, the DK64 one. I know there's, like, there's other Metroid randomizers, there's other Zelda randomizers. I'm sure some of those would be fun to do. I'm not really sure if I could do, like, a Wind Waker randomizer just, like, on my PC. My PC is pretty old after all, but then again, it is a GameCube game. Maybe it wouldn't be that bad performance-wise. I would like to do more randomizers going forward. But yeah, it's interesting to look back and just realize, like, yeah, before I was a streamer, I just wouldn't do them. Because, you know, it sort of just felt like a streamer thing, right? And now that I am a streamer, I do randomizers, and, you know, I kind of like to do them off-stream as well. Just to, like, as a podcast game. It turns out, when you don't have anything to play, just replaying an old game but randomized is a pretty good time. Let's go ahead and get 10 minutes on the clock and go. Oh, also, it's time to close the queue. Closing the queue now. Close queue. There we go, and let me do it in the UI as well. And by the way, of course, folks, you can see in the Mario Maker UI, you can see there whether the current state of things. By the way, while we're waxing poetic here, I didn't have a card specifically for the Mario Maker UI, but that's something that changed over time. Originally, I had just the basic version that was just like the ViewerBot's basic overlay. It was made to look sort of like... I sort of ended up using the colors from like my starting soon screen, which is sort of a blue. And I sort of figured like, okay, that's gonna be the color of the heads-up display. And we went with that like for like 6 months until like relatively recently that switched out. Like in like September or something. We also had like a bigger UI that covered across the entire bottom of the screen. And had things such as, you know, my maker code and all that business as well. And, you know, you see that now I still have that, but it's a little different overall. Also, like, it used to track like my Mario Maker progress in my Super World, which is now just its own panel that I can pull up. Jeez. Which is cool as well. This is a very fast and furious level. Things are moving very fast, and I'm having to deal with a lot of these guys along the way. I always like to do stuff like that, just like coming up with an idea for how to improve the channel. A thing I could be doing, a new piece of on-screen, like, signage or something. And I put that together and I'm like, oh, I'm really satisfied now. I wonder if going forward we're going to see as much as that, or is this basically what it's going to be from here on out? You know, like in the way that the Lightning Round logo has never changed since the first time it was mocked up. I wonder if, like, the rest of the UI is now just basically as it will be going forward in time. But, you know, who knows? The first year was bound to be a time of just, like, trying out stuff and trying to move forward with things and figure things out as I go. And that's only logical. That only makes sense. Alright, we got Lakitus here. I always think Lakitus are hard to use in traditional levels just because First Life. I feel like they're not going to be that threatening if you can just run full sprint ahead and not have to deal with them. But then again, they are still a threat, especially if you have to do something like stop to get a mushroom or something, which you would have to do probably. Then again, look at me, I'm running at full speed. Getting hit. Okay, maybe the wisdom of running full speed, maybe I should question that wisdom, whether it's a good idea or not, but... Also, I could just steal this cloud right now. Motherfucker. I got lucky there. Low ceilings heal and make it so that you do have to deal with the Lakitu. You can't just, like, fly over its head or something. Motherfucker! That was a bad time for a cloud to disappear. Bah, indeed, Root Man. I assume... Well, I shouldn't assume anything. You know what? Until I see a locked door and red coins, I guess I should assume that maybe there's like a red coin hunt sequence in this level, rather than like optional red coins, since Bowser, you haven't done anything like that in your Super World thus far, so I feel like that would be a little bit unusual. Not really in your style. Not really in my style either. I feel like if you want to do red coins, personally I would rather see it be like just, you know, big coins of some denomination. Or like in a it could be in the secret area or something. Okay, I guess there was an optional red coin thing in that level. I don't know where though. Wait a minute. Maybe it'd be like, oh. That'd be a good place to hide him if you just went up and there was like a pipe up there or something that led to a secret area. Lakitu's got a whole gaming setup in their clouds. I know they got cameras in there, so yeah, that would make sense. There we go, we got through Lakitu's skies. I wonder if we can get through the rest of this world in the next... Oh, we only got one level left. We could absolutely get through this world. Could absolutely. Let me do another card. Looking back on self-sufficiency. That's something I, you know, tend to do. You know, I'll say, like, all the stickers, all the emotes, all the UI elements, all the panels, like, almost all the art that's involved in this is something that I've put together myself by, like, you know, messing around with things from like, Spriter's Resource, or capturing things on my own, or finding screenshots and editing them. I've very rarely had the opportunity to, like, ask someone to make something for me, like a logo or something. Usually I just try it myself and just throw it together. And I will say, like, looking forward, you know, there are I do think it would be nice to occasionally bring in some people I know and be like, hey, I know there's a streamer named Baltimore that likes to make like iconography and logos for some streamers that I follow and know. He's another streamer friend of ours, and I would
No.
I would at some point like to maybe have the opportunity to like use some of his art, right? Or have like a logo thing made by him. Honestly, like this level could also be reworked using thwomps instead of skewers. I don't know, I like the skewers though. I mean, any level can be reworked with anything if you try hard enough. I definitely, in my current level, I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to use skewers because I do want to use skewers somewhere in my super world, perhaps in multiple levels even. Using them during an auto-scroller like this makes sense because they do, you know, that does mean that they're always going to be predictable. Whereas if they were not auto-scroller, you can confirm you did that. Honestly, this level did this for the time of root. Oh, you reworked levels is what you're saying, Bingo. Gotcha. Gotcha. We got one try left, folks. Let's make it count. That said, you know, when I have an idea, typically the thing I will tend to do is just open up, like, paint.net and go to town, start trying to make it work however I can. And usually, I've been just able to do it, and it's you know, resulted in some pretty fucking good emotes, some really nice, like, Mario heads, the lightning round iconography, all the iconography that appears. It all looks good. And I'm quite satisfied with all that. That said, like, you know, it certainly would be fun and nice if I could, like get some sort of, like, cross-promotion going. Also a thing, I'm sure if, like, Baltimore made a thing, I could say, like, hey, Baltimore made this thing. And Baltimore would be like, oh yeah, I made that thing, and he'd be happy about that. I like to make... I would like it if, you know, friends of mine were happy, but also at the same time, I'm just always figuring out things by myself, you know? Honestly, when I originally was doing this new, like, Mario Maker UI stuff, my original thought was like, oh, could this be something that Baltimore made me? And then we talked about it, and it's like, actually, maybe not so much up Baltimore's alley, and maybe actually something simpler would be better. So I ended up just editing, like, a screenshot of Mario Maker and making that into the UI, like the Mario Maker UI, basically, in-game, and making that into the... And it turned out really fucking well. And I really love the new AI, and honestly, I would love to find a chance at some point for Baltimore to get involved. Wow, look at that. We finished... Oh shit, that's not the end of the world. This is the end of the world. And look at that. We're just in time too. We have one try here. It's do or die. It's do or die here. Let's do it or let's die. We have two choices, basically. Oh, fuck. Oof.
Oh no!
We chose to die. We chose to die. Oops. Thank you for the level. Thank you for the level. We got an airship to take on before we go to World 6. That's right. That's true. Thank you, Lord Bowser. That was lovely. Lots of good levels tonight. Let me get the lightning round back up. I keep accidentally dismissing it because of the do or die. You're here because you can't sleep. You want to lay down, but you found the biggest fucking wolf spider? Damn, Wild West. The queue is closed, but if you want to get... I could do you one if you want to get in here. We are now wrapping up, and after this we'll be going over to Sonic Adventure 2. Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. I think it's Battle. That version. Next level is just normal. Just normal, go ahead and confirm. Shout out to Whataburger. See you later, Lord Bowser. Lord Just Normal says snake. Very nice. Want to shout out Whataburger? I've gone to Whataburger many times after these long streams and had like a burger. Pretty good burger from them. They're open late, so it's very easy for me to go have a burger even at like 1 a.m. when I'm ending the stream. Shout out to them for making that possible. I've enjoyed a lot of burgers over this last year at like 2 a.m. or some shit. You know, just due to this whole streaming thing. Shout out to them. Let's go ahead and put 10 minutes on the clock. And we also have 5 tries, whichever runs out first, basically. Wes, let me know if you want to get in on this. I will say I do want to get to Sonic, but you know, since you haven't gotten a turn, wouldn't mind sneaking you in the queue. Just let me know if you're interested. If you want to just watch, that's fine too. That's fun. I think Wesley, when you were first, when you first came on the stream, when you first found the stream, let's say, when you first submitted a level, you had just gotten the game at that point, right? So you didn't have that many levels to submit. Have you been able to put together any new ones, or still pretty much just with the first couple? Understand either way, you know, Mario Maker, it's a creative endeavor. So, you know, you can very easily get burned out, just making, and end up with, like, drawing a blank, running on empty, and just going like, I don't know. And at times like that, sometimes you just gotta step away and, you know, give yourself time to unwind, and maybe unwind is the wrong word. You step away from it a bit, you come back, the ideals will come blowing out your ass. Gualtieri said that. You know, in Sopranos, I still don't know why they call him Paulie Walnuts. Like, the people call him Paulie Walnuts. I've seen that show, like, so many times. They almost never call him Paulie Walnuts, like, in the show. And I'm confused, like, is that just... am I just, like, blanking on the times where he's like, hey, Walnuts, how you doing? That's why they call me Paulie Walnuts. Hey, that's why they call... I can't do a voice. Is there a point where he, like, says, oh, that's why they call me Paulie Walnuts, because I got big walnuts? Yeah, maybe that's it. I don't know. I don't know the origin of that, or where it's actually even mentioned in the show. Maybe it's just sort of like an interview thing, right? But I feel like people are more likely to call him Paulie Walnuts than just his fucking name, which is Paulie Gualtieri. Gualtieri. And it's a good name, too. Gualtieri. That's a fun name. Thank you for the level. Just normal. We are blasting through these. Again, this here is Viewer Worlds today, so we're doing multiple levels for each person within the confines of, you know, a 15-minute timer to start with, and now a 10-minute timer / 5 lives, because it's now lightning round, basically. Do another card. Looking back on the schedule, Variety Nights, and Friday. When I started, my schedule was a little more erratic, a little more what's that expression? Catch as can do? A little more spotty and just like, yeah, whenever I feel like it, basically. Then for a while, you know, after like a lot of streaming in December because I had a bunch of time off, for a while the schedule was, thank you, just normal. The schedule was Tuesdays and Thursdays. And on both days, there was Mario Maker and also some sort of playthrough or special thing. And then I would mix in like special events randomly, you know, like special streams. Then around like, geez, I would say like sometime in the summer. I started doing the Friday stream because I wanted to get more more days streamed to get like viewer emotes or follower emotes faster. And Friday became just a nice short Mario Maker stream, which ended up being a really good time slot for Mario Maker, so I ended up sticking with that. And because of that, Thursday became more of a variety day, where basically anything could happen. And I would do anything because, you know, Friday is right after Thursday, and I didn't want to do the same game twice in a row. A little after that, the Tuesday stream was changed to a Monday stream, and, you know, that's how it has been since then. Mondays, Thursdays, Fridays. And I've occasionally also mixed in Tuesday streams as well, and, like, Sunday streams. Jeez, that actually reminds me. I lied. Using the bomb. Actually, that's not my bomb emote. That's someone else's bomb emote. That's right, bomb indeed. I forgot that there was a time early on where Sunday was stream day. It was like Sunday, Tuesday was the stream schedule. And eventually I realized, like, oh, I don't like to do anything on Sunday. I like to sleep in on Sunday. I don't like to do things. And Sunday became just a day of relaxation instead. Which, you know, it has been ever since, other than a few, you know, one-off streams for fun that have happened to be on Sundays. Bird? That's right, Bird. I don't know, like, I'll say, I don't know for sure if, like, the schedule will always be the same. You know, maybe we'll mix in more Tuesday streams. And of course, like this December, I have a lot of time off again. I have 3 weeks. Not simultaneous. I have 3 weeks consecutive. So, all those weeks, I imagine, will have a bunch of streams to them. They'll be just sort of, you know, maybe even at normal times, or not normal times, maybe even like during the day. Like we could start a stream at 2 p.m. on a Tuesday when I'm streaming on weekdays, or like do lunchtime viewer levels, which I've done a few times. Like there was a week where I had a week off, and I did like a stream a day, and I had like lunchtime viewer levels one day. You know what it was? It was that I was actually during that week working around like the SGDQ schedule, because there were some runs I wanted to watch, so that some streams ended up at weird times in order to, you know, not conflict with runs I wanted to watch. But that was fun. Thursdays, I will say, like, honestly speaking, I have given thought to moving off Thursdays. Like, maybe like a Wednesday stream or like a Tuesday. Maybe not Tuesday. Maybe like a Wednesday stream would be better for like the middle of the week stream rather than Thursday. But I do like Thursday. It's towards the end of the week. And, you know, having like a 2-day span without streams, I think makes a lot of sense to me in the middle of the week. Like, that's a good breather between, like, streams. You know what I mean? What would be a cool idea? If you have a randomizer giving you a certain way, you have to play giving you a certain array? Like a certain thing? You have to play a viewer level? Yeah, totally. Like, interspersing viewer levels with other things would make sense. The only thing that's a barrier to that is just, like, you know, for people who aren't, like, following currently, they're not necessarily gonna know, like, hey, I'm doing Mario Maker viewer levels if I don't have the category to be Mario level, or Mario Maker, right? That said, I do now, when I do something before Mario Maker, I do now always open the queue before it starts so that people who know can get in first. But, to do, like, it as a punishment thing, I feel like that would be harder for people to find. I feel like once we start doing viewer levels, it's best structurally to just keep on doing them, you know? Not a bad idea for a channel point reward or something. Or yeah, actually, yeah, like, it could be a channel point reward as well, just as easily. I have given thought to that, like, for a while, I'll say, there was a channel point reward for, like, and I'll say, like, there's some channel point rewards that never ever got redeemed, like, there was a channel point reward for, instead of a viewer level, go play a level from Donkey Kong Country. where the submitter could choose a level from DKC, and I would go play it. But no one ever redeemed that, I guess because people don't come to Mario Maker streams to watch Donkey Kong Country levels. They come to watch DKC, or they come to watch Mario levels. It was a decent idea, just not really, didn't really make sense, realistically. Okay, I'm gonna pull up one more card. Thinking about finishing Live Alive. Never finished Live Alive, the remake of it that came out on Switch this year. Finished a bunch of the arcs, but not like half of them. And also, I think there's like a final arc after you finish all the other ones that sort of ties everything together. I haven't gotten anywhere near to that. It would be really good to spend the time, but, you know... And I did say at the time that I thought it was great how each of the chapters is like relatively short. There's the timer. It's now do or die. Do or die time, folks. But you know, I just haven't found the time for it. I guess part of that is that, you know, I said I was doing randomizers. I've done a lot of randomizers as like podcast games and like as games in my free time, just playing through a randomizer real fast. And I guess that is taking the time of like games I could be playing off stream, like other such games that I could be making progress on if I were to just, you know, give the randomizers a break, you know? Thank you for all the levels. We got through... Oh, look at that. There's the castle for this world. We'll get that next time. Hey, Shag, how's it going? Good to see you back. Let's go ahead and get the lives refreshed. Get the do or die out of here. Oh, wait, does... Oh, no. I was wondering if do or die was dismissed by hitting the refreshing the lives. See you next time, Just Normal. That's right. I'll see you later. Next level is by Droopman. Next world, I should say. And Droopman just said GG. Droopman is here. I'm going to punch it in. I'm going to pull up a card. Thinking about playing more Scarlet Nexus. Never finished Scarlet Nexus. Was having a good time and just sort of like fell off at some point. I did play Lilo to save and play a bit of it as part of a stream. Like, oh hey, there's a 3x3 redeem. I'm going to do that real fast. Going over to the couch now. I said the couch, I meant going over to here. By the way, I know a bunch of the channel point rewards are disabled just because today there's a bunch of stuff we want to get to, and it's going to be a long night, so I figured that, you know, too many channel point redemptions could get in the way of things. But, just that one is the one that was enabled because it shouldn't take that much time to solve a 3x3. Alright, get up the camera. Grab this. I'll be enabling all those for next stream if y'all want to make me, like, do 30 minutes of Facelift, the Mario Party minigame. Which, by the way, I don't have that unlocked in, Mario Party on the N64 Online yet, so I would be doing that in Superstars, basically. Alright. Shuffled? Shuffled. Let's go. Alright, first step, you make the cross. The white cross. So basically, I'm getting all these pieces here. Go ahead and put that there. Oh, look at that. Red's just sort of found its way into place automatically. That's convenient. Okay, now we're doing the white corners. Finally, this one. And now we do the center edges. These edges go in. And they go in like this. There's just like one algorithm I have to do each time to pull up the guy and pull it into position. The algorithm right here that you're seeing. I don't have the words to explain like what actually I do. I just sort of do this, that, and the other thing, and voila, there you go. Oh, look at that. The yellow cross is automatically done. These two are switched though, so I have to correct the order of them. And that's done. Now I just have to do the corners. This corner is correct, so we can use that as to correct the other corners. Now they're in the right positions, all the corners. So just have to do an algorithm to put them all into the right order. And there we go. There you go, it's completed. I've been recently having some fun, like, idly solving these things. And not idly solving these things. Recently I've realized that, like, oh, if you do, like, almost any random pattern of, like, turns, you will just automatically find loops that, like, go around in, like, sequences, right? Like, if I do this repeatedly, you see there it solves itself in 6 repetitions of those series of chants. And that'll be the case, like, with a lot of random sequences of like, things you can think of. Like, you see there, it took, like, 10. I've counted up those 2. Those are my favorite to do. And if you just repeat this over and over again, it will be solved. So I've just been having fun occasionally going like, okay, what about this random series? What about this random sequence? Like, how many will this loop? How many times do I need to do this until it loops? And sometimes it's like, oh, if this sequence will be like 60 times. And it's like, oh, geez, that's too many. And I did the math on one the other day, and I found like, oh, this will loop every 360 repetition. It's like, oh, God, no wonder I was like doing it for like 10, 20 minutes and going like, yeah, and the thing about this is that it's, if you fuck it up, if you do like a wrong turn or something, it will not repeat because something got screwed up in there. But I tell you, just like, honestly, like anything, like 1, 2, 3, like 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, like this, where I'm doing like top, middle, and sort of bringing this one around. And this one's a little more chaotic, but it will eventually loop, I assure you. And sometimes you can tell when everything is like in like a similar place to where it is, but like upside down or something. You can tell that it's like halfway through. Hop Kyle G09. Dup. And it's solved. Look at that. It eventually... That one's a bit long until it repeats, but it's, it does do. Easy. That's right. And that's a trick, by the way. If anyone does this and say, like, okay, how do you solve this fast without necessarily reversing what you did? You could just forward what you did and repeat it 6 times, and that'll be, like, a way to solve it, like, in like, the same amount. Or, like, 5 times as much. That's probably not the most efficient, but at the very least, you can figure it out in, like, 2 seconds. That said, sometimes they're complicated enough, like, let's say, what if you did a sequence like this? What if you did a sequence like this? Your friend Sinister X Sinisters is great with Rubik's Cubes? Yeah. What if you did a sequence of this and then you turned the cube and repeated it? How long until that repeated? And the answer is probably a while. Probably a while. Like, you add in a rotation there, it's going to make for some really complicated patterns that are going to be hard to repeat. But in theory, just about any like combination will repeat on a long enough time scale on account of there's only an infinite amount of configurations a cube can take. So, you know, you can't infinitely shuffle up a cube. Like, it won't... There is no such pattern. They haven't found a pattern that hits every combination if there is one. So, like, you don't have to worry about it. Any random combination will eventually repeat. It might just take hundreds of iterations if you're not... If it's in some cases. Alright, let's get back to the couch and let's do Droopman's level. Ugh. Also, it's just a fun thing to do idly, just like repeat patterns over and over again on a cube. as you're watching a television show or something, and just go like, okay, well, eventually it's gonna get solved, or I'm gonna fuck it up and you know, be unable to solve it, you know, and it's just gonna be fucked up, and I'll just give up. And in either case, whether I solve it and I'm satisfied, or if I don't and it's like, okay, well, whatever, something went wrong, you know, it's occupying my hands and all that business. Is this the next stage? Let me check. This is did I put in Droopman's code? Yes, I did. Okay. My memory is sometimes spotty. Like, I just did this 2 seconds ago. I shouldn't be forgetting. Let's go. Let's do it. We have 10 minutes and 5 lives to get as far as we can. That's the setup. And by the way, I will say again, we got that sub goal for a watch party and Mario Party. Just need 10 by the end of this, by the end of Sonic Adventure 2, that whole sequence. And then we'll do that. We might be going very late, but hey, it's an anniversary, it's a big stream. That's only good and proper to go late. And also I'll say, you know, if we don't hit our goal, we'll do another sub goal sometime in the future, and I'll transfer over all the progress we make tonight over to that. So if we get like 8 subs in, we'll have another sub in like another such thing in like a week's time or something at some point, and it'll be like for something else, like a watch party or something. Maybe not Sonic Adventure 2, but we'll see. Sonic 2 movie, but we'll see. We'll see. Maybe not this exact thing. Maybe something different, but it could be. Honestly, it could be this exact thing. I mean, I still might have to complete the... You know, there might be still more Sonic Adventure 2 after this stream to complete. So maybe, like, that stream could also end with a watch party if we should we not meet it tonight. But we'll see, we'll see. Alright. We're busting. Dark Rylu. Rating with a party of 3. Wow, Dark Rylu, thank you. I'm doing... How you doing, Dark Rylu? I am doing, I am celebrating a year of Twitch streaming, and I'm doing Mario Maker viewer levels. Viewer worlds, actually. I'm doing viewer worlds, which is to say that I'm doing, basically, as many levels as I can do in the time that I allot. I'll get through as many as I can. And by the way, if y'all, let me give you a shout out. Let me give you a exclamation shout out. Dark Riolu 27. That's not the number. There we go. What were you playing? You're playing Mario Maker 2 as well. Nice. Let me open the queue for you. If y'all want to get in a level and do so, be my guest as new folks, as raiders. I would like to see some levels from y'all. And like I said, I'm doing it wherein I have 5 tries to do it. This is the lightning round, but it's viewer worlds today on account of my anniversary, my Streamiversary, my 1 year of streaming anniversary type thing. So I'll also have a 10-minute timer, and as many levels as I can do in the 10 minutes. That's how many we'll do. And after that, we got Sonic Adventure 2 Battle planned. As soon as we get through the levels that are in queue now, and any that you guys want to put in right now, go ahead. I'll close that up after you guys get in, if you so wish, if you so desire. Again, this is the lightning round. I only have 5 tries to do it, no matter what. Usually that's how we do things. We do it with... Usually the lightning round is 5 tries, 7 for subs, and look at that. That's a clever little way to do the thing. 7 for subs, and also if I get a checkpoint, I refresh the tries. But right now, it's more of a viewer worlds thing. So instead of refreshing, I keep them as they are, and I move on to the next level, and I try to get as far as I can on these 5 lives. Sort of a twist on things in order to celebrate, basically. How was your stream? What were you guys doing? I see you were doing Mario Maker. Were you doing viewer levels? Or like, endless or versus or something of that sort. I'll say personally, I don't really do the endless modes or like the endless modes or the or like the versus. For me, Mario Maker is about making levels or like you know, playing levels that I find from places, from either, you know, websites or from the viewers, y'all. And of course, I make a lot of good levels as all. I would recommend y'all check out my fucking twice in the same spot. That's not good. I recommend y'all check out my levels. I have my own super world that is let me pull up a card for that. Look at this. I can pull up a thing that explains what it is. It's called Waluigi's Triple Threat, Mario Country. I'm 32 levels in, 6 worlds in, and it'll be done sometime next year. It's coming out pretty fucking well. I think y'all would like it. Punch in that maker code, which is at the bottom of the screen. If y'all want to try out what's up right now. We're gonna be patient. We're gonna be good. We're not gonna fall right here again. There we go. Look at that. We indeed did not die. I like that little bit there. So I have to bait out the icicles before proceeding. It's a nice little bit of design. Very nice and clean. All right. And also how it will work is that if the timer runs out, I'll basically be in do or die. And I either have to finish the level... I'm on in one go. Or I have to, or I finish it and then we move on. Basically, that's how it works. Y'all don't want to get any levels, y'all raiders. That's fine with me. I'll close the queue again after this. Thank y'all regular viewers for not getting in on that. Like I said, oh, jeez! I didn't realize that those would break the blocks. I needed to not go forward there. Thank you for the super world. I think we got a couple levels in there, right? We got a couple levels in this time. Did we just get one level in? Jeez. There are some hard ones, I suppose. Thank you anyway, it was fun. I'm sure next time we'll get through that next time. And by the way, for those joining, for those who are new here, let me tell you about my schedule. I usually stream on Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays. Mondays around 8 p.m. Central, Thursdays around 8 p.m. Mario Maker on Fridays and Mondays. Fridays around 6 p.m. Central. I will say, though, since I've doing Mario Maker tonight, which I don't usually do in the middle of the week, I'm thinking maybe Friday doing some Paper Mario Randomizer. It's been a while, I think, since I did a Paper Mario Randomizer stream. I'd like to do that live on air. That'll be coming up. Look for that Friday. All right. What else? Well, I don't see any of the folks joining the queue, so I'm just gonna close it back down. It looks like we'll just have our last level now. Last world of the night. I'm not gonna assume that I'm not only gonna get through one of these levels, but I will say the last time I played this level, it seemed pretty fucking hard, so I'll do my best. Gonna see ya, Droop. Bleh. See ya, Droop. Friday. So probably some Paper Mario. In the mood for Paper Mario. And of course, that'll be a little bit of prep for the randomizer roulette, which will be an extra life thing that I do, wherein I'll play 4 randomizers, in random order. Basically, I have a thing that switches between the Sunshine remix. I've already done the Sunshine remix, though. Actually, I haven't finished this one. Tell you what, yeah, we'll start with this one. Oh, wait a minute. This is a hard one, though. Let's see. We'll do challenge mode as per your suggestion. We'll do the challenge mode, and we'll come back to those ones earlier. The final level of Mario Sunshine. That's right. I remember that. We'll do these for you. And that'll be how we rain out these. By the way, I got these cards. Let me pull up another one. Thinking about playing more Eastward. Eastward's a game I never finished. It seemed very good, sort of like somewhere between like Zelda and Earthbound. But it also seemed like 30 hours long, and just couldn't find the time. I would like to go back to that and actually finish it off. Not sure if that would be something I would do on stream. Maybe it's like oh, let's see where I was at and continue from there. That could be a fun thing. Or maybe it's just a little bit weird. Tip, this level has a confusing funhouse mirror. Gotcha. Alright, 5 tries, and I would like to get back to Eastward. Eastward and Scarlet Nexus are the 2 games from last year that I look at and go like, man, I wish I found more time for them. I think I would have really enjoyed them had I been able to get through a lot of them, just haven't found the time. I see the gimmick here. Wait, do I? I thought the gimmick might be that on the other side of the mirror is like where you have to do the thing, but it doesn't really line up, does it? Wait a minute. Hidden block under... It's a weird mirror. I guess it's like a funhouse mirror, so that some stuff is higher and lower than it seems. Block is here. Oh, I see. We have to do off-screen stuff. Oh! That makes sense. Oh! That's kind of a neat idea. Literally making you do, like, off-screen platforming in order to, like, get through. That's a neat application of the auto-scroll, like, screen lock thing. It's also funny how, like, literally you can't hear Mario when he's up there. It sounds like that to me. It sort of sounds like a Atari noise. Like a very low Atari noise. It's kind of strange. There we go. And now, fortunately, we have this so we can bail off. It's technically not off-screen. I mean, you are definitely off-screen. I guess the Funhouse Mirror version of you is totally on-screen, but that feels like a technicality to me. Alright. Alright. Look at that, checkpoint. You only used one of our tries so far, so good shape. I was curious what happened if you boned up. If you became bones while you were in the wind, and the answer is you still get blown. Is that a suggestive sentence? If you bone up in the wind, you get blown? That is a vaguely suggestive sentence. Maybe not as suggestive as it could be. I would say less suggestive than it otherwise would be. You could do more suggestive than that, is what I'm saying. We've gotten through a lot of cards here tonight, folks. I will say I prepared a lot of them, and still, I think at the rate we're going, we'll be able to see all of them by the end of the stream, which I'm glad for because I made so damn many of them. So I wanted to, touch on things I was looking forward to, things I was looking back at, and wanted to be complete and shit. So I ended up writing a lot of them. Also, you might notice that these blue cards typically mean follow-up, and I have changed that to also mean, blue cards can also now mean look back on. So sort of nostalgic type things. This one's kind of a troll level. Well, let's do our best then. Is it possible that the keys are bad? One thought that just occurs to me right now. What if the keys are bad, and if you collect them, it prevents you from going to the next area? A thought that occurs to me. Okay, let's take these. It's possible because the way that the game works is that if you have a key box will automatically take you where it takes you. So you can totally set it up so that if you go into a key box, okay, it's good. The keys aren't bad, they're just a reminder you took someone's soul. Got it. So what, is this like a ghost? Pacifist. Oh, okay. So if you kill someone, you get their key. It's like a pacifist percent, meaning if you go through without killing anyone, you won't get a key. Oh, I see, okay. That's kind of an interesting gimmick. I don't mean that to say it is a bad thing, I mean that, well, I think a lot of the levels have gimmick. Boxes and water are legally dead. Yeah, you can break those, that's correct. What about, weren't there just keys that are out in the open? Whose soul did I take to get those? I'll tell you, I did not. I don't think I killed anyone to get those dealies. Whoa! Off screen again, but it's fine. I had faith, and my faith was rewarded. I'm gonna kill that guy. I'm gonna kill this guy. I did not get the pacifist run. What happens if you go through that? Oh, you die. Wait. Oh my god. That's where the ending is, so if you hit someone, you can't finish. Oh my god. Didn't realize that. But hey, look at that, we have a checkpoint. So now we have another chance to not kill anyone this time. You should, I'll say, like, as a little thought, one thing that would be maybe good is if you could have it so that you see the ending at the start, so that the player can immediately know that that the condition is there. That would be a good, like, clear condition, by the way, if Nintendo had that one. It wouldn't be bad, you know, like, bullies won't die in the vertical sky world, so you can, like, bust them down. Huh, that's an interesting thing. Didn't know that. How about another card while we're waiting for this to go through? Shout out to Big Man Boss Fight. I mentioned earlier that I finished Splatoon 3 last night, and I gotta say, shout out to Big Man. His boss fight was... The Big Man boss fight was fucking good. Fuck, I killed that guy. What a goddamn good boss fight. You know, I'm hesitant about spoiling it because it was so damn good. But... Mute it for a second. Mute it, Big Man. No, I mean Big Man from Splatoon 3. Mute your stream if you don't want to hear it. If you're sensitive for spoilers, I'm gonna give like a count of 5. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Yo, the Big Man boss fight. It's fucking Sunshine. Big Man becomes like a slime spreading ghost, like in Sunshine. It's just like in the mission of Sunshine where the Manta Ray does exactly that. It's just fucking good. I saw that and I was like, oh my god, they're doing Sunshine! Holy shit. Just so fucking pleased with that decision. That just the most inspired shit I ever seen. Oh fuck. Dude. Okay, there you go, dude. Also, I guess it hits walls in the 3D world style. Ah, god! That was...
Oh no!
Yeah, we were done. And that was the last try, folks. Thank you for the levels. We'll have to do that one another time. Finish it off another time. That is Mario Maker. That is Super Mario Maker Viewer Worlds. Y'all, let me ask, did you enjoy Viewer Worlds? Was it an interesting like variant on the usual Mario Maker thing? Did you like it? There's a reason why it's called challenge mode. That's fair. Did you enjoy this here Viewer World stream? Hope you did. It was kind of fun playing through a lot of levels in a row of a lot of different folks. I think we ended up like going for just about the right amount of time, what I was expecting. Hope folks enjoyed seeing that. Hope everyone had a good time. It's now time to go over to the other game of tonight, which is Sonic Adventure 2. One of my favorite games. I love the game. I'm going to put this down. I'm going to turn off the Switch, and then we're going to switch over to the Xbox. All right, switching over now. Grabbing my controller, my Xbox controller, and turning on the Xbox. Where's the sound? There's the sound! Oh, how it's loud. Hang on, let me adjust that. That's probably much too loud, isn't it? Asked and answered. Okay, let me adjust real fast. 1 second. How's that? How's that doing for everyone? Does that sound good? Can you hear me clearly? Is the game not too loud? How do we think about this? Maybe a little, just a tad touch lower. I think this is good. I think this is now good. The music is like a little rockin', so that's why it is louder, I guess. All right, I'm gonna change this. And I'm gonna change the name of this. Every 5 lives, I switch between campaigns. Alright, let's go ahead and take away the viewer levels, viewer worlds, super worlds, and we'll put in challenge, because this is kind of a challenge stream. Alright, oops. Oh, I gotta put in Sonic Adventure 2. 1 second. Sonic Adventure 2. Let's see, Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, right? This is Battle, isn't it? Is this Sonic, is this just not... Let me see for a second. Yeah, I guess this logo is just Sonic Adventure 2. Not Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. Alright. Sonic Adventure 2 time, y'all. I'm going to now go over to the Sonic scene that I have set up. One second, the thing broke. I'll fix that. There we go. Folks, it's Sonic Adventure 2 Battle, and we have a fun stipulations here. in that we only have 5 tries to get as far as we can in each campaign, and every 5 tries we lose, we're going to switch from dark to light and back and vice versa. We're starting with light, and you see there we got 5 lives, and every time we lose one, they'll go down as such, like yay, ba, 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 in that order. And then we'll go over to the dark side, and you can see there they have different heads. And you see there's the dark Chow, there's Gamma from Battle specifically, Sonic Battle specifically. There's and there's the 3 members of Team Dark, at least in this game. That is to say, Rouge, Eggman, and Shadow himself. And of course, same as the good guys, they'll pop off like that. Also, by the way, the Shadow and Shadow Eggman and Sonic Tails heads will probably become bonus heads in the regular lightning round thing before too long. I'm gonna post to a place real fast just to say again that we're doing it. All right. On to Sonic Adventure 2. Exclamation point. All right. I'll just post that there. Sonic Adventure 2. One of my favorite games. I love this game. It's fun and good, and we're playing with a weird stipulation. I've started a new file, so we have nothing. We have nothing. We have no abilities. We're starting from nothing. And we're gonna watch the cutscenes because they're good.
Heading due south over the city. We're en route. Everything's a go.
This is Control Tower. We have you on radar. Report cargo status of captured Hedgehog aboard. Over.
That's a 10-4. Cargo secured on board and... What?
Copy. Over.
Gone. He's taken out everyone aboard and...
What's wrong?
Maybe a little hotter.
Over.
Freeze! What do you think you're doing? Get the Hedgehog!
Talk about low-budget flights. No food or movies. I'm out of here. I like running better.
How's this sound, by the way? Can you hear me clearly over the game? I like this music whips so much. We should be loud.
Attention all units. Suspect seen heading south. Block all major roads and capture the suspect.
Please let me know if it's just a little too hot. I think I should be audible. Maybe it might be just so. Yeah! Doing great so far. I will say, I don't think this game is like super long, honestly. You could get through like most of it, or even all of it, other than like the final campaign here tonight. I'll say if we get through the whole game in like 2 hours, I guess we'll go on to the final campaign. Like, that would only be fair, that would only make sense. I did say, we're gonna go late. We're gonna go late tonight. That's the plan.
Here we go.
Here we go, indeed. Yeah. It's been a bit since the last time I played this. I guess, geez, I think the last time I played this might have been the time that I did that 30 minutes of Metal Harbor, which, by the way, you will be seeing tonight. Metal Harbor is definitely going to be We're definitely gonna get there, folks. All right. This music is a little more forgettable. This particular track. There's no Crush 40. It's just sort of like generic rock music. I guess it does actually. It's just like a instrumental version of the song. I'm gonna actually take it down just a notch. Like maybe there.
Too easy. Piece of cake. This game of tag is boring. I'm out of here. Finally decided to show up, eh? Okay, bring it
Spider
on.
Troop Bigfoot reporting to headquarters. Intruder has been located.
Copy that.
Okay. Okay, I'm gonna stick with this volume right here. I think this is about right. It might, I might honestly be able to make it a little bit louder, but I'd like to be on the safe side. I do have a thing now that lets me like test out what I sound like, and I do sound audible from that, but I think maybe that might be. The audio level in that might be a little lower than live, so I might sound louder than I do in that. But then again, hey, that just encourages me to be on the safe side, and that's probably a good idea to begin with. Be on the safe side. I wonder when we'll die the first time. Probably will be a bit. Honestly, it would be funny if we got through the whole game without dying. Wouldn't that be a weird thing? Wouldn't that be unusual?
This is Spider Troop Bigfoot. Bigfoot to headquarters. Over.
Bigfoot's nearly down.
Request backup.
Planet of the Chaos. Poster on the wall. Fantasy Star Online, poster on that wall. Are there any other posters we should look at? Chaos Kohler. There we go, we did it. What does that say?
Hey guys.
Hales Burger?
There.
Nice. Alright. What? We all know this cutscene. This cutscene's good. This is one of the
Starts with this.
good cutscenes in this game.
The ultimate power.
Hey,
Chaos Emerald.
I got him on my shirt, you see.
Now I know what's going on. The military has mistaken me for the likes of you. So, where do you think you're going with that emerald? Say something, you fake hedgehog.
Chaos Control.
Chaos Control.
The voices could be a little louder, I think, in this game. Voices could be a bit louder. I wonder if there's options to set that, if we could, like, adjust the volume levels.
Hey, it's not his speed. He must be using the Chaos Emerald to warp.
Sort of.
I'm the world's ultimate life form. There's no time for games. Farewell.
Bye.
What is
We'll check in the options, see if there's, like, a mixer or something. Feel like...
Just let it go. You just don't know when to get
That's Rouge. She's a bat.
What are you talking about? That emerald's mine.
He's trying to take the emerald.
Like that, the Master Emerald contains
You might have
special
seen
powers that
Sonic
neutralize
movie,
energy of the chaos
Sonic 2
element.
movie, which by the way, watch party is a goal tonight. You can see that at the bottom.
Look who's calling who.
Knuckles in it, and this is basically what happens in that.
I hate it.
Except that in that one, actually no, that's more like Sonic 3.
Master Emerald.
That's the plot of Sonic 3, the
Dr.
movie,
Eggman.
is.
So that's Dr. Eggman.
I'll just take it with me. Farewell.
Okay, have fun.
Not if I can help it.
What are you doing, man? Don't punch it. He punched it and it all went into shards. I thought that look, by the way,
Look what you did to my emerald.
that look she just did a second ago, I thought that was funny. I tried to make that into a thing.
In pieces, I can restore it. And by the way, that's not
Ended up not being that good, though.
I'll look into it once I get back to the base.
It is a funny look.
I despise anyone who
Wait,
tries to
why is the
destroy
pyramids
me.
there?
All the world's gems are mine to
How
get.
close
Yeah, we'll
does...
see about that, Batgirl.
Wait. Oh wait, this is Wild. I guess Wild Canyon is pretty close to. It's pretty close to the pyramids then. Let me go into the help and options settings.
Options.
Yeah, stereo. What? Huh? Okay, let me go exit game and see if there's anything in the the main menu.
Options.
Okay, here we can select the language for voiceover. We do want English. We can change the start menu screen, clear records, save or load data, vibration setting. Okay, no option for volume mixing there. I guess it is how it is. I wonder if that's just something that's particular to this version of the game, because I swear you can call him Knuckles. I swear the audio was easier to hear. Alright. One on the side of the under 4 feathers. If you don't know this game, the way that this works is that I'm looking for emeralds, and they're randomly placed, and these terminals will give me clues. And also I can scent them in my feet, like when I'm close to them. Right here. The clues are side of bird chest, under 4 feathers. And it's a high place right there. Next one, armored carpool. Somewhere like here, where these cars are. Beautiful. Look at that, folks, we're trucking. The beginning room, well, there's no two ways to interpret that. Have to go back to where we started. I think that, and this might strike people as being ironic, but I swear to you it's not. I think that Sonic Adventure 2 is definitely a nominee for best soundtrack in a game. The variety of these tracks, and there's some that are really good, some of them that are really bad, but funny bad. It's good and you like it, and they like to hear this fucking. Jeez, right in the place where we started, right above our heads. You like to hear it, basically. And there's some really good
Yeah,
I
feel
think,
good.
and also, thing I really like is that all the characters, they all have different sort of takes on the theme, right? That's not it. Each of their different levels have different styles of music. Knuckles has funny
There's
raps.
no mistake about it.
Tails has some really
It's a secret military base that is reinforced and super strong. It's called Prison Island. I heard the news about it on satellite TV.
satellite TV.
I can't believe that Sonic destroyed the military building.
I heard about it on satellite TV.
Wait for me, okay?
God,
I'm on my way.
timely.
What? Hey, look, it's Amy. And Eggman too.
Tails has some
What's Amy matter.
real like
Amy, because she's in danger.
some like smoothie jazzy music, I guess, is how I would describe it. It's kind of sort of easy listening music, I'll say. Eggman has like some just like basic rock. Rouge has like spy movie music. Sonic has, of course, Crush 40, which is fantastic. And, you know, even some of the... There we go. Beat his ass. Oh, he's not dead yet. There you go.
Hey, how's that?
Yeah, we did good. And, did I forget anyone? Oh, Shadow. Shadow also has, I guess, just sort of rock music. But like emo rock,
This time I'll let you go,
I guess.
But the next time we meet, you won't be so lucky.
There's a little bit of variety across each of the characters' levels music, and I think that
Tails, you did it.
helps to contribute to what is just an exquisite soundtrack.
I'm the one who should be asking that question.
Hiya.
Don't you know it's dangerous here?
Don't you know that?
I know, but I'm here to save my hero, Sonic.
Hell yeah.
Again?
Uh-huh.
No, Eggman, up to no good again. Okay, you stay here and I'll be right back.
I wonder if the GameCube version is better mixed as far as the audio goes. Maybe we should have went with the GameCube version, but look, hey. It's in HD, it's nice. I got more cards. Thinking about playing more Hollow Knight. Hollow Knight was one of the games that I played first time as part of a Game Pass night. Jesus, guy. I couldn't hear Omo Chow at all, just drowned out by the music. This audio mixing is not good in this version. I don't think I ever realized that before. I guess usually when I play these games, I play them as podcast games. And it's easy to not notice that sort of thing when you're listening to a podcast or just, you know, going through very mechanically. But geez, my man, the mixing. You really need to have the game sounds louder. Listen to what Sakurai said on today's episode of, like, the Sakurai show with Sakurai. He said, you gotta make sure the sound levels are good. You gotta make sure you can hear the voices. They're pretty important. Yeah, this is kind of rough. Anyway, Hollow Knight game I played for the first time live, and well, that was pretty good. It's just that I haven't found the time to go get farther in it and like get to the later harder parts. I do think that like it's not quite my jam, like you know, sort of a hard-ass Metroidvania. Not Metroidvania, more of a roguey Metroidvania. That's not really like my thing, but I did enjoy it well enough that honestly I am looking forward to like the sequel to it. Whenever that happens, I think that should be pretty good. And it did look like it had a pretty cool dash maneuver in that. And if that feels good, you know, it's probably going to be good. I'm wondering currently, like, I wonder if the dash in that trailer for, like, Silk Song is also in Hollow Knight. I just have to get there. Maybe eventually I'll get to that point. By the way, let me know at any point if you can't hear me over the game audio. It does seem like some songs are louder than others. Again, the mixing. I wonder if it's in this version of the game or just this game. I will say I do have the GameCube version over there on my shelf, so if we wanted to switch over to the GameCube version, that could be arranged. It's just that I do not have it set up so that it would be properly 16 by 9 it. You to properly put the right aspect ratio in. I would have to mess around with some stuff to make that work. But I could do it. It wouldn't be that hard. I say, it would be a process though. I'd have to go check like what exactly I should be capturing it, or what exactly. I forget how I did it last time that I had like a GameCube view. Actually, you know what? I do have a GameCube view. I guess I could just use that, but the GameCube view doesn't have the extra life set up.
Amy,
Keep your voice down. Have no fear.
No need.
Amy Rose is here.
Gotcha, Jayhawk. By the way, hey, Jayhawk, how you doing?
Well, if you gotta know, I caught a ride with Tails.
That's right, she did.
Are you sure you don't need my help? It looks like you could use it.
the reason I'm in here.
What is this?
Fake hedgehog.
Yeah.
You mean that black hedgehog?
These expressions.
Where is it now?
If I tell ya, will you marry me?
No.
No way.
I thought I had you this time.
A little too much. A little too much with the hands there, Sonic. Yeah, this was one of the first, like, 3D games, you know.
Eggman.
Yeah.
So, Eggman's behind this, huh?
What's all
Watching
that
your boo pet
writing on
Overwatch
your
while comfy in bed.
Did you write
That's
that?
nice. I'm here celebrating 1 year of streams.
Sonic?
1 year of Twitch. I'm doing Sonic Adventure 2. One of my favorite games. Love it. Ooh, here's Metal Arbor, a fucking great level with great music. Y'all let me know, by the way. Am I clear over the audio of the game? Audio is nice and good. If ever the audio is not nice and good, please let me know. I would like to know as soon as possible. But I'm thinking this is quite audible. Oh right, I don't have the dash yet. Definitely good. Okay, good. I tell you, when I first loaded up this game, it was so fucking loud. It's just like, oh shit. And also, like, literally the first time I said, when I was loading up, and I said, hey, where's the sound? And then I hit the A button, and suddenly there was sound. Asked and answered. I'm sure I'll probably make a clip of that later. It was funny little bits. There is also a sub-goal for Sonic 2 movie, watching the Sonic movie, and also a bit of Mario Party at the same time. We get 10 subs by the end of the night. We'll do that at the end of the night. I will say, though, if we don't, any progress on that will be passed on to a later date. You know, we'll eventually do something fun. You know, should we get 10 subs. Once we get 10 subs. That's how sub goals work, after all. It would be ideal if we did it tonight. I don't know when the next time would be that we would do that, but would be on the agenda. Uh-oh. Oh, good, okay. The timer doesn't start until you get, like, into it. Nice. Also, by the way, with the Sonic Adventure 2, there is a gimmick. Every 5 lives, every 5 deaths, I switch from the dark side to the light side and vice versa. You actually start on the light side. I don't know why I'm saying that one first, or saying that one second. But so far, I haven't, knock on wood, I haven't lost a single life because I know this game too damn well. Maybe 5 was a little too much, but I like having all the extra heads, you know. If it was just like 2 or 3, I wouldn't be able to make Amy or Big the Cat's heads, and I really like the Amy and Big the Cat's heads. They're good heads. I'm sure there'll be harder levels later that we might die on. We'll see, though. Like, imagine if we got all the way to the end and we didn't lose a single life. What would we do then as, like, the alternate punishment if that happened, I wonder.
Whew. So far, so good.
Let's say we finish the light side. What becomes the punishment?
I found you, faker.
This is a classic cutscene, by the way.
I think you're the fake hedgehog around here. You're comparing yourself to me?
Ha!
You're not even good enough.
I'll make you eat those words.
Those words.
Everyone knows that scene. I got cards. Looking back on alerts. A lot of the cards I have today, by the way, are looking back on the year I've had of streaming. Whoop. And that one in particular, looking back on alerts. Now I will say the first one that I ever did was very simple. Was the rocket that came in and had like the follower emotes, the follower alert, right? That was the first one that got done based on my avatar, and also, you know, like the starting soon screen also based on that, so it made sense to do. There we go. We finished off Shadow.
You know who I am.
Made those, and then ended up also making the raid alert. I forget if the raid alert was at first the bottle rockets. I feel like it might have been something else at first, and then later on became the bottle rockets. The rest of the alerts came in when I became an affiliate. You know, the sub alerts and the satellite alert. Both of those came in when I became an affiliate. And since then, they've basically been the same, except for one time where I did add a bunch of effects to them, basically for sub gifts and other such things. You know, when multiple subs come in, are gifted, when money is directly donated, or when by the way, we're on a timer in this level. We'll probably get through though. We'll see. Or when there is, let's see, a raid. There are additional effects wherein, like, oh, every time, if there's a community gift of like 5 subs, right? In addition to the 1 rocket that goes by, there's also 4 others that'll pass by in order to represent all the gifted subs. And that was added like 4 months ago or something. Pretty recently relative to the alerts in general, but really proud of that addition. I'm hoping that, you know, we see more sub gifts in the future, more raids, more of that. You'll always see like some cool effect. I guess the raid is the most relevant one because every time there's a raid, there is an equal amount of bottle rockets that go by the screen to the amount of people in the raid, which I always think is I think that's a really neat, fun effect, and then really puts some nice emphasis on really big raids, and you know, really rewards really big raids. That's a weird way to phrase it. It makes it more significant, I guess. Significant, that's, again, weird way to phrase it. Doesn't downplay it, I don't know, fuck. I think it's a cool thing to recognize, like, oh, it's a big raid, and for it to be, like, flashy, too. In addition to just being big. It's hype. There we go, that's the word. Don't die. Good. Hype, yes, that's exactly it. Thank you for the word, Jayhawk. I'm hoping, by the way, you know, I'll say I don't think we've actually seen any big sub gifts come since those effects went in. But hey, we could tonight. We got a sub goal. We got to meet it before the end of Sonic Adventure 2, which I do plan on going late, so there is plenty of time until the end of that. But we'll see. Really proud of all my alerts. By the way, if you're wondering like how I made them the same way I made my original Rocket avatar, which is to say I opened up Google Docs and sort of used the sketching tools, the drawing tools to like make simple shapes into like rockets and like shuttles and satellites and stuff. And then sort of took a screen cap and just edited it in Paint.net after the fact. I know that's probably not the correct way to do things, but, you know, I'm sort of the mind that I figure things out by myself. Look at that, an A. I figure things out by myself and just sort of go with it, and that's how I figured out how to do the effects, like the alerts and stuff. And that's the way I like it. Look at that, we got out with Tails and Amy. And Knuckles somewhere else doing his own thing. Don't worry about Knuckles. He's not involved right now. Oh, Pumpkin Hill! We got Pumpkin Hill.
Place sure feels haunted. There's no time to lose. I have to hurry and find the Master Emerald.
How about another card while I start Pumpkin Hill? Looking back on the break screen, starting soon, and the docket. So yeah, I mentioned in the last part that the starting soon screen, how do you animate them? You mean like in like the So are you talking like the animated emotes, or are you talking like the alerts? So I use Stream Effects for that, and I just have it so that they have like how do you animate them, and how do you link them to raid alerts? That's a great question. So I use Stream Elements, and Stream Elements has a thing where you can like where you can have an intro animation and an ending animation, right? Where it comes in and leaves. You're talking like the Rocket Raid, right? And the way that as far as like the raids go, those alerts, basically they all have. I basically use the entry animation. It basically, so each of them has like a duration that they wait until they actually start animated, and they all have different different durations, and also their endpoint is off screen. So when they go to enter, they fly through the screen and go to the other side and stop there off screen. And the way that it's linked to the raid numbers is that literally I have some things set up in Stream Effects, Stream Elements, where Stream Elements, not Stream Effects. I have a bunch of scenes set up where there's like literally 100 rockets set up that can go by, and each of them is set to be like only do when there's a minimum of X, right? A minimum of 96. So I will say, because of that, they're not random, or not random in real time. They're randomized once, and they'll always be the same pattern for the same amount of raiders or the same amount of subs. But I did make it look like it was a random arrangement and tried to make it look nice and appealing. It took a bunch of work. It took a bunch of work to like manually copy rockets, randomize the time, put the height at a random height as well, and then actually test it to make sure like, oh, there's not two rockets at the same height and time, right? Because if there was, that would look weird. That wouldn't look good. Rocky wall with oval tracks. That seems to suggest like the place where there's trains. Sounds tedious? It was. And I will say I have no plans to extend the amount they go up to. Like, I think it goes up to 100 subs, which is, by the way, the maximum sub gift that there is, so that makes sense. It can handle up to 100 subs at once. It can handle up to 100 raiders, I think. 100 or 200? I think it's 100. It can handle a direct donation of $200. And basically, there's like a star that'll go by every the cheer effect. Every $2.50 of cheers will have like a star that is added into the effect, and that's also the case during a direct donation. So if someone were to donate $20, you would see 8 stars falling through. Let's say, for instance, for sake of example, it's sort of be like a meteor shower. And by the way, a cool thing about that is that in Stream Effects, in Stream Effects, you can only make it so that the animations to enter are like horizontal or vertical, you know, orthogonal directions. So you might wonder how that effect goes in at an angle. And it's pretty simple. I took the source for the browser source in OBS, and I rotated that. So it is a horizontal effect. It's just that the window that it's playing in is tilted. It's on its side. Sleep behind a pumpkin.
It's closer.
Sleep behind a pumpkin. Do I need to bust open the pumpkin?
Here I come.
Nope, just have to dig behind it. Why don't I show off what it looks like? You know what? I'll show off, for sake of example, what those effects look like while I'm looking back on that shit. 1 second, let me go over to the computer and make that happen. Let me go over to the... There we go. Let me show you what that looks like if we were to get a raid. Obviously, you know what a follow looks like. That's... You see it all the time, right? Oh, okay, good. I just got some information about the Extra Life stuff. Apparently, that's being, yes, I'll get back to you later. Currently doing a stream. Alright, that's done and done. Let me pull up the thing, stream elements. I'll show you what it looks like. And by the way, again, this will be simulated. This will not be real. But, yeah, the first one was obviously the follower alert, which, fuck it, you know what? For sake of completeness, why don't we just go ahead and play that one as well? Follower events look like this, obviously. You know them. You know them well. And let me show you, we'll do a community gift of 5. If there were 5 subs, it would look like this. And again, this is a test. Basically, 4 extra rockets go by for the 5 subs. If there was a subscription of... Whoops. Oh shit, I just hit a button and it just automatically did 100. That's nice. That's what it would look like if there was 100. It basically is rockets for a while because it turns out that the rockets are pretty big, so you have to have the room for them to not be like banging into each other, so they end up trailing out for a good like 20 seconds or so, I think. Is how that works. In the case of a tip event, I think it goes up to 200. If a tip event looks like this, it'll be like a rain of showers, a shower of stars, and those are, by the way, the stars from Thousand Year Door, the stars things. Let me put in like if there was a direct donation of $200. That I think is the maximum amount of stars that can be, and that would look like this. I think it's 200. It could be 250. I think it's 200 though. Yeah, that's right. TTYD indeed. So that's what happens if you direct donate. And by the way, I will say I think that I want to get these subs because I do think people should be subs, right? Like I want people to have access to the emotes. But if y'all wanted to direct donate, I would definitely count that against the goal as well. Hey Dia, hey Trebucket, I'm DS. What was I saying? How you doing? I'm doing Sonic Adventure 2. Haven't died yet. I'm also showing off the alerts because I was just looking back on them. And by the way, I think this is what a maximum strength raid looks like. If you know what, I'm gonna put in 200, though I think I only go up to 100. But let me put in 200 and see. This is what it would look like with 200 or 100. I think it's the same. Just a whole lot of rockets, basically. Whole lot of fucking rockets. I forget. Let me see. Let me go to the thing. Did I set it up for 200 or just 100? I think. Let's see. Sub barrage. There's 3 raid barrages. Yeah, I think that's divided up between those rockets are divided up between 3 overlays. Which, by the way, I had to separate them because otherwise there was performance issues when like everything was going off at once. They have to be in separate things in order for it to perform well, basically, which it does now. Pretty creative? Yeah, I think so too. And I'm hoping at some point we'll see some big sub gifts, and we'll see those for real. We'll see some big raids. Big raids happen. We'll see some direct donations and get... You counted only 97? Well, I don't know what happened to the other 3 then. I'm pretty sure they're all in there. It's possible some might be overlapping. Just kidding. Okay, yeah, it's hard to count. And I will say, like, as I was doing this, I did have to count, right? I did have to be like, okay, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yeah, I think this is right. This is right. We're good. We're good. I did have to make sure that this was right as I was doing it. One screw up would result in a rocket not going off, right? Or going off at the wrong time, which would be also not right. You know, it needs to be good and proper. Going back to the couch now, that's looking back on alerts. There's some good ones. I do think they lend themselves to some hype, you know? I think a place where you can hear the horn. Yeah, train tracks. I think that's what I was saying earlier. I can hear the horn. Give me one more. Church Mountain. Okay. Nice use of that crocodile emote. That is one of the new ones, by the way. That's right, we're on the spooky rap stage. It is true. Very seasonally appropriate. It's a very autumnal level, though it is no longer the spooky month. You know, it is... The spooky month just ended, so this is pretty fitting, if I do say so. I will also say we've gotten through most of these fucking cards, so good on us. I made like a couple dozen of them before yesterday, and I was wondering, like, is this too many? Are we ever gonna get anywhere close to finishing this? And I would like to go through all the cards because, you know, they discuss things that would be appropriate to talk about after a year of streaming about, like, oh, how did this come together? How did that come together? Oh. Spider? Is it buried? Is it in a pipe? Nope, just an animal. Is it under? Where the fuck? You can't? You can't. You can't. You really can't. Place where you can hear the horn, Church Mountain. I could get another clue, but I'm right. It's right here. Oh, you know what? It must be buried under the train tracks. That's it. There we go. Nice. So far, we haven't died a single time. Knock on wood. Maybe 5 lives was a lot for this. You know, the game's not that hard, and I know it pretty well. There will be some levels where maybe that could happen. Nice use of the GG. Again, 10 subs, watch party, Mario Party. That's the plan.
Lend me your ears and listen to me very carefully.
Eggman, he's very good.
Dr. Eggman, the world's
Pre-rendered humans.
and soon to be the world's greatest.
They don't look as good as the hedgehogs.
Now witness the beginning of the greatest empire of all time.
That's right, he's got a special announcement. He's buying Twitter. He's buying Twitter. Topical, I know. That's right. It will cost $8 to be verified now. $20. Did I say 20? I meant 8. $8. How about $5? How about $4.99 a month? I think it's very funny. It's very funny that he not only said, like, oh, it's $8, but come on, guys, you get things like half as many ads. And I saw that, I was like, you don't get no ads? This isn't an ad-free thing, it's just half as many? Jesus, that's so bleak. But, like, it wasn't even a good deal to begin with, but, like, feels like insult to injury. You still have to look at ads, even if you pay for that shit.
Half of the moon is gone?
Eggman! Oh,
Ow!
never gives up.
But how did he manage to harness all that energy?
The Chaos Emeralds.
Chaos Emeralds. Now that's the reason they were looking for him. Tails?
Tails got one.
The Chaos Emeralds are like magnets. They have the power to attract each other. I can use that to find where Eggman is.
That's right, he is using half as many. Yeah, right?
While you try and find a way out of here, find Eggman.
We're making pretty fucking good pace, I'll say.
That means me too. Hey, wait!
It's funny you don't play as Amy, but she's in the story anyway. I guess, you know, they only have 3 sides per character per side. I guess also, like, who would be, like, the dark side Amy? By the way, I really like this music. This level has really good music. Listen to it. That's some really nice guitar playing. It's just kind of like smooth and pleasant and kind of like easy listening. Anyway, I'm gonna blow stuff up and make it so that you can't hear any of it. Chipper Rock, yeah. It's mellow and good, this song. Anyway, please enjoy the sound of explosions. My mech is very loud. I will say this game maybe could use better sound mixing. The sound mixing could be a little better. Make like the voices a little louder, and like some of the sound effects a little softer, especially like this sound right here, little loud. I wonder if that's a version thing, right? Like, I'm here playing the Xbox version. I do have the GameCube version, you know, on the shelf over there. I wonder if that version has any difference as far as, like, the audio goes. You personally played Sonic XD? That was built on the same engine? Is that like a... Sonic XD is like a TV show, and it did have like a plugin, right? Or like a... It did have a game, right? Was that like this? Like an actual full-on regular game? I thought it was like different. Maybe I'm thinking of like one of the other Sonic games that they did. Or am I thinking of a different thing? Sonic XD. Was that the show where they were like tall Sonic with... You remember where there was a Sonic with an ascot? Sort of like a, you know, like Fred from Scooby-Doo type ascot. Was that XD or was that something else? Might have been something else, actually. Sonic! That's the first death. We've lost Amy. Sorry, Amy. Best of luck to you next time. Again, we're doing a 5-life gimmick. The Chaos Garden was hype? Yeah, it was. Oh, was XD like a... Didn't watch the show? Gotcha. Oh, DX! That's it. Sonic Adventure DX. I thought you meant... Geez, I thought there was a show called XD. Like, I'm probably thinking of Pokemon, aren't I? Isn't there like a Pokemon XD or something? Maybe it is Sonic XD, but you mean the Adventure DX. The first game. That makes more sense. Okay. Yeah, they are definitely the same engine. Though I think in this one it's a little more polished. You know, I'll say it's a lot more polished actually. This one has a lot of polish on it, and I think it is genuinely good. I'm not even hedging anymore. Like when I was on forums and stuff, maybe in the old days, Boom is what I was thinking of as far as TV shows. Sonic Boom, right? Thank you, Trebucket, for remembering. Ugh. This one's definitely the best of the lot. Probably, I would say, personally, it's my favorite for, like, best Sonic game of all time. And it's not just that it has a really funny story that I like, that I unironically think is great. It's also, I do think it is more fun than later Sonic games, man. I recently played a little bit of Sonic Heroes, and in Sonic Heroes, every level goes on so long, I feel like they outstay their welcome. And Sonic Shadow the Hedgehog, you know, fuck man, enough said about that, the better. I have never played Sonic 06, but I have seen some gameplay of it. I've watched some people play it, and it seems extremely, extremely bad. I tell you, I do not own it, so it's not like I could play it if I wanted to. Also, is Sonic 06 backwards compatible? Honest question. Whoa, that was weird. I would play it if, like, I had it, and, you know, that would be a fun, like... That would probably be, like, a fun stream game that everyone would enjoy, because it's so, you know, infamously bad. I will say, though, as far as, like, games I don't like that I would like to play on stream as a thing, I think, like, either Paper Mario, Sticker Star, or Ukulele would be good, but it would have to be, like, a subs for progress thing, right? Where at the end of the month, maybe this will be like, maybe like in December or something, we'll have like an overall goal, or like an overall ongoing thing, or like every sub in December, at the end of the month, for every sub I have at the end of the month in December, I will do one level of Paper Mario Sticker Star. One level of Paper Mario Sticker Star, which is a game that I hate. I hate it with a passion, but I will do one level for every sub. Maybe. No guarantee yet, but that sounds like a good idea to me. Either that or Ukulele, which I also really didn't like. Though I think Sticker Star is a lot worse than Ukulele. At least Sticker Star was trying to be good. I don't fucking know what the fuck they were doing with look at that. Look at that. We take those. I don't know what the fuck they were trying to do with Sticker Star. It's just terrible. And fucking another freebie. Look at that. This is a genuinely good song, by the way. I love this bit. Sure beats fighting with the fools all the time. That's a good lyric. I have to do it, they always get out of line. Did he just say, give me your bucks? These raps were done by Dread Fox, right? Rapper the Rapper? I didn't know that. If that's true, that's fun. That's good. I like that. I didn't know there was that connection there. But I think they're genuinely hilarious, and you know, it's like the DK rap. It's not good as like a legitimate rap, but it's like, yeah, they have good they have good melodies, and also they're fun to listen to because they're just so weird. Oh, we gotta put it at water level 2 height. So weird and esoteric, you know? Just singing about fighting with the foes all the time. I've said before that what I tend to think about when I play the game is like, oh, it's like Knuckles is a rapping tour guide. He's just singing about the places he's going. Here we are in aquatic mines. It used to be a coal bit, now it's a water ride. It's like, wow, you're very informed, Knuckles. You really know a lot about this mine. Water 2, a room filled with skulls and ghosts. Okay, we got to level 2, right? So the ghosts are waiting for you. Oh? Okay, we're in the right direction. I think we might need to go for a swim here. The one level I think might give me like serious trouble off the top of my head would be the dang it, this ain't it. Would be the level where you have there's a level where you have a time limit in like Rouge's part. And I always had so much trouble with that as a kid. It took me so long to get that done. Maybe though, this time I'm an adult. Maybe I'll be able to get through it this time. Let's go in there again. I feel like there was a part of this tunnel we're missing. Yeah, there's something down here. Nothing though. Nothing. It's humane. Dred Scott did Knuckles' theme rap in Adventure 1. Got it. Yeah. Still, you know, he did. There is some connection there. At least with parts of it. How the fuck do you get... Maybe through here? No, not through here. Oh, you know what I don't think I ever noticed before? He says aura, aura, aura. Like a JoJo. That's gotta be a direct reference, right? It has to be it. Yeah, we're heading in the right direction, folks. I did not grab any rings, so let's watch out for enemies. Or, you know, go grab these rings right here. Ghost. Ghost got it. Ha. Thor got like a 1, 2, 3 there. I still got cards. Why don't I pull one of them up? Looking back on panels. That is to say, the about page. I'm really proud of the about page on my channel. What? Fuck! God damn it! I wanted to pause.
The president must be over there. Let's go.
Shit. Well, we'll do that anyway. Let me show you these panels. Look at these. Aren't they nice? Aren't they lovely? They're not on screen all the way. I'll fix that. 1 second. There we go. Yeah, there's a Shade Mario for every like tier of subscriber. That's my subscriber badge. It's a bunch of Marios and sunglasses. And you see there I was able to put all those onto the subscriber benefits panel. There's also one about the lightning round. There's a treat stream thing there, a viewer level rundown. And I tried in some cases to line these up, so there are actually like empty panels between a good deal of them, so that whether it's like 3 wide or like 2 wide, they'll be in the right order. 1 is right out though. Actually, it might be true for 1 as well. And that also does mean that sometimes there's like weird spaces between them. Though actually, now that I look at it right now, I guess actually it doesn't look wrong anymore. Maybe they fixed it so that if there were empty panels, they didn't actually count as panels. and they don't like add extra like vertical space between the things. Huh. I should probably, you know what I should probably do? I should probably like make it work so that all the things are lined up good when there's 5 vertically. I should do that at some point. If they fix the thing where that caused there to be massive white spaces between the panels. But I'm really proud of all these. You know, I sort of made them with the theme of like my alerts, the same ideas, a lot of clouds, a lot of nice rockets. Wow. RD from Oklahoma. Hey, thank you for the sub. Look at that. We've gotten 1 towards that Mario, that Sonic 2 watch party and Mario Party. Thank you for the thing. And be sure to check out all the lovely emotes you now have access to, RD. Formerly RD Fine, formerly Negative Strike, now RD from Oklahoma. I appreciate that a ton, dude. Anyway, those panels, I'm really proud of them, and I hope that people look down at them. I hope when people look down at them, they say, oh shit, these are cool. And they consider clicking on, like, the Discord one, or you know, subbing, or, like, understand what the lightning round is, and all that. And I hope that's very helpful and shit. Shout out the new ones. There are some new ones, by the way. The new ones are the Crocodile, the Choo Choo, and the Ridley. Those 3 are new, but there are a lot of good ones right now on that tier 1 that you got. 9 months, jeez. It's been a while since I became affiliate, huh? 9 months worth already? Damn. I've only been doing this a year, as you can see, and I was like affiliated in like March, so that's 9 months is basically all the months that there are. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna get back into the game, and anyway, there's not much to say about these other than like, oh yeah, I made them and they turned out really good. You should try the salute, RD Fine. There's a salute emote. There's a salute emote you can do in there to emote. Okay, let's get a recap here. Find out what we accidentally skipped through.
I tracked the signal from the Chaos Emerald.
We've located Eggman.
What's Eggman doing in outer
He's in space, that's right.
No worries. I gotta find him.
Well, that's where his satellite is that he just destroyed things from.
No worries, Amy. Remember, I'm a whiz when it comes to mechanical things. I don't
What?
find the president.
What? Why are you finding the president, though? I guess he's telling them where Eggman is. But that seems like a weird non sequitur. I found out where Eggman was. I'm gonna go see the president now. And we got 54 seconds. Let's go. And by the way, this stream, it has a gimmick. If I have 5 tries that are constantly going down, and you know, if I run out, we have to go to the dark side, the dark campaign. Basically how it's gonna work. I wonder if we'll lose this, if this will be hard. I feel like this is not gonna be that hard. Probably not a super tight timer or nothing. We got 20 seconds and the checkpoint's right there.
I'm getting closer.
And we got a boost. F that taxi. Yeah, fuck that taxi. Fuck that car. You're not the president. Ah, okay. If you're not the president, I don't want to hear from you. The engine noise maybe could be a little less loud. You know, it's sort of drowning out the music a little bit. That's the thing I've been finding with with Sonic Adventure 2, at least on the Xbox, is that I don't remember the audio mixing being this like shaky. I feel like the sound could be a little higher in a lot of places as far as like the voices go, and the effects are just a little bit loud. I think voices should be louder than...
Tails, did you find the president?
No, I didn't.
Almost, Sonic. Just a few more minutes.
Just a few more minutes, guys. There you go. You heard it directly from the guy. What is he doing on this highway? I don't know. Maybe he's just like going somewhere. Born to be fast. And by the way, if you're wondering if this control's good, not really. It's kind of like, it either is like weirdly drifty, and then like once you get like traction back, it'll get like really snappy. It's weird how it's handling. Like you can see sometimes I can just like snap around corners. Other times I can't. We're about to find the president, I think. Don't worry, I won't skip this cutscene. We'll do cards like only at the starts of levels, I guess. Rather than trying to like pause them and just fuck it up. You did! And by the way, look at my emotes real fast. You might be about to see something. Check this out. If you were wondering like where one of those emotes come from, you're like, who is that guy? And look at that, we unlocked mini games. I found George Bush. I would like to think this is supposed to be Bill Clinton.
Show that since the incident 3 hours ago, the country is in turmoil. Our financial communities are impacted, and our satellite communications are down.
Yeah, that happens.
An emergency meeting has been called.
God damn it.
Mr. President, this is a national crisis.
This is where the emote comes from.
Details. Exactly just what is it that you want?
I consider
Dr. Eggman.
Well, let's just get
$1 million.
Mr. President, I won't bore you with all the details since I know you are a very busy man. Mr. President, my demand.
This is a nice limo.
The Eggman Empire and make no attempts to resist.
Eggman Empire?
Otherwise.
Otherwise, your country
That face.
to exist. You have 24 hours to give me an answer.
No way!
What?
What the?
Eggman Empire. Yeah, right.
What the heck's going on?
God, I hope that's...
Don't worry,
no.
Mr. President.
What did you
Everything's
do?
under control.
What did you do?
Leave it to us. Got it, Tails?
I got it! He's transmitting from the space colony Ark.
Oh, okay.
Let's
We knew he was on a call with this guy, so we had to
Sonic?
crack him by saying hi to the president.
Mr.
Okay.
President, we're receiving an incoming signal from our agent.
Don't worry about the agent. Who could that be? I don't know.
inside that pyramid?
I saw Eggman go inside the pyramid. And more importantly, I saw that Batgirl go inside
Yep,
with
that's
them
right.
as well. Well, you saw them too, right?
Well, yeah.
We should be able to get into outer space from there. I don't know what this space colony is all about, but I'll find and destroy that kid.
You're too cool for the Eggman Empire. That's right.
I'll go and find the entrance.
I hope... And honestly, I can't remember if the president appeared in Sonic the Hedgehog 2 movie. But Sonic Adventure... Sonic 3 movie, I hope the president appears and Sonic is like, hey buddy, how's it going? I would rather see the president than Sonic's cop friend, honestly. Like that's better to me. The president is a better I like that better. And it's funny how like, you know, just like, hey guy, how's it going? He is about the president. I mean, he's meeting the president. All right, let's do it. I wonder if the sound is mixed the same on the GameCube version. That's something I've been wondering this whole stream, because I definitely remember hearing music when playing this game. Put Joe Biden in Sonic the Hedgehog 3. Yeah, just fucking get him a cameo. I don't give a fuck. Doesn't matter if he's president by that point. Just put him in. Do not do Trump if he comes back. That would be a bad idea. Maybe both would be bad. I don't know. It's less controversial, this one. Though he's not very well liked, is he? Problem is that things are very shitty right now, and he seems to not be doing anything about that. Well, not that much. I guess there was a little bit of debt forgiveness, which is good, but even that is still pretty like means tested and shit. And you can't get like it all forgiven. You know, that's fine. There have been presidents that cameoed in movies. It didn't used to be a horrible thing. Right? Wait, is that... Am I making that up? There must be presidents that guested in movies before, right? Or has that never happened? Maybe I'm thinking of just like famous people in general who definitely do cameo in things occasionally. Like, was there a movie with like, where like Bill Clinton appeared and was like, "Hey guys"? I'm curious. Look that up for me, Trebuckets. Whether there's like a movie where there's like a cameo from a guy. Who was president at the time. Maybe presidents are really busy, so maybe they don't exactly have time to go guest starring in movies willy-nilly. You know what I'll bet? I bet if they did like a Sonic movie. They did like a president in a Sonic movie, I bet it would be more the Barack Obama type of president, you know, younger, and possibly, you know, possibly black as well. That'd be my bet. But not getting much of anything? Okay, I must have been imagining it. Maybe,
Very good.
you know what, I wonder, what about Saturday Night Live? I bet you there's been a president who has appeared on Saturday Night Live or something. And they've definitely got to do talk shows, right? I guess maybe that's like the actual thing that they appear in, right? And mostly as like press junket type things. Here we go, Pyramid Cave. We're getting pretty deep into this. We're about to go to space. Within like a couple of levels. I will say, I maybe overestimated like... Well... I definitely, like, was expecting to die maybe a little more, but no, I'm just too good. I'm just too good. Ronald Reagan was an actor before he was president. That's true. What was he in? Like, you hear about him being an actor, but you don't hear about what movies he was in. What kind of actor was he? Was he, like, playing in, like, westerns or something? Was he, like, a big cowboy? Do people still watch his movies, or is it like, you know, is it like a thing where you go like, ugh, Ronald Reagan? Or is it just like, is it like I don't want to say politicized because that seems like a weird thing, but yeah, I'll say politicized because that's what I mean. Is it like a thing where most people who like know the guy would not want to watch for one reason or another? Or maybe just like only Republicans would want to watch that at this point. How many, like, film people are actually politicians right now? Is that, like, kind of common? Or is that, like, hasn't really happened that much since Reagan? I'm asking a lot of questions that are probably a little hard to look up, Trebuckets. I'm sorry. Don't have to humor me on that. In fact, why don't I just do a card? Say about the next thing. Thinking about finishing games I fell off of, like Halo Infinite, Bug Fables, and the Fire Emblem Three Houses DLC. One of the last things I'm always thinking about, like getting back to, would be like games I fell off of, like those ones, where like I feel like, oh yeah, I could get back to them, and it's probably good, just that I just haven't found the time, or you know, for some reason or another, like the late game just didn't do it for me. No. This song does slap. You're right, snap. I got Marvel Snap on the brain. Definitely thinking about playing those games again, but again, you know, it's like there's so many games to play. It'd be nice to finish those games off and be like, yeah, you know, I'll say like Bug Fables is certainly a lot better than like any other Paper Mario game since the original 2. And maybe even better than Super Paper Mario even. But I just fell off. I got lost. I couldn't get through a bit. I just got discouraged and left it. Probably would be a good thing if I went back, considering how much I love Paper Mario, and it is just like a good-ass Paper Mario, the kind that I always say like that I want. But I don't know, something about it didn't do it to me. I also, with the Fire Emblem DLC, kind of feel the same way. It was a really hard piece of DLC, so I wasn't able to like finish it. Was a really hard piece of DLC, so...
Yes!
Was a really hard piece of DLC, so getting through it was, hard. Trebucket needs to return to Splatoon 3 and return to Monkey Island. I actually finished, Splatoon 3 last night, actually. Finally got that knocked out. Ending's pretty good, a little hard, and I'll say, like, that campaign, more levels... the levels are creative, and I'll say like not all of them work, but enough of them do where it's just a good time.
Sure loves mechanical things,
and it's kind of impressive in that.
I bet he has 1 or 2 spaceships lying around here somewhere.
Your Switch isn't connecting to your HDMI 4 for some reason? Dang.
No problem.
Hope you figure that out, Trebucket. You can always play handheld.
Why do I have to find the key?
We're counting on you, buddy.
That's always an option.
Greatest treasure hunter.
I wonder what would be the easiest way to troubleshoot it. You probably don't have a second dock, do you? Okay, here we are in the key hunting level. This one, at the very least, does not have like a... The other version of this has like a stealth thing that like, permeates the other whole level, and that can be pretty tough to deal with. This one's just pretty hard. We need a thing to get through there. Fortunately, here is just such a thing. Hammer gloves. Joy-Con drift. Oh, you got Joy-Con drifts on your Joy-Cons? Dang. Well, you should... Do they still do replacements for Joy-Con drift controllers? I remember at the time I sent them off. I sent off my Joy-Cons and I also bought a new set. Key Squared rating with a party of 7. Hey, how you doing? La Bomba Dudica. Avid Demon. Whole bunch of y'all. I am playing Sonic Adventure 2 Battle. Not Battle, actually. It's the one on Xbox, which is not Battle. And I am doing so with a 5-life limit. So every 5 lives, I'll switch between light and dark. And knock on wood, I've only died once. Thank you for the raid, Keith Squared. I appreciate it. It is my 1-year anniversary as far as Twitch goes. That's why I'm doing this stream. And you can see, like I just explained that segment. I just explained what this segment is. But let me explain what else is on the table for tonight. We did a bunch of viewer worlds to start off with, where I did viewer worlds rather than viewer levels. And also there is a... Thank you for the cheer. There is a sub-goal to do a Sonic Movie 2 watch party. And also I will do Mario Party at the same time, simultaneously. Thank you for the bit. You're poor, but you can have it. Thank you. I appreciate every bit. Sonic 2 watch party. Should we get up to 10? We have 1 so far, I believe, from RD Fine. I'm not sure why it didn't update, but we do have 1 in there. Trust me. I'll also accept direct donations towards that. That's fine as well. But y'all should see all these lovely emotes we have here that will be yours if you sub. There's the... And a couple of those are even new, too. Like the Crocodile, the Choo-Choo, you know, like the Zelda Choo-Choo, right? And the Ridley. Also, there's a bunch that's new on the other tiers, but you're probably not going to get those. You know, you'd barely see anyone with tier 2 or tier 3 subs, even on like Dan Reichert's stream, for instance. You know, even on even on the streams of big streamers. Let me give you a shout out, Keith Square, for the lovely, lovely raid. Shout out, Keith Squared. And I'll also give you the other kind of shout out. Keith Squared. Keith Squared started around the same time as I did. Had his 1 year anniversary stream like last week. So, you know, hey, it's good looking out for, good looking out, you know? Both started around the same time. And, you know, shit's going well. Anyway, shout out Keith Squared. Good dude. Variety streamer. What were you doing? You were doing Wind Waker. That's right, Wind Waker is a fucking good game. Hope you had fun. I smell a key. Where's the key? Does the ghost have the key? No. Not through there. Oh, good, that didn't fall on me. On GameCube, too. You played the GameCube version. That's right. Warm over here, cold this way and that way. The superior GameCube version. I like the... Ooh. We're close. There it is! Oh. My throat is a little rough. The ghost protects the goddess. Yes. I know the ghost protects the goddess. That is how the ghost works. Maybe the ghost is like the Holy Spirit. It's like a holy ghost. I don't know. I'm just talking out my ass. I like it's in HD, the other version. If I were to do it, I would probably do the HD version myself. Though I have both available. Played on the old Wii U. It has, you know, HD graphics, and also there's the part where, you know, you got the swift sail that lets you speed up the sailing. That's pretty rad. And also you can, like, aim with the right stick while you're, you know, aiming your stuff. Do you have the original Wind Waker? I'll say I do too. I have it right over there. Actually, I think I have the disc for the other one as well. They're both physical versions. Let's see. This room is just a room with... Okay, this is just a room with a ghost and a box of chow stuff. We're making pretty fucking good progress through this game, and honestly, we haven't died in a good long while. Maybe we'll be able to avoid death. You just think it feels more legit, the original version? I mean, I do think with the Wii U version, they did do a lot of bloom lighting, and I think the bloom doesn't look super great, but I do think the quality of life improvements do make up for it for me, my taste. Also, I don't have to, you know, it's much easier, I think, to play a Wii U game than play a GameCube game, if just because I do have to, like, well, for like streaming and stuff, I would have to change the resolution to 16:9 for that. Let's go through here and see if we can... Oh!
It's close.
There's a ghost. Ghost. You protecting the goddess? What's up, Omo Chow? No. I didn't know it was just 10. I always thought it was just a random number. I wonder if Omo Chow means this stage or every stage. It could be either, actually, come to think of it. Alright. We've made the full loop and went around to the start. Let's read the monitor. Eggman with a red nose. Eggman with a red nose. Like Rudolph. Let's go to the center area. Maybe that'll be a good place to like start from. By the way, I have these things, these cards that basically have things on them I want to talk about. I'm gonna pull one up right now. Thinking about playing StarCraft 2, replaying that one. I feel like that would be a good game to play. I really enjoyed that. I really loved all the 3 campaigns. I don't know how it would be done as far as like would we do one at a time and like switch off and like do, you know, like as like an on-stream game basically. Would it be like just a mission, a stream, and then, you know, we get through one campaign, we get to another on another time, etc. Or would we try to do like all 3 in a row? But either way, I really did like those campaigns, and I think it'd be fun to replay them sometimes. One of the many games I'm looking to replay sometime in the future, sometime this coming year. I don't know if y'all have much connection to StarCraft. I'll say like StarCraft 2 was the first. I'll say it's the first Blizzard game I ever got. I'll say it, and also it's true. Look under the square hole. First of the first Blizzard game I ever got. It was a pretty damn good one for that. What is up with this key? Maybe it's through the wall. You were always more of a ooh. We're close. Always more of a Warcraft person than StarCraft. I never played Warcraft, and I also never played the original StarCraft either. There we go. We found the key. Lovely. Never played those games. I you know, in the later games, they have more quality of life stuff. Like I hear in the original game, you could only control 10 units at once. Feel like that would be weird. Feel like that would make for a lot of like inconvenient stuff. Honestly, not to say like StarCraft as is, like StarCraft 2, does have a lot of fiddly micro as far as like producing.
What the?
Yeah, it's a ghost.
Ghost?
That's Boom Boom. That's King Boom Boom. I'm sorry. Gotta put the proper respect on the name. Boom Boo. Not Boom Boom. That's Mario Enemy. Uh-oh. Wait, how the fuck does this work? I gotta run around and then I gotta hit a thing, right? There we go. The pre-rendered cutscenes in Warcraft 3 were mind-blowing at the time. What year was that? Was it like pre-Donkey Kong Country or like around that same time frame? In Warcraft 3 particularly, that's... I'm gonna guess, I'm actually not sure. Warcraft 3, 1998, I'll say. 2001, close enough. God, this guy, he keeps turning around on me. I died. Bye, Bit. Say goodbye now to Big the Cat. Okay, I got it. I got an idea. I'm gonna hit that boo. I don't know what causes him to be good. 2002? Got it. Imagine if it was 1994, though. That would be like... I guess actually pre-rendered cutscenes like 1994 would be like weird just because like, you know, that was basically before Toy Story, man. Like, or like day and date with Toy Story. Imagine having a pre-rendered cutscene before even there was a pre-rendered movie. You know, the only thing that existed at the time was like the commercials, right? And that's something I always think about, like in terms of like how impressive DKC was at the time, right? Like when the first DKC game came out, there was no such thing as like Toy Story, or rather it was like only a few days old or something. They pretty much were day and date with each other. Oh, okay, if he's doing fire, he's not gonna turn around. By the way, I think Key Square, didn't you play through this game like a few months ago? It took you like a few weeks, right? This fucking guy. I think we might go through it a mite bit faster since I know the game quite well. I'm not dying, I'm just sort of rushing around through it. Ah! We can grab another ring here. Turn around. I believe Keith did finish the story mode. Yep, that's right. Ah! Stop turning around. Just let me run up on you. This fucking guy. Do I need to wait for him to, like, do fire? There it goes. Alright. Wall is actually easier because he stops while I'm digging for wall. Now he's going fast. Nah, I think he's just always going to turn around before I can actually close the distance now. Yeah. Last hit, let's do it. Oh. Running. I'll say, I don't think, like, the bosses are not the strongest part of Sonic Adventure 2. Well, honestly, the strongest parts, we all know in our heart of hearts that the Sonic levels and Shadow levels, they're the strongest part. Knuckles and Tails levels are alright, but all about that Sonic levels, those fast-paced, like, those fast-paced action levels, those are the ones. Bastard. Going so fast. Knuckles at least has the Pumpkin Hill music. Yeah, and I'll say, these levels, they haven't been giving me too much trouble. Been able to find the gems before too long. Honestly, like, there were a couple freebies in one of these levels. Oh, Jesus, this boss. I wouldn't mind being, dying 3 more times and going over to Sonic Adventure, going over the dark side. Wouldn't mind having a little bit of the other team. But I do like God. Too close. I'll tell you what, I'm hoping to not die. I would prefer not to die here. There we go. Let's dig that motherfucker up. Put an end to this. Please go up on the wall, guy. That's actually the easiest. Oh, fuck you, Ghost. That's right, Ghost hates sunlight.
What a hassle.
Yeah, that was a hassle. You said it, Knuckles. Alright, I think we have another boss fight, actually. It's like back-to-back boss fights here. This time with, like, the...
That was pretty rough.
Yeah, I know, right?
We did it! Let's go, Amy! Yeah!
You're up, Sonic. Next one's you.
Come and get some, Eggman.
Yeah! Come on, let's go.
Just leave it to me.
There's some good, like, gestures in this. They're very classically... They're all theatrically trained. Emoting very big. I guess also that, this was early 3D. You really had to, like... Suddenly, it wasn't really possible, I don't think, on the Dreamcast. Well, maybe it was, but... The big dramatic gestures, that's gonna come through a lot more cleanly on, like, an SD television. I guess that's a silly thing to say. I mean, they had movies in SD, and clearly in the movies, they didn't like. No one was like standing around being like, okay, oh, I'm emoting big because you can't see me very well. Well, actually, I guess they literally did that. That's what black and white was. A lot of like people going like, a lot of people like gesticulating a lot and shit. It's a big golem. You just have to run behind him and jump up on him. We're like 2 of 5 hits in. You know, some good old-fashioned rule of 5 type business. Let's go. A little over halfway done. The robot appears to be glitching, which is why he's doing a very glitchy thing. Robots only do this when they're glitchy. Whoa, what the fuck? Quicksand. Are you gonna do it again? Got this. Oh. There we go. One last hit. Before I go up, I'm gonna grab one of these ring things just so I have a buffer, just so I'm safe. And then we're gonna go up the back. He should really turn around. That would make it much harder to go up there if he wasn't just like, oh, you're on my back? Hang on, let me stand perfectly still. Yeah, the boss fight wouldn't work if he didn't. It'd be bad. Hey, we did it. Heading to space now. We're already in space and we haven't switched games once. Well, we'll see what we can do in the space levels.
9, 8, 7, 6.
Sonic, you made it. Presumably everyone else is already in there.
1. Shuttle liftoff.
Launching a rocket out of a pyramid, that's a fun move. That's pretty cool, Eggman. I appreciate that. I got these cards that have things on them I want to discuss. When we get into the next level, I'll bring one of them up. Let's see, what are we doing first? Here's the Ark Station. Beautiful.
So this is the space colony where Eggman is hiding.
That's right. This is the space colony where Eggman is hiding. The pre-rendered videos here, they look pretty good. Is this pre-rendered? I mean, it is 6x9. It is 3x4.
The only thing in the cargo bay are those
What do you mean,
master
don't
emeralds.
sweat it?
Right?
Land the
Knock
shuttle
it
and
off,
let me
Knuckles.
out.
Oh fuck, my emeralds!
That up. Oh no! Don't touch that lever!
Yeah, pre-rendered. Looks pretty good though. Looks pretty good pre-rendered. I guess this would predate Warcraft. Did Warcraft 3 look better than this? Was there like big crowds in the Warcraft one?
I thought we were toast for sure.
Man, what the fuck, Knuckles?
Where did he go now?
He's off to
Looks
hunt the
like he
emeralds.
bailed. This place looks deserted, dusty too.
Whatever, he
This
can
place
do
was
his
shut
own
down about
thing.
50 years ago because of a terrible accident.
Good. He's reading off
A
Wikipedia.
really spherical space colony called Ark.
Huh.
When it was operational, it was the most advanced research center of its kind.
Yeah, I can look up Wikipedia two tails.
Now it's an abandoned Ark, wouldn't you say?
Was there a joke in the Sonic movie where that was? I feel like that was a joke in some movie where a character said, "Yes, I can use Wikipedia too." That might be a joke in the actual Sonic 2 movie.
Be impenetrable from
Which
outside
again,
attack.
watch party or one
Its
sub
defense
towards
shields
it.
are super strong, so we have to find a way to destroy it
Isn't that
inside.
a
Much
chaos
better.
emerald?
Warcraft 3 looked better than this.
It's a fake one.
Gotcha.
Created after researching the real emerald. It has the same wavelength
Wow.
and properties, but it's less powerful than the real one.
Why don't you make like 100 of
Burst the
those?
energy field inside the Chaos Emeralds and blow up. It looks so real, even a machine can't tell the difference. I'll find the power supply and destroy it. So
Yeah.
You find the control room, okay?
He looks so determined.
Plan is
Determined.
to switch the Chaos Emeralds when the machine is stuck.
Look at that determined Tails. He's like, yeah, we're doing it.
I hate you. You guys
What?
always leave me behind and have all the fun.
Yeah, I'm sorry, you're not playable. What are you gonna do? Who would be like the evil Amy if there was an Amy? Maybe just like, it would have to be an original character, I guess. Here we are, and I forget what this level is called. Geez, the explosions in this one, they're pretty loud, huh? You'll let me know if I need to turn the game audio down for reasons. Oh, there we go. The scene is so dumb, Amy was complaining when Sonic and Tails just walking away. Sorry, you have... Amy, you have Wario on your mind. Oh yeah, I can see that, yeah. Evil Amy being Amy. Probably be like a sexy chipmunk. You know, if like, Rogue is any... well, actually, hang on. Oh, I think I got a better idea. You know what it should be? It should be like a robot. That's like what's missing from the team here. Like a robot with a hammer. If there had been... Uh-oh. If there had been additional playable characters in this, a robot with a hammer would be a good, like, counterpart to Amy. And also, it would fit, like, the... You know, Eggman is always doing robots. So, like, a robot would fit his team very well. I wonder if at any point they had that. We're like, oh, we'll have it so that you play as Gamma again, basically. But then they said, like, wait a minute, well, what about... How about if it's just the Egg Walker? You know, that's very classic Eggman. You know, he's always driving around vehicles. And I think you know what? It does play a lot like Gamma. Like Gamma was pretty much just like Eggman and Tails in this game, in the previous games. So like, that kind of seems somewhat plausible, actually. Amy becomes a cyborg based on... What? Alternate Amy becomes a cyborg based on that Netflix show. What Netflix show is that? There's a Sonic Netflix show? And Amy is a robot in that? I have no idea about any of that, Trebuckets. Or are you talking about like a different Netflix show? We gotta kill this guy. Nice. Okay, we're good. Platform's going back up. Sonic Prime, the upcoming Netflix cartoon. Surprised you didn't hear about that. Yeah, I haven't heard shit about that. I know that Sonic Boom was a thing. What's the difference between Prime and Boom? Is it like a new Sonic design? Is it based off the movies? I know there's Sonic and Knuckles. Or, I actually don't know what it's called. I know Knuckles is getting a spin-off. Knuckles from Sonic 2 is getting a spin-off. But I don't know anything about, like, other Sonic properties that they're doing. I also don't know much about Frontiers other than, yeah, it looks okay, whatever. Might be the best Sonic game they've made in a while, but, you know, that's not like the most sterling of endorsements, you know? Best they've made in a while is not, something to be that proud of, I do. Where's the thing? It's camera. There was no ground there. That's another life. Both are CGI, but this one is about alternate dimensions. Huh. Sure, you know what? That's probably fine. Stop shooting me. Here's what we need. We need the bazooka. Rogue is on Sonic's crew in the show. Well, I'm not gonna say anything about that, but that does track, you know. She does like hang out with the good guys on occasion. And it's like, you know, in the hello, Big, how's it going? I'm sorry, we already lost you a while ago. Tries left-wise, but still. Also, we did just open up a black hole there. Gotta be careful about that. That's right, it's Big! Buddy! I will say I did look at big emotes and the possibility of like a big cat emote. I think I just conclude that like, oh, the problem is Big's head is so like horizontal. Big's head is just so horizontal, it doesn't really fit well into the square confines of an emote. Unless you were to do two emotes, like next to each other, you know, like a paired emote. But honestly, I don't have the emote space for a paired emote. Not really. I have to make use of every slot all nice and good, so that's just not it. Let's go. Woo-hoo-hoo! Oh, this is fun. I like that. Sorry, what did you say, Tails? I couldn't hear you over the sound of your mech. I'm sure you got it. You got it. I see that, Bigger. Y'all, everyone in chat loves Big the Cat. That's true. You did do it, Tails. And you can see that Tails and Sonic, only ones left now. And the tries left. By the way, I will say, those two heads there, the Tails and the Sonic, they're gonna be made into bonus heads for the Mario Maker lightning round thing, just like how Donkey Kong heads are in there now. And also the Shadow and Eggman. Load the previous data, that's fine. Huh. I guess I haven't gotten many chows set up, but I do have an evil one here that's like an evil guy in the making. And by the way, I'm not sure if I should do this, but if you want to make a Chow evil, you have two choices. Either you can favor them as the bad guys, or you can do like this. Just throw them against the wall and that'll make them evil if you're the good guy. Maybe that doesn't make them evil, maybe that makes me evil. I'm sorry. Tails just like yeeting that guy into a wall, it's what he does. It's what he does. There you go, Dork. That guy's name is Dork. This guy's name is Stink. There you go. There you go, Dork. What's the evil one's name? Let me see. Dingus. That one's name is Dingus. Do I have another evil one, or is it just... there's just the three of them? You see, like... this is Dork, right? Yeah, that's Dork. I mean, I can go in there and I can see, like, a list of them. That's right. Well, that is a Dork. I think if we end up, finishing one of the... Citrus. There's another evil Chow named Citrus. Which, okay, sure. So yeah, these two are evil, Citrus and Dingus, and Dork and Stink are good. The way that we'll do it is if we run out of lives during Dark Side, if we finish Light Side or Dark Side, and we run out of lives, we'll have to go do like a Chow race or something, and we'll have to do a Chow race as a punishment should we run out of life. But honestly, at this rate, kind of seems like that won't be a concern because we're so good at the game.
I didn't get that, Tails.
What?
What happened to Amy?
This is what I was saying before. They can't hear you, Tails. What are you saying? Tails? Hello? Speak up! The music is pretty loud. And also the sound effects. Alright, here we are, Meteor Herd. That's sort of a non-sequitur. I'm gonna take a little bathroom break. Please enjoy the lovely break music until I return. Hey, y'all. I don't know why it's been doing that lately, but whatever. I am back. Let me pull up another card and talk about what's on it. Looking back on emote stickers and badges. Obviously, I showed these off earlier, these lovely emotes. I also have a bunch of stickers. And the badges, you know, they're the cool ones where it's, you know, it's like the lightning round where it's those Mario heads, but they all have cool sunglasses, which were fun to make. I'll say I've really enjoyed. One part of streaming I've really enjoyed over this last year is I really like making stuff. Like having a dumb idea and then putting it into action, and emotes, stickers, all that. Been a big, like, a great example of that, right? Or like, oh, I have a dumb idea to make, like, a bunch of stickers of, like, Persona 5 cut-ins, right? So where it's like, is this our chance, or whatever. The things that come in when you do, like, an all-out attack. Made stickers of all of those, and that was a great idea. I've had some other bad ideas for stickers. I also put those in there. And, you know, really enjoyed having those in there. Meteor Herd is a banger. Yeah. I always liked the name Meteor Herd. Have I ever told you that, in the last Super World that I did, I mentioned that there was a space world. And I'll tell you, the name I had for that space world was Meteor Scene. as in like SCENE, meteor scene. And the idea being that like, well, meteor herd is like media herd. Well, what's the opposite? What's like, you know, heard, scene. It's also sort of a tortured pun reference. I always thought meteor herd was like, well, when I hear meteor herd, I'm always thinking like seen, not heard. You know, I'm always thinking about the other word that sounds like heard. I don't know. Is that just me? Am I the only one who thinks like meteor herd? Like, oh, I heard a meteor. When the name meteor herd comes up, that might just be a me thing. Anyway, really enjoyed just like having bad ideas and rolling them out over time. And of course, I did at one point gift a bunch of subs in order to get us up to the maximum amounts for a, you know, for an affiliate. So I have a lot of emotes for y'all. And a lot of emotes. I have a lot of emotes, and they're all pretty fucking good. And I hope that y'all all enjoy them. I enjoy making them, and honestly, I enjoy using them just as much as the next person, right? Like, I'll tell you, like, whenever I'm watching Twitch, I'm just really enjoying the opportunity to use some of those lovely emotes I have. And, you know, a lot of them are stuff that I always want to have access to, like a salute, or a, or like a hello. For the record, like, see, there's a salute. Psychonaut salute, a GG, Kirby, and some stuff like laughing, or like a character going like, that's the Choo-Choo one, that's new. Thumbs up. All these things are always good to have on hand, and I enjoy having them on hand, and I hope y'all get some use out of them as well. I've tried to make them as useful as possible, and honestly, I'll tell you, even if I were to stop streaming, even if I were to, like, you know, not be a streamer, I'll say I would definitely, like, still stream now and again in order to keep that affiliate status nice and fresh, so that I can continue having all these lovely emotes. At least for myself. Right? I maybe would do, like, a stream every, you know... I could definitely see, like, even if I were to, you know, not do a stream all the time every year, I could definitely find, like, a Sunday or so, or, like, a weekend every now and again to do a big, long stream with either Mario or, like, Mario Maker or, like, some other thing I wanted to do, randomizers, etc. But things have been going pretty well. I don't see that happening anytime soon. You know, I will say that, well, I have been probably staying up too late because of all the streaming that I do in general, but yeah, I'm fine with that. I'm honestly fine with that. Maybe, like, the only thing I could see, like, stopping myself from streaming would be something like, oh, you know, if I were to get, like, a different job that was, like, really getting really impinging on my time. But honestly, I would rather not have a job that impinged on my time. Not unless it was, like, really lucrative. In which case, like, okay, maybe I would do that, but, like, I kind of like to have a nice, good work-life balance, and I would imagine I would still have time to do, like, a couple of streams a week. But who knows, you know, I know Judo, another such streamer, now works, like, weird hours, and also has just been in crunch mode for a while, hasn't been able to find time to stream. I guess it is very possible that, like, even at my current company, there could be a crunch at some point, wherein, like, we're all working 60-hour weeks, at which point you won't see me for a bit. But, you know, that probably wouldn't be a long-term type deal. Also, like, really, real talk, I could also take a break if I were to, say, go to Japan or something, which I am definitely looking at and being like, man, I would like to go to Japan again. That would definitely be a, well, look, I'm not going to stream while in Japan. That's not how it's going to work. It'd probably be really bad quality. And also, I can't bring my full computer, so it'd be like my old laptop, and I very much doubt that can pull off a good stream, you know? I could maybe stream something off my phone. And maybe that would be fun to be like, hey, we're just talking here, but, you know, I'll tell you how Japan is and how much fun I'm having. Should I eventually do that, which I'll say there's no plans right now, but like, I could see doing sometime next year a Japan trip. Maybe like spring, maybe like spring or, ooh, there we go. Rats.
I found them.
Knuckles saying rats would be so... I got an idea. What if I'm picturing a sticker
That was tough.
that is like a rat from some game, and the audio is just Knuckles saying rats. That's a bad idea. I'm probably not gonna do that, but that'd be funny if I did. Here we are with a boss fight.
Long time no see, treasure
We're
hunter.
fighting
Did
her.
you find my
That's a
emerald?
good one. Your emerald. Talking
You'd like to go to Hokkaido. You'd like to go to Hokkaido, Trubucket. Yeah,
I will take it from
I'll
you.
say I only went to, last time I was in Japan, I went on vacation a few years ago to there. I went to Tokyo, Osaka, and Kyoto. Not in that order, actually. I went Tokyo, Kyoto, and then Osaka. And it was a fucking good time. I really enjoyed the hell out of it. Saw about just about everything I could think to see. So, either I would have to re-see places or think of new places to see, but honestly, there's so much in Japan, I bet I could manage, and I think, like, I'd probably go to, like, Universal if I went again this time. Because, you know, since the last time I went to Japan, I've been to Universal a couple times. Universal Orlando, and honestly, now I'm a Universal guy. I'm a big Universal fan, whereas the last time I was there, I was just like, theme parks, I could get those anywhere. I can get those in Orlando just as easily. We are looking a little low. Okay, good. There's another point. Another thing for us. Maybe we should go up top. Maybe that'll help. Probably more up here. Is she collecting them too? Yeah, and also they have the Super Mario World. That's true. Yeah. I wonder if they're gonna open the DK ride next year. The Donkey Kong Country ride at Universal Orlando, or in Universal Japan. Ooh, that'd be fun if I could go on the DKC ride before even it's in the Universal. Before it's even in the Orlando park. Ooh, that would be fun. Oh, okay. We gotta get a ring before we get hit. Oh, that'd be fun. Yeah. I will say I wouldn't go to Disney. I'm not really a big Disney person. So that wouldn't be on the agenda. But definitely would go to Universal Japan. That we'd make a day of it. I would make a day out of it. Me would make a day out of it. He did do that, yeah.
Stop fooling around. Give me back my emerald.
This is a good scene.
Call yourself a hunter attacking a lady? Shame on you.
What
This
kind
is
of lady
cute.
goes around stealing gems anyway?
The fun kind.
Those belong to me.
Oh no! Don't worry, Knuckles is a good guy. He's got her. These two, you definitely ship these two, right? Everyone ships these two.
Hands to yourself. Don't touch me.
Is that how you say thanks to someone who just saved your life?
Saving my life.
Do these two ever get together? I mean, I guess the answer has to be no, not really. Well, maybe in the comics. The comics are like super story based, aren't they?
Think what you want back.
Maybe in the
Send them back
comics,
for emerald.
but probably never in the games.
No matter what you say, it sounds.
Okay, take the emeralds back. It's fine.
What?
Eh?
Fine, then just take them. They stink like echidnas do.
If that's what you thought, you should have given me them in the first place.
Yeah, really. We now have the Master Emerald back. Yay! It doesn't do anything until the post game.
What?
I'm sorry if I hurt you.
He's a gentleman.
We should get going.
Yeah, we should. Yeah, you ship those two. That's a ship. She makes an I like him face after this exchange. She does. 100%. That's just a canonical ship right there. I mean, they are like opposites and they have all the same abilities. That's how this game... As far as Sonic goes, that's compatibility. I guess that means that Tails and Eggman could get together. Never mind. Tails and Eggman would make a weird couple. They should do that though. Like, can you imagine if like in a game, Tails is like, surprise, I've turned evil, I've joined Eggman. Oh, Sonic would be in trouble then. If Tails ever joined up with Eggman. Someone said there was a show about like alternate Sonic dimensions. That's gotta be one of them with like evil Tails. What if a dimension where like Tails is the big guy? Is the bad guy, not Eggman. He's the one making a bunch of robots. That's plausible. And maybe that's why Amy is a robot, because Tails made her into one. And maybe Eggman's the good guy in that one. And he's just running around, you know, being a human, doing platformer stuff. Whoa, hey. What was that? I went right through that gate. Should we do the... We can do this. We can just go down and, like, land if we get lucky. Oh, no, it wasn't centered! I thought that the rail was, like, right under the thing and you could just do that. I bet you can, but you have to... Wow. Y'all, we ran out of lives. You know what that means. We go over to the dark side now. We go over to the dark side. And you know what? You might have seen all these heads, you know. During this last segment, we've had Amy, Big the Cat, Knuckles, Tails, Sonic. They've all left us one by one. But now we're on the dark side, and we have Chow, Dark Chow. We have Gamma. We have Rouge. We have Eggman, and we have Shadow himself, the made man. And you can see, by the way, the Tries left has also changed colors to match the side we're going into. Let's go to Prison Island.
Alert. Intruder alert. Security breach at gate 3. Intruder has been located in the north quadrant. And
That's right.
In the direction of the underground base. All units prepare to engage. Emergency battle formations. Standard battle procedures initiated. Locate and stop the intruder from entering the security area.
Hell yeah, it's the Eggman theme.
This is not a drill.
I remember, I've told this story before, but as a kid, someone said to me, they said, I am the walrus, or like, I am the Eggman, and I said back to them, yeah, master plan, which is the lyric in this song, I am the Eggman. And I didn't realize they were referencing the Beatles because I didn't know the Beatles. Wasn't a very cultured kid, I suppose, as far as old music goes. I literally had not heard the Beatles song, I Am the Walrus, or whatever it's called. I had, however, heard the Eggman song. That's just like when someone goes for a high five and you like give them a fist pound instead. You're just confused after that, aren't you? It's just sort of a confusing thing. I'm like, ah? No, that's not... What? Huh? How about another card? I still got a couple left. We've actually made really good progress and gotten through like most of them already. Which honestly I wasn't sure if we'd be able to do, but we did a lot of them. Do the next one. Cubic is one of the last cards. This last year, best thing about Eggman, his voice tip. Yosh, Yosh. That's right, he does say Yosh. Yo, 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 yo. This last year, I've gotten into cubing a good deal. You know, I'll say like I was into cubing as a kid, and then I didn't have any Rubik's cubes for like years and years and years, for at least like 10, 12, 15 years. And at some point early in the year, I was looking on YouTube and I realized I watched some cubing videos, right? And I realized like, wait, I can just buy these now. And then not only can I buy these, I can also buy the obscure cubes that I, never had as a kid. And also like 5x5 variants are now widely available. After realizing, God, first level. You kidding me? Oh my God. After realizing that Rubik's Cubes were widely available, ordered a bunch of them and started cubing again. Relearned all the algorithms and also learned how to do like various other cubes and eventually made it a channel point reward. I mean, you might not think of it just like, being around recently and seeing it as a thing, but like this time last year I did not do any cubing. I hadn't done cubing in like 20 years, and if you asked me to do it, I would, not remember how. It's funny that that's just one of the many things that I've gotten into this last year, along with like streaming in general, randomizers, and other things such as some more stream-related things like the format of the lightning round. All that has just come together since this time last year, and it hasn't been that long a time. Oh right, I don't have the hover yet. Important to note, I don't have the hover yet. And not just jump off a thing expecting to hover. I can't believe I died on the first level here. 5 lives. Oh well. That Chow head is just okay anyway, it's fine. Not the biggest loss. Alright. We need to... how do we launch this? Oh, just shoot a thing. Cool. Beautiful. Yush! There are some Eggman scenes that are pretty goofy. I was recently I was going through some cutscenes from this game.
Tried a little harder.
Yeah, I should have. That's true. There are some cutscenes here where Eggman makes some funny faces that I definitely considered for like an emote or something, but ended up not going with it. Process of coming up with emotes is a lot of me going like, what kind of emote do I want? What kind of emote do I not currently have? Like what? And then looking through like Spriter's resource, sprite sheets, and like games that I love, trying to find good. Yes, Yosh means all right when translated from Japanese. Yes. You can also use it in the sense of like, if you're like rubbing someone's head in Japanese in like anime or whatever, you might say like Yoshi 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 Yoshi. Or if you're like petting a dog, that's something you might say. Oh Yoshi 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 Yoshi. Oh Yoshi Yoshi Yoshi. Oh, who's a good dog? Oh, you're a good dog. Oh. I guess you'd say like that in Japanese. It'd be like, oh, who's a good dog? That would be like Inu? Koinu? I forget if like to make it a puppy, if you put like the ko in front of or behind the dog word, Inu. Sonic, you fucker! Wait, why are you... Your fur color is wrong.
Since you were so kind to release me, my master, I will grant you one wish.
I forgot that he introduces himself like a genie.
Behold the true power of
I'm a fucking genie, man. I know, right? The sound balancing in this, a little rough. I know. Okay, we're gonna show him what we got. We're gonna beat this guy. Hot Shot. Good name for a mech. Dang it. Oh geez, this guy's giving me the business. Oh geez. Oh shit, look at that. I got him before he lifted off. Look at that, double. Dang it. That box could have let me jump up and get him if it had survived. Can I do it with this box over here? Oh, well, at least he's gonna land anyway. Fucking dick. This guy seems like a little bit tougher maybe than the Sonic version of the fight. I mean, I guess he does have like several more moves. He has like a laser beam. The Sonic's version didn't do this. Shadow got the hard fight. By the way, I don't have a card for it, but god damn, gotta say, Marvel Snap continuing to be a daily delight. Just really loving that game. If you like card games, if you ever played Hearthstone, it's not like Hearthstone insofar as it's more like Gwent structurally, but it's by the same guy who made Hearthstone, and it's just really fucking gripping, and it has a really good like monetization scheme as far as like you don't actually buy cards, you can only earn them.
What did you
so
mean when you said you will grant me a wish?
Bring more Chaos Emeralds.
Shadow, wait!
I'll be waiting for you in the central control room on the Space Colony Ark.
Why the Ark? I think that is literally a joke in Sonic 2, isn't it? And by the way, we are currently at 1 sub towards that watch party. RD Fine did a sub early on. Not sure why it didn't update. Sometimes the tracker is a little slow, I guess. Go figure, right?
The Master Emerald contains special powers that neutralize the...
I'm gonna check something real fast while this cutscene is going.
What the? Look who's calling who a thief.
I came here following the signal from the Emerald. If I'm not mistaken, this is the Master Emerald signal.
Dr. Eggman.
So that's Dr. Eggman.
Like I said, there's something. I'll just take it with me. Farewell, Pen.
Not if I can help it.
What was that all about? And look what you did to my emerald!
I did that to prevent the Master Emerald from being stolen, you idiot. If it's in pieces, I can restore it. And by the way, that's not your emerald.
Sitting back down now. Yeah, I don't know. We are at 1 though. We see 9 more, we're done. And regardless of what it says, I'm keeping track of it. Y'all don't have anything to worry about. We will make sure that any subs are counted properly for that sub goal. It's now midnight. I've been going for around 6 hours. Look at that. Like I said, though, this stream is going to go late. This is going to be a long stream. We're going to keep on going. Keep on trucking. I guess, by the way, if we don't finish this tonight, which, you know, I guess at this rate, it's already midnight and all, doesn't seem like the most likely thing in the world. We can definitely, like, continue it at another time. Probably not this week, but certainly could do more Sonic Adventure 2, even with this gimmick, even. As part of a Thursday stream or something. That certainly could be arranged. mean, I've been having fun. Y'all been having fun? I think that's all that matters. Let's go ahead and try to start finding these things. Blue striped head. Let's free this motherfucker. I bet it's in the other area. We're not getting the thing. The way this level works is that there's 2 zones. Go to the other side. Maybe not. Let me do like a on the stone. Not a very helpful hint, but okay. Just look for the gem protection thing. Like I said, Rouge's music is all very like, there we go. It's all like spy shit, basically. I think it works pretty well for her thing. Protector of the jar, what does that mean? Next one. Give me one more. A high place. Well, we can fly over there and see if anything pops up. Otherwise, we'll turn around and go back to the other area. Yeah, it looks like it's in the other area. That's a funny noise for a turtle to make. Alright, let's go to the high place here. Yep, there we go. We got it. We got it on our tracks, on our radar, etc. Wrong way. Probably over in these pots. In the robots. There we go. I should grab a ring so I don't die. Fish food. There we go. That means it's in the water, so it's either here or on the other side. It's on the other side. I'm surprised about the audio mixing in this game. I really wonder if it's like version specific, like if it's the Xbox version, if it's specific to the Xbox version that I'm playing, or if the GameCube version also has it. I'll tell you, I don't remember it being bad. Is it in the area that's like behind the door? That'd be inconvenient if so. Let me see. A dark place? Fish food, a dark place. Let me get a third hint. Oh, hang on. It's near the Oasis jail. Water near the Oasis jail. Near the Oasis jail, but not in the Oasis jail? But I'm not on this side. Oasis jail sounds really nice and really horrible. It's true. It might be in the Oasis jail. Let's ride a turtle to the Oasis jail. By the way, I think I have like a couple more cards left. Thinking about replaying various Rare games that I love. That's certainly... I mentioned before that Rare was a big part of my childhood growing up. There we go. Rare was a big part of my childhood growing up, and I would love to play all the Rare games that I played growing up on stream, and that means like... And there's a bunch that I haven't played. I haven't played Banjo-Tooie on stream. I haven't played Conquer on stream. I'd play Cameo on stream. I'd do Cameo. There's a bunch of them that totally I would like to get around to. Definitely would be good stream games. Though not maybe in the immediate future. With some of those, I'd almost like to see if they get onto N64 Online. Like, if Banjo-Tooie hits N64 Online, that's the best time to do it, right?
Never find my hidden base inside this pyramid.
Speak up, dude. Come on. What's the fuck? Jeez, he is so quiet, huh? I looked, by the way, I did look in the settings to see if there was like a like voice volume option that you could turn up, and there wasn't, so it's nothing I can do about it short of switching to another game, or like switching to the GameCube version, and even then, I'm not sure if it's better there, just maybe it is. Maybe that is the secret, is the GameCube version is the best version of Sonic Adventure 2. Maybe that's like a like the secret truth of the matter. Anyway, those are definitely games I have on my radar as far as like ones that would be good to hit up for replays. And definitely, like, I would expect to see a couple more of them in the next year. I'll say, like, you know, Tui, I'm obviously, like, waiting to see if they put on N64 Online. They're never going to put out Conquer on there. There are other games as well, like, it'd be good to do, Banjo-Kazooie Grunty's Revenge. I feel like that's a game not a lot of people played because it was on Game Boy Advance. And it was just like a weird isometric Banjo game. And I think that would be really fun to show off live for y'all and go through. And, yeah, Diddy Kong Racing. Oh, that would be a good one. Yes, that's another rare game I would love to replay live for you. I have discussed with another person, there is a co-op mode in Diddy Kong Racing that's like secret. And, maybe we would do some, like, co-op streams. This person is not a streamer, but I did play through DKC 1, 2, and 3 with him off stream like a few years ago, before I was a streamer, so I think maybe that would be a fun thing to do once it hits N64 Online and we can co-op it together. That'll be maybe a fun thing to look forward to whenever that happens. As far as GoldenEye and Perfect Dark is, I'm not really into GoldenEye as much personally. Like, I'll say, like, the worst thing I could say about GoldenEye is it made me think I didn't like shooters. Just because the mission design was so labyrinthine that I just kind of got discouraged and oh god. Second life down. Goodbye, Gamma. Barely knew ya. The level design was so labyrinthine and, like, objective-driven that I really had a hard time wrapping my head around it. It's really only in recent years, like, since, like, Call of Duty 4, that shooters have gotten away from that, and then now we're just like, yeah, just run forward and shoot the enemies, it's good. And I think that's a little bit more what I'm into. Though, I will say I didn't actually play Call of Duty 4 at any point, because, honestly, when I saw it, when I had played Call of Duty 2 and I wasn't into that one, so when I saw it, like, everyone saying, like, oh, it's actually good this time, I was like, yeah, I don't know, I played the last one, I played 2 and I didn't like it, so, yeah, I don't know if I believe that, and apparently, that was probably the wrong choice, but, you know, whatever, I played other shooters and I have a good time. I guess the thing about, like, the acquisition of Activision is once that happens, I'll totally just be able to try out Call of Duty 4, like the original Call of Duty 4, if I wanted to, and, like, actually give it a go live for the first time 15, 20 years later, you know, and that would be a good game for, like, the Game Pass night, basically. I will say, gameplay-wise, Perfect Dark and GoldenEye, they're fun and fast, and it's fun to, like, shoot the guys in it. It's that much is fun. It's just the objectives for me, I just couldn't be bothered to wrap my head around them, and I would just get frustrated by failing something because I wasn't paying attention, which I was just never paying attention playing those games. I was just trying to run a gun, be all fast and loose, which gameplay-wise, design-wise, it does seem like the game is trying to push you towards, but, like, but it is still pretty demanding, nonetheless. Another level in the thing. Very good.
Close.
I think we have one more card. We'll do it after.
With the Chaos Emerald in the Space Colony Ark.
After Radical Highway.
Just what's going on.
After Radical Highway, we'll bust out the last card. I think it's the last card. It might be second to last. I definitely timed the cards out properly for 6 hours of streams. Of stream. Singular.
There has been a break-in at the Federal Reserve Bank today. Mysteriously, the only thing that was stolen.
Ho!
According to eyewitnesses at the scene, the suspect was identified as the world-renowned hero.
That's him, yeah.
Sonic the Hedgehog.
That's him.
The suspect was seen fleeing
Sonic.
the scene, destroying the reserve's guard robots in his path. Stay tuned for
Yeah, baby.
Work of Shadow.
It does sound like that, don't it? What the fuck? Yeah, that's good.
How pathetic.
This scene just reminds me of like the part of Goodfellas where you hear on the radio like there was a plane robbery today, and just like Henry Hill goes like, "Oh my God, yeah!" and the person on the radio is like, $2 million were stolen, or like 20 million or something. He's like, "Oh my God, $20 million! Oh God, yes, yes, oh!" That's what that scene reminds me of. Just like A-Man going like, holy shit, he got the emerald. Oh. That is what that scene is.
For the people of this planet, I promise you.
This is as well written of a game as, it says Goodfellas is a movie. It's very well written. We like it. Alright, Radical Highway, one of the best stages. Well, basically any Sonic Shadow stage is one of the best stages, but this one particularly whips ass. It rules. It's so cool. I feel like this stage is as cool as Shadow is. Basically, it has all the. It's dark. It's nighttime in the city. It's got this cool like red. This highway has like cool red railings everywhere, similar to Shadow himself. And planes are flying around everywhere. It's fun and good, and there's a bridge bit. Ooh. This is like one of the most iconic levels of this game, I think, I would say. If ever they were to add Shadow to Smash, like this would be the stage, right here. This would be the stage for Shadow. You'd have to do Radical Highway, right? Gotta be Radical Highway. I mean, I don't know. I guess I haven't played any recent games. Like, is there anything that like trumps Radical Highway as important to Shadow? I gotta say the answer's gotta be no. You got these bits where you swing on a pole and you have to do a quick time event, but they don't. It wasn't called a quick time event at the time. It was just called gameplay. What a good level. Jumping. By the way, I don't know how much longer we'll go. Certainly I'd like to, I'd like to get as far as we can, but there is a certain point where doing a watch party would be irresponsible, right? So maybe at a certain point we should like aim to like wind down. Of course, if we were to hit that sub goal, I would say maybe we would end this sooner rather than if we didn't, where maybe we just go later and just keep going on Sonic Adventure 2. But whichever's good, and we'll see what happens. Honestly, I could go late. I could go real damn late. This is a 1-year Celebrafest after all. Not a Celebrafest, that was another thing. This is a 1-year Streamiversary stream. It's a celebration, goddammit. Okay to go a little late. But it'd be good if we could get that movie locked in if we're gonna do it, Which I don't know, we're 1 of 10, so we just need 9 more on that. And again, I don't know why the tracker doesn't update properly. Go figure, it's weird about that. I did try to do the thing where it refreshes. Look at that, Trebucket just gifted a sub. Thank you, Trebucket. Gifted it to River Lotus. Nice. That's a nice little community gift. Very nice. River Lotus, I hope you enjoy the sub.
It all starts with this. A jewel containing the ultimate power.
It is the Chaos Emerald. It updated that time.
Now I know what's going on.
Weird.
Military has mistaken me for the likes of you.
They did do that, yeah.
Where do you think you're going with that emerald? Say something, you fake hedgehog!
Chaos Control.
It's a good move, the Chaos Control. Always it's a thing. Maybe he doesn't read months anniversaries? Maybe. I think I have seen it though. One such sub that came in during a thing eventually did count. And I will say, I am gonna count that one from RD from OK. I'm pretty sure he wasn't subbed at the time. Well, actually, hang on. Maybe I'm thinking of someone else. It might have been like an update before the stream or something, and this was just the first time he had to do the alert in a bit. That might be it. I'm not sure.
I've located Eggman's base.
Like, if I were to do like I just re-upped my sub to Dan Reichert. If you were to do a sub goal next stream, would that count towards it? I guess it might not. Because he didn't do a stream yesterday. So I only so I was only able to like by the way, this is a stealth mission. These guys are real bastards. You have to hide in the shade to get away from them. That's possible, Trebucket. Anyway, like I said, let's do another card. And this is the last card of the night. Looking back on these cards, well, ain't that just a meta last card to pull? And that's not random anymore. So, it's not like that's random or anything. When I first came up with these cards, I just wanted to have a way to, sort of bridge the gap when I had nothing to talk about, right? Like when the chat is slow or otherwise, I need something to give some juice. So I put together this thing. I put together the thing, and I initially had it random, where I basically would be just like, oh, a random big pool of like games or whatever I could talk about. Like, oh, talk about Fallout 3 or something. Remember Fallout 3? The basic idea then is it would be as if someone came into chat and asked like, hey, what about Fallout 3? Do you like Fallout 3? Basically the same sort of thing, and basically I can respond the same way. But it turned out during that stream, or like during some of the streams nearby, or after that ended up seeing a lot of repeats, Would end up doing the same one over and over again because there were only so many. And if I did too many, they just start repeating and be like, okay, I seen that one, moving on. And that felt awkward because like, well, a lot of the people here maybe didn't see it the first time, so I guess I could just repeat myself. But that feels weird. So I eventually replaced it with a system where they come in a set order, and also the color schemes changed as well over time. Be like, blue is follow-up, green is stuff that's upcoming, things I'm thinking about doing, etc. Cyan is stream business, yellow is open-ended questions, red is news, and pink is shout-outs. All that stuff sort of came in around that time, around like the first couple iterations of the thing. Though pink actually came in a bit later after I realized like, oh shit, Neon White had another type of card that I forgot about entirely, the health cards, which are pink. By the way, the cards are based on Neon White's. Oh, and Neon White's cards. Also, White is personal business, and White is personal business, and gray is like event cards, basically. And we're looking for the red path here. Alright. What's that? Oh, I could free a monkey. Oh, that's a bad monkey. Don't want to free that monkey. Or don't want to touch that monkey anyway. Okay, it looks like we're on the red path now. We're close, we're close. Robot has it. This level is one of the toughest levels, I think, in the game. Like those annoying like spider robots that come at you. Not spider, they're like locusts, I guess. They make this kind of a stealth level. Always just fucked with me, right? I was always scared to play this level. This level and one other one from this character, from Rouge. Looks like it's somewhere over here. Is it in the robot? It might be in that robot. You don't see that many scavenger hunts in games anymore. Like levels like this where it's just open-ended and you have to wander around until you find all three of them. Kick that monkey? I did. I enjoyed it. I enjoyed doing so. It absolutely deserved a good kick. Shadow of the Machine. No, it's Shadow of the Colossus. Oh, don't want to fuck with that robot. In retrospect, I guess it's not that hard. You know, you could just run around them, and just so long as you duck into shadow occasionally, they'll lose track of you. In a wall covered by shadows in the egg scorpion chamber. Okay, so wait, is that over here? I think you do need to get the dig here, right? Yeah, you do need to get the dig to get one of the keys. The dig is over here. Eh? Eh? What? Oh! Missile. Beautiful. This is the egg fish chamber. I guess they're going off like hieroglyphics, right? Like, oh, this is called egg fish chamber. That's what it would have been called in the day, though they would have used the Egyptian words for that rather than English. It does sound goofy though when you say like egg fish chamber. I wonder if that's actually how they name like things in like you know, Egyptology, archaeology concern when they're like doing like pyramid stuff, right? Do they actually go like, oh, this is there we go.
I got it.
Dan Reichert's Sonic 06 fan. Do you think Ernest Cline would be grossed out by a rogue? You mean like from the movies? I'll say I don't think I've seen like the most recent
I guess.
Dan Reichert 06 video. I don't recall this particular reference. Is Ernest the guy who's like from Ernest Scared Straight? Give me the context here.
It's a space
but maybe.
Transporter. The destination has
Or is he
been
like
set
one of
to
the NPCs?
Wasn't that space colony shut down over 50 years ago? What's he doing up there anyway?
What is he doing?
Doesn't matter. It's my mission to find out what he's up to.
That's right. So Rouge is actually sort of a good guy. She's a spy. That's why there's spy music playing whenever she's doing stuff.
So this is the space colony arc.
Hell yeah.
I have to locate the central control room that Shadow.
If I had one wish about Sonic Adventure 2, I would say that I think there could have been more Shadow levels. I think Sonic gets a few more than he does, and, well, Shadow's the cooler one of the two. He should get more levels, I think. It's very easy to, like, if you're just going back to the game and idly playing, or like playing a level or two, play through all the Sonic and Shadow levels, like in one go, and be like, oh shit, I've done them all. The Knuckles and Eggman stuff definitely adds a good deal to the runtime. Whereas, like, you might not necessarily replay all these levels by choice. Okay, good. What is the deal here? He said, "Oh no, my power is going down." By the way. Oh, you know what? It must be jump on the one on the left. There we go. Door of a storage facility room. In this room, you have to blast some crates and climb up on some shit, and then you get some boosters, or a jet engine, as it's called. Another death. I was shot while getting the engines, which I do have though. Dang. Okay, well, still, we got 2 tries left, folks. On the last Sonic 06 video, Des reads a poem by Ready Player One's guy Ernest Klein. Oh, I was thinking about Ernest Scared Straight. That Ernest. Okay, different Ernest. About how he was not into hot girls, but into smart girls. Oh, fuck, I remember that! Oh, I saw that, yeah. The into hot girls, into smart girls. That shit's insufferable. Didn't Dan also make that into a sound alert? Am I thinking of the right thing? There was definitely a sound alert of like about like being into smart girls and not hot girls. And then like read in the Ernest Klein voice, it sounds read in whatever voice the sound alert was in. It sounded so miserable. Sounds about right. Yeah, I've heard that poem. That is something that, you know, Dan is right to make people pay to have that be read aloud on air. That is a thing you don't want to hear. It's just not a good, it's just like so bad energy is what I'll say, is how I'll describe it. Terrible, abysmal energy. I will say, you know, I think the latest I've ever gone on a stream, the latest I've ever done on a stream was actually probably the latest I've ever started a stream as well. One time, last December, I started a stream at like midnight, at like 11 p.m. or some stuff, and I played through all of DKC 1, 2, and 3 from like midnight to 4 a.m. or something. And I think that's as late as we've ever gone. That was a bad idea for a stream. Like, I should have waited until the next day to do that. But I was in the mood for DKC, so I did it anyway. I will say, okay, just don't fall, and it's fine. I will say that stream went pretty well, though. And it is, like, the first stream that I ever archived and highlighted, so it is still available now, in fact, on the YouTube and shit. And it was a fun stream. It was the stream where I did DKC 1, 2, and 3, and every time I died, I switched lives. You could see that as like the predecessor to all these streams, and even the predecessor to the lightning round itself. You know, as basically like the first time I ever did a limited life stream, where like lives were a big concern, except that time, in that case, it was only 1 life rather than 2 or 5 or something of the sort. But I'm more likely to do now to give myself some wiggle room.
I've been waiting for you, Doctor.
It all goes back to that stream.
Now, I will show the glorious achievement of what the world's leading scientist, Professor Gerald, has created.
Professor Gerald.
The Ark was the first space colony.
What's his last name, though?
Mankind. Not many people know that the Ark contained a top secret research facility where weapons
a laser beam, yeah.
were being created. This is one of them. A weapon capable
Wait, does that imply that there's other weapons of mass destruction aboard the space station? This isn't the only one and all?
Destroying an entire planet. Was this my grandfather's legacy?
But it's been deactivated for some time now. To reactivate it,
we need the Chaos Emeralds. It's built to use the Chaos Emeralds. It was a nice throw.
So that's why we needed the Chaos Emerald.
Why do you collect them usually?
Exactly. To reactivate.
Yeah.
We need the 7 Chaos Emeralds.
I love that. I love that.
That ultimate power of
expression
to use as you please.
And then
the world could be yours.
Oh boy. Yeah, that's a good plan. At what point does Rogues the Bat join up with the bad guy team? Be in a minute, I guess.
Do you really think it will be that
Well, there you go. You're gonna need some sort of very good thief to steal some emeralds for you.
I've got a great idea. How about making a deal?
Yeah. A deal? That's right.
Grab that huge emerald. You said something about a reaction. A reaction that it may have with the Master Emerald. Now, if you could just let me borrow that radar, I may be able to help you. What do you think?
Making a deal.
What's in it for me?
I have an idea where the other Chaos Emeralds may be.
They're in the security vault on the island. The island area. I forget what it's called.
Very well.
Okay,
In cutscenes, she can just hover.
I don't think we've been
He can just fly normally rather than just,
call me
knuckles flying. I wonder if in other games they ever let her just fly like that. Again, you got another emerald. Look, that's right. That's what we did.
Back isn't my idea of a vacation. How can you be sure your intelligence reports are correct? Why would the Chaos Emeralds be here on the island?
That's a good question.
Absolutely sure.
Is this Prison Island?
Well, believe what you want to believe.
Very well. Very well. Let's discuss how we are going to do this. I will go in first.
Okay, 3-point plan.
Troops, allowing you to sneak in the base without being detected. Then, Shadow will enter the armory, where he will set the timer on these dynamite packs. Once that is in place, we will blow up the whole island and get away before anyone has a chance to know what hit them. Meanwhile, you'll have to sneak into the cargo area and grab the Chaos Emerald. That's a challenge for such a worthy treasure hunter as yourself, isn't it, young girl?
Hell yeah.
We only have 30 minutes to pull this mission off, and we only get one try.
Okay.
Trail me.
That's not true. We get 2 tries, everyone. We get 2 tries to pull this mission off. By the way, I'll say, let me say more about. I'll say more about. Oh God, the volume's a little hot here, isn't it? I don't know if I finished my thought on cards. They've been very useful for remembering to like shout things off at the top of the stream for announcements. Also, they're very good for like there's lots of things I see out there in the world, and that I want to mention, and the cards help me do it. Otherwise, I just oftentimes like before I have the cards, I'd go like, oh fuck, I wanted to talk about this thing that I saw in the news or whatever, or like a game I've been playing. I'd be like, oh fuck, I wanted to talk about that, but I totally just slipped my mind. And the cards help me manage that. In addition to their other function of keeping things moving and keeping us on keeping a discussion going. I will say, I'm currently not sure the amount of cards that's best for a stream. I've been recently having a place on my phone, an app, where I can keep track of what ideas I have for cards, and so I can make them right before the stream and have them ready. But it is a lot of overhead, and honestly, I can definitely see scaling back on them, and maybe just doing things that are essential and I really, really want to talk about, rather than having rather than feeling oh, I should prepare a dozen cards per stream every time. Just being okay, well, if I have something to talk about, it goes on a card. But if there's no cards for a stream, not every stream needs to have them. In fact, I am thinking right now, for the randomizer roulette, hello, Wideheart, how you doing? For the randomizer roulette, I'm kind of thinking maybe there shouldn't be any cards, because I'm going to be running around doing something in each of those 4 games pretty much all the time. And things are going to be changing so much every 10 minutes. Like, I hardly think I'm going to have 5 minutes to just, like, talk about a thing, since if I do that, it's just going to come in the way of, like, actual game-related stuff. So maybe during that long 12-hour stream, we'll actually have no cards to go through. And we'll see how that feels, or if I end up, like, chickening out or whatever and doing something else. I did see, by the way, during this stream, I got a message about what Team Min-Max they're starting to organize for Extra Life. So I'm now gonna have the opportunity to discuss that with other people on the team that are also doing Extra Life. So look forward to that sometime in the next few weeks, I guess. Sometime in the next month. Thank you for the happy anniversary, Windheart. I appreciate it. And I thank anyone who's coming by, hanging out with me, watching me play games, giving me viewer levels, subscribing, rating, giving the reacts, giving the things, doing channel point business. All that is just so much appreciated. And, you know, I'll say I wouldn't be here without, you know, without all the support of y'all folks. Well, I don't know if I would be, but I would be much more, dour, I guess. I'd be like, hey guys, it's, we're doing Sonic today, whatever. Maybe I'd be a little more depressed, yes, if y'all weren't here.
Oh, Sonic! I thought I'd never see you again.
That's not Sonic, you should recognize... Wait a minute. You're not my boyfriend. Come on. Everyone's just like Sonic. Why did you dye your hair black? How did Amy get to military base? She's just hanging out. She's just hanging out, looking for Sonic. It'd be funny if there was a boss fight against Amy right now. What are you doing here? Wait, that's right. There was a part where Tails had to go into Prison Island here. Was Tails doing a jailbreak on Sonic? I honestly don't remember well enough to say if that was what the story was. This is the other side of the fight, right? Yeah. Why was she here? That is just a really good question. Good, okay, we got it. By the way, for those just joining, for those who skipping around the VOD, maybe you can tell it's actually written below me today what exactly the premise of the stream is, but basically every 5 lives we switch between light and dark. We've already gotten most of the way through the light side on our first go, and they're now in our second go on the dark side, and, well, we've already lost 3 lives. Yeah, this level was my bane as a kid. This level might be where this ends. Might be where we go back to the light side, honestly. But we're gonna try our fucking best. We already saw one useless safe. Okay, so it's in a safe then. Blue floor. So it's up here. It's one of these. Wait, useless safe. It's the one that's open. Why did you put it in the one that was open? Put it in one of the ones that's closed, guys. Come on. Okay, we're 1/3 through and we've used 1 of our minutes. So we're making pretty good fucking pace. The letter L. That... Oh, I hope it's not the letter L. I hope we do not take an L on this. That... I've mentioned before... I wouldn't call myself a superstitious guy, but I do like to take omens. When I see an omen, I do like take it as like a sign, right? Where is it? Is it inside? Do I... Ooh, what? You have to unlock it or something? Oh, no. Where? Where? A safe in B block? I saw that, yes. Wait, why L? Why is L the thing then? Is there a switch somewhere? I think there's a switch somewhere. If you hit it, those open. Oh, crap. Could it be like over... No, that's nothing. That's nothing. Oh, crap. Okay, that opens a thing, but I don't think this is the thing we need to open. Yeah, I know. They put it in a safe, and the safe is locked, and I don't know what to do. Sorry. Maybe he should have sent Shadow to do this part. Or you need a digging upgrade. I think when you can dig through those, they'll have like a logo on them. And I think we have to go up here and go through this. If I'm recalling right. Yes, I think this opens. Wait, this might only open one of the blocks. Does this open like only the yellow floor? Yes, okay, this opens the blue. And we're in blue, right? So we need this one. Also, we are down to one. We don't have any rings, so best be careful. Should we do the last one while we're here? Just in case? Yeah, let's just be safe. Be on the safe side. Fucker. It was, red floor B. Right there. You see there now they got a logo, that means that they're ready to go.
I can't.
Line it up and go.
Only one more left.
I would really like a ring so I don't die. A place protected by lasers. Oh, jeez. I know where that is. Very carefully, I know. I know. Why don't you, like, maybe... Is this it? Is it over here? No. No, it's not here. Oh, it's over here. It's up here. "30 seconds. I lost my rings. Oh! We're down to our last. Let's go up and do the first thing first. We'll do the unlocking the safes first, just in case. Air conditioner? I know. Maybe we should kill these guys instead, just in case they have it. I mean, as just while we're here. But also do it in a way that doesn't, like, risk. Come on. We did get two. Oh, we're on our last one still. Okay, shit. I honestly... I didn't realize that they... Oh, wait, we only have 24 seconds? What? I didn't realize that it, like, adjusts like that. Oh, God. Where in the air? Do you see it? Oh! 8 seconds! Ah! We did it! Oh, we had... That was too close. That was too close for comfort.
I guess I took a little too much time.
This next level's also a race, but it's not that tight. It's not that tight. Yeah, we're kicking ass here. Rebecca, thanks for the GG. Oh wait, there's a boss. I forgot about this boss.
This is Flying Dog headquarters. Intruder found at ring.
I guess this is the equivalent of the ghost boss that Knuckles had to fight. This is Rogue's boss. I always say Rogue. It's Rouge. I always say Rouge though, or Rogue for some reason. I guess just that's how I read it as a kid, and you can't tell me that it's wrong. I know it's wrong. I know it's wrong. Can I jump and do that? Yes, I can. Absolutely. Absolutely, I can. All right. You know, I will say, this year I've you know, come a long way from basically 0 followers. Actually, I started out at like 3 or something. Some folk had followed me for the last, you know, just as like even before I did streams. Some folks that I know, basically. I mean, but I've gone from, you know, next to 0 to all the way to 376. 376 is the current count. That's a hell of a, you know, I think that's a pretty good, solid viewer, follower increase over that time. And I'll say, I'm thinking about, it'd be nice to set like a follower goal for the end of the year. Follower goal for the end of the year, and we'll do like, we'll try to get like the 500 or something. That's a nice even number, where within like spitting distance right now. Why couldn't I turn for a bit? We're in spitting distance. We could, I think it's definitely plausible that we could do 500 by the end of the year. Also, I didn't notice these walls are here. That's probably how you're supposed to get up and get at him. Rather than like banging your head against things from below. I think like in December we'll set that as a goal. And also there'll be like a ongoing sub thing where every sub that I have, I'll do like a level of Paper Mario. That's how we'll do it. The bad Paper Mario though. Which I do own, by the way. I still have that. I don't have to buy it or nothing. Not that you'd be able to play it on 3DS and stream it, but you know, I'll do a thing.
This is Rouge.
But I'm
got a small
totally justified in just doing that thing because I do own it.
Inside this locked safe with a Chaos Emerald. I guess I won't be able to call myself
Dang.
a treasure hunter anymore.
How'd that happen? Oh, jeez. I hate it when girls die. Don't worry, I'm coming to get you. Because I will not let a girl die. This is how... I like the idea. He's just like, God damn it, a girl's gonna die again. Not on my watch. I've learned. That's a weird, like, emotional beat for him. Just be like, God damn it, I've seen this before. Girl. Dying. No. Not on my watch. Oh, shoot. He does say that, doesn't he? We have 10 minutes. That's more than enough. This level ain't hard. We're gonna get through it clean. As much as the other level, the Rouge level always gave me problems. This level, never. Nah. You can get through it that fast, or like even faster, honestly, without really trying that hardly. That hard. Not a super hard level. Really feels like some Scotty Evil from Austin Powers type music. That's not my read on it, but sure, you know what? Austin Powers, this is what Scotty would listen to. Oh, I'm getting a little hungry, folks. I will say, I went to, before we started, I went to Jersey Mike's and got a you know, like a giant Subway sandwich. I didn't eat all of it. I put like one quarter of it in the fridge, and I guess after this, or maybe like, I guess I could during like Mario Party if I really wanted to. I will have to like, you know, pick up the controller and, because when it's not my turn, I'd be able to do that. If we do the watch party, I totally could do more I could totally eat that during the watch party, couldn't I? We'll see even if we do the watch party, though. At this rate, definitely seems like definitely seems unlikely. We do have, though... Oh shit, no light speed dash, no light speed dash. I nearly jumped off that cliff thinking I had it. There we go. These are air shoes, and they let you do the light speed dash. That's the last try. Sorry, Rouge, you're gonna have to get saved another time. Let's go back to the good side, and you know what? I think we're definitely in range of finishing Hero Story. Let's finish Hero Story. We got 5 lives to do crazy gadgets. There's another tail stage, and then the last of the Sonic stages. There's just 3 of them. I think there's just 2 or 3 stages left. I think it's 3. I think it's 3. So let's do it. Let's get it done, and then, you know, maybe we'll just maybe that's a good stopping point. It is 1 a.m. after all. Maybe like getting through both Hero and Dark Story is a bit of a reach. If we were to get all 8 subs by the end of this one, we'll end it there. But if not, or sorry, we'll end this segment here and do the watch party. But if not, we'll do but if not, we'll just do the thing. And also, by the way, you might go to bed soon. Gotcha. Also, by the way, we could absolutely do the watch party on another night. Absolutely a possibility. Here's what I wanted to do last time. I wanted to land on this, but I guess I fucked it up. I must have, like, hit the stick or something. Maybe it's just not that easy to just do that perfect style. Anyway. I'm gonna go to bed, Trebucket. You have a good sleep, man. It's all good. If we don't reach the sub goal tonight, we'll do it, you know, we still have time. I'm sure we'll have to have a night where we do, either finish up Dark Story or do the final epilogue, and maybe during that stream we'll have another chance at doing the subs. And I'll say we did get 2 of the 10 in. That is what I am counting. If Twitch disagrees, so be it. I do think we only need 8 next time, so that'll absolutely be a thing. I'll probably keep the sub goal rolling for through the next stream, but it won't be immediate like if it's met during like tomorrow's stream, or not tomorrow. Geez, I didn't. What? Huh? There. Oh shit! I see it. If it's met during Friday's stream, it won't be immediate style. It'll be like later. It'll be another date, but yeah, you know, progress was made, and that's long and short of it, right? Maybe I should have gone with 5, a nice achievable goal. That's, you know, maybe achievable in one night more easily than 10 is. Still, you know, I hope that hope to see. And here's what I'm thinking, short of getting the thing. I'm thinking I could keep going. I think I can finish both light and dark. But if we do complete light, the dark life thing will instead, basically, we'll have to do some chow business instead. Some like chow races or something in the interim, like as a punishment for losing our lives. That's how we'll work it. And we will see. What happens. By the way, again, I will say the plan for Friday, since I've done a bunch of Mario Maker tonight, I'm going to do something else on Friday. I'm going to do a Paper Mario randomizer with 3 star spirits required. I don't think I mentioned that before. It'll be 3 spirits required. That's because during the Mario Maker, during the randomizer roulette, I'll be doing 3 star spirits required, so I'd sort of be interested to see like how long that takes us, and you know, we'll have that as in mind when we like estimate how long the roulette will take. We'll have that as like a reference, as like a point of like, okay, it took me like 3 hours tonight, or like 4 hours, or like 2 hours, and that'll help us gauge like how much we can expect it. Because I will say, DK64 to get 40 bananas, which is what I'm doing for the randomizer roulette. Again, let me say, randomizer roulette is an upcoming stream wherein I'll do where I'll be switching randomly between 4 randomizers: Paper Mario, DK64, Metroid Fusion, and Minish Cap. And also they'll be, you know, it'll be for extra life, so it'll be a whole thing. For that, I am wondering like how long exactly it'll take. And also, I guess there's nothing saying I have to wrap up immediately after 12 hours. I guess it's possible we could go an extra hour or 2 if we really needed it. But also, I would like to, you know, I would like to view it as a challenge, whether we can do it. And I'll say, like, of some of those games, like, I know that Metroid Fusion can take, like, 2 to 3 hours. I'll say, like, 2 to 3 hours if like, done right. Just like the whole game does. Randomizer, anyway. And, Minish Cap, I think, also can be done in about that time, provided that the implements are in the right places. And you know, I'm gonna rig it a little bit. I'm gonna make sure that the seed has like 4 of the locations that are like, we're not gonna have the Sky Temple be one of them. Basically, the way that it works is that there's 5 dungeons and 1 semi-dungeon in Minish Cap, and it sort of chooses randomly which one get the 4 pieces of the element, the 4 like elemental stones, and we need 2 of those. So basically, it is semi-random, like which ones have the things. But I am thinking about, just for like in order to make it more predictable and more easy for estimate's sake, making it so that the 4 dungeons are just the first 4, and that the Sky Dungeon, which would require like 2 sword upgrades, or 3 sword upgrades actually, is not one of them, basically. Oh yeah, there's a fight with these guys. I forgot about this. I totally forgot about the fighting Eggman. Or is this a fight, or is this just a cutscene? Oh, you know what it is? Tails has to fight him, right? Because they're the same. That makes sense. Got a fucking gun. You know, people talk about how Shadow got a gun, but they forget that Eggman also had a gun once. He just, you know, was mostly using his, like, turret's gun.
So, how did you know it wasn't the real one?
You just told me, Fox Boy. Yeah, that's a good line. Oh, shit. Tails got it.
Take care of yourself.
Honestly, I think let's blow this out. Let's go the distance. Let's finish Dark Side as well, and then with the stipulation that every 5 lives we'll switch back. We'll do something else, right? We'll do like a.
It has the same wavelength and
Maybe we'll do like a.
more powerful than the real one.
The same wavelength
Maybe.
and properties. Can I do this?
I think the Chow thing is good, though. We'll do it like a Chow race. Oh, yeah. He just learned how to do chaos control, basically. Down there. We'll find out later he's alright.
Real Emerald, I will release you both. You have my promise.
That would make a pretty good emote, actually, or like a good sticker. Like Eggman pointing a gun at the screen. Maybe that would be like TOS. Maybe that would be like TOS. I'm not sure if, like... Are you allowed to have emotes where characters point guns at you? That seems like a gray area of like, oh, that's ripe for abuse. That's ripe for abuse. Oh, fuck. I forgot about this fucking, like, laser beam attack. Run to the side. There we go. That. Really? Oh my god, that laser beam follows you. Or can we shoot him to get him out of that? Or do we just want to just like go in for the kill immediately? God, that was close. That was the second. That was the second life. This is a tough boss fight. You don't have any rings, and also this guy is. I moved pretty quickly there. Damn it. Okay. Okay. Maybe like getting in his face isn't the answer. Jeez, we've died 4 times in a row on this motherfucker. We might be heading back to Dark Side. I feel like trading hits here ain't gonna be it. Maybe we just gotta, like, hit him with the regular shots. Yes! You did lose to Tails. That is what happened. Oh, that was harrowing. Jeez. I think we now have 1 life to get through the last level.
I feel some strange energy.
They're just 1 level or 2? Oh, I think. Okay. There's Sonic. I guess there's not like a. Or did we already do the Tails level where you're in space? We might have already done that level with Tails. This just leaves the last Sonic level. And then the final boss against Shadow, basically.
Chaos control?
Yeah, it's cool.
Are you okay?
Uses the Chaos Emeralds to freeze time.
Tails and Amy, I hate to ask, but could you help them? This is our last chance. I got it. Before the cannon fires, I'll slam dunk it in there.
That's a good plan. All right, last level looks like, I'm pretty sure. Yep, final rush. That is right. We got 1 try, and if we lose it, we have to switch back to Dark Side and continue from there. I think this concept. I was a little worried at first because we got through like most of Light Side without dying like at any point, but we have swapped back and forth once. And we have lost most of our lives again, so I guess 5 lives was the right amount for this idea. Worked out beautifully. Let's not do the thing. A thing you can do here is you jump off and you land on the bottom side and like save a little time. Let's play it safe and just go the long way. Go around since, you know, 1 life and all. Also, let's not go that way. Again, there's some risky plays you can make here that we really can't afford right now. just due to the nature of this here gimmick stream. And by the way, I'll say again for those who just joined it, it's my 1-year anniversary as far as Twitch streams go, and that is why I'm doing this stream. This stream is an anniversary stream. I did a bunch of Super Mario Maker viewer worlds. I usually do viewer levels, but today I did viewer worlds earlier, and now I'm doing this Sonic Adventure 2 thing. There's also a sub goal. I'll say that we are two of the 10 towards it. It just didn't count one, but I counted it, so I'll tell you, if we do get one away from meeting it, I will count it as finished. Though also, if we don't hit it tonight, we absolutely can do it another night. Maybe like whenever we do like the final epilogue of this game, maybe then we'll also have another chance at doing the Sonic 2 watch party. And also, God, fuck. That was the last of the tries. Dang it. Back to Shadow and company. Let me get up their lives. Their lives are different, of course, on account of their different characters.
I'm Shadow the Hedgehog, the one and only ultimate life form. Looks like Batgirl has failed her end of the deal. I really could care less about her.
Okay, let's roll.
It's the Chaos Emeralds.
What jungle? We're still pretty early on in this dark side. Let's see what is left. There's the pumpkin level for Shadow. Shadow's pumpkin level. There's another space level for. There's a space level for each of the 3 characters that remains. There's Is there another? I think you have to fight the boss fight as Eggman. The Golem. You have to fight the Golem as Eggman. I feel like there's one level I'm forgetting off the top of my head. But we're actually closer than you would think just by being at this point in the game. I think to like the end of this side. There's fewer levels in space for the bad guys than the good guys, especially since, you know, Eggman got one of the space levels out of the way beforehand, before this part of the story. And I'll tell you my goal here tonight. I want to finish Light and Dark. I think I'd like to do that. I can go the distance. I'm feeling pretty good about that. It is 1 a.m. here, but I'm good to go. I'm hot to trot. Let's keep it rolling and see what happens. And honestly, we got the dash now, so we can do that. And honestly, if we do hit the sub goal really late, I'll still do it. I love Mario Party, and I really enjoyed the hell out of that Sonic 2 movie, which, by the way, has a bit at the end of that movie. By the way, there's a sub goal for movie and Mario Party at the same time. Sonic, the second Sonic movie, specifically. There's a bit at that end of that Sonic 2 movie where, like, I felt like the way that people feel whenever they see in like a Marvel movie when like, oh my God, it's whoever appeared. Oh my God, it's him. That's how I felt at the end of Sonic 2 movie. I won't say who it is in case anyone hasn't seen and wants to see it for the first time with me, but I'll say there is some really, really super hype shit in that film.
Hey,
that blue hedgehog again, of all places.
Maybe I should skip this. We already watched this on the other side.
Faker, I think you're the fake hedgehog around here.
Hit the button and nothing happened.
Comparing yourself to me?
Maybe you can't skip this. That'd be appropriate. This is everyone loves this cutscene. It's a classic.
You can't get away this time.
Jeez, in the early days of memes, I remember this particular cutscene being like, being just like a meme in itself. Like people just knowing the lyrics, knowing the lines and just thinking them absurdly funny. And it's true, they are absurdly funny.
No time to hang out with the likes of you.
People don't talk about no time to hang out with the likes of you as much, though. Just the start of it. Faker, you're not even good enough to be my fake. People are always saying that shit. It's good. What's like the modern equivalent of that? Is there like a line in a video game where, or a scene in a video game that's like so memorable? I guess it's GTA 5. I guess it's like the Lamar scene where he's like, where he said, where his yee-ass haircut scene. I guess that's the line. That's it. She's just like holding the three gems like that. Damn, dude. Look at that. I am not sure why we had to blow up the island, but okay. Whatever. I can't remember why we blew up the island.
Shadow,
some sort of distraction. It's nice.
The professor said his life's work was dedicated to all of those who live down there.
Oh yeah?
He once told that the reason for his existence was making people happy through the power of science.
Oh, word?
Shadow.
Maria.
That's great.
I just don't know anything anymore.
By the way, I'll say again.
I often wonder why I was created.
I shouldn't interrupt these lovely cutscenes.
Maybe if
you were created to be the ultimate life form.
I will find the answers.
I guess that's one of. He is one of the creations of this space station. In addition to the laser beam.
Why so melancholy?
Why are you so glum?
That was so unexpected. So unlike you, Shadow.
Well, I need the Chaos Emeralds, man.
But
he's gonna deflect.
To use the Chaos Control certainly comes in handy.
The Chaos Control.
No, I didn't come to save you. I came back for the Chaos Emeralds.
Yeah.
Yeah, he says that.
That's not the whole story, is it?
Hey, what's up? I just got up.
Are you sure? We only
Says
have
Eggman.
6 of the 7 Chaos Emeralds, you know?
Yeah, Sonic's bringing the last one. It's fine.
So let's get the show on the road.
Oh, is this when they do like the laser blast? Yes, okay. Day X, 18 o'clock.
Citizens of Earth, lend me your ears and listen to me.
Let's show these emotes again. We saw this scene from the other side after all. Look at all these lovely emotes. The one that's down there in the 10K bit range, that is the president from Sonic Adventure 2, this very game. I saw him making a face and I thought the face was funny, so I turned it into an emote just for me. Just for me and anyone who cheers that amount whenever. Which I'll say, like, no one yet has gotten to the Kirby, so that is, the president is right out. One person does have access to the first one, which is now the Skull Mask. That used to be Tier 1, moved it into the bits, because had to make room for the new ones, which are specifically the Crocodile, Choo-Choo, and the Ridley. I'm really proud of all these emotes. I really think they're good as hell. They cover a nice range of things, and they're useful as all get out. I love to use them whenever I'm watching someone else's stream. And, just throw them around liberally. They're fun. It's fun to use these emotes. And I hope everyone who has a subscription enjoys using them just as much as I do.
Why are you so upset? Well, that was really impressive. You've managed to create complete havoc on the whole planet.
Yeah, we did it!
Does this now mean we control the planet and can do as we
Yeah!
At this rate, the cannon will take too much time to charge up.
Well, we don't need to fire it a second time.
Full potential, you'll need all
we don't really want to destroy the Earth, actually. Why would we want to do that? I mean...
Something happened?
Wait.
On deaf ears.
What?
Look at you, throwing a tantrum like a little kid.
We'll talk about this after the cutscene, but... So Gerald wanted to... Work was for the betterment of humanity? Why did he build a Death Star then?
I found this.
Why didn't you show me this before?
Tails got it, yep.
Square saved from a life-threatening missile city has awarded its famed
Station
prize
Spare from the
to
last
boy
game.
who saved Station Square.
Yep.
Miles Tails per hour was given the Chaos Emerald as a testament of his heroic deed at a ceremony held at City Hall. This makes things a whole lot easier.
Yep.
Hurry, go back to work and find them fast. I want that Chaos Emerald.
Did you get that?
Soon enough,
We got it.
Maria.
Who are you talking to?
This is Rouge reporting. Currently, I have not been able to confirm if Shadow is the ultimate life form or not.
He says he
I will
is.
continue my research on
Pretty
Project
sure he
Shadow
is.
And have a follow-up report very shortly.
Yeah.
Just a reminder, don't forget about my jewels.
What I was saying is, why did he build a Death Star if this is all for the betterment of humanity? That seems like a weird thing to make. Oh, right, we gotta do a race. We gotta do a race. That makes sense, yeah. You did a race as Tails. You gotta do a race as Rouge. These sections, I guess, you know, it's the same engine as Sonic Adventure 1. I'm pretty sure Sonic Adventure 1 does have sequences like this, right? So they just sort of they just drew it in, basically. But they didn't make like a Froggy section, and they also didn't do like Amy sections again, so kind of a weird inclusion, I suppose. Can we make it? Yeah, sure. We have 9 seconds to go. 5, 4, 2, there we go. This level might be harder than the Tails one, because already that first checkpoint was pretty close. We did get through though, so got that down. Alright, keep on driving. Okay, that was a pretty good turn. Use the wall there. Oh god! Man, the taxis in this world, they're just willing to go through some shit, huh? That guy just totally like arced right into the air in front of us.
Wait a minute. Be quiet. Just leave it to me.
Hey, stay in the get out of my lane, man. All right. By the way, next week, Monday, last time I finished on Monday, I finished Grab by the Ghoulies. So I currently am between like playthroughs, or well, not really, because I still have GTA 5 to go back to. And what I was thinking is we'll just do that. We'll just continue on with GTA 5. And that'll be an after show to Mario Maker. We'll go back to Mario Maker being the main events of Monday, or main event, the first part of Monday, and then GTA will be like a closer, basically. I'm not sure if we'll do like, honestly, I'd like to have like a blowout stream where I do like a bunch of GTA and try to get it like completed. Because if I say I'm gonna play a game, I would like, preferably, to finish it. But also, length is a concern. You know, maybe it'd be best to just like call it and go like, yeah, we saw the best parts of GTA. We saw like the first heist. We saw like the part where you're Trevor. Do you really need anything more? Do you really need to do like the subsequent heists? Probably would be good to get to those as well. But we'll continue that next week. That'll be the plan for the next couple streams. Little of this, little of that. And of course, you know, I will say I do have Thanksgiving week off, so probably we'll do some extra streams Thanksgiving week. Though, Not on Thanksgiving. Thanksgiving Day will not be a stream. But like the day after Thanksgiving, probably like a long Friday stream. I could definitely see that being the thing. Maybe like even midday, not like early day. Well, actually, you know, I might be able to do a Thanksgiving Day stream. I'm not sure like what our plans are for Thanksgiving. I think some family members or should I OPSEC? Scheduling wise, we might have to do Thanksgiving not on Thanksgiving. And if that's the case, maybe we'll do like a stream on Thanksgiving Day instead, if I got nothing else to do. That said, even if Thanksgiving's on Thanksgiving, I might just go and do Thanksgiving with just like part of my family, you know, and just hang out with them on Thanksgiving Day itself, and we'll see. We'll see how that works out. This might be the last of the terrestrial levels. I don't think that Eggman has another level down on terra firma, down on Earth. I like this level just insofar as like, you know, it turns the, you know, you always hear about Pumpkin Hill, but this level is also in the Pumpkin Hill archetype, has the same assets. Like this church is literally in Pumpkin Hill, and you know, it sort of turns it into, what's this level called again? I forget. What's it called? It's like whatever it's called. It's you know, uses all the same stuff and uses it to great effect, and people think about it just as much as they think of Pumpkin Hill. In fact, if you look in the background, you can literally see all the pumpkins, same as in Pumpkin Hill. It's just that no one's singing about Pumpkin Hill, so maybe you don't necessarily think about it that much. So yeah, you see, there's pumpkins. This is adjacent to Pumpkin Hill.
Here we go.
Pumpkin Hill adjacent. Oh, I'm gonna stretch a little bit. Oh.
That wasn't so hard.
That was not so hard. That's correct. Daylight savings is this weekend, right? Also, speaking of things, that's gonna be nice to gain an hour. That said, it is gonna make it hard to like go out,
Doctor,
like
they're heading directly toward
go out at like a reasonable time and do like a walk because the sun going down earlier. But honestly, I need to find. Yep. In the pyramid. Okay, we're doing. Eggman's doing one more boss fight against.
That was pretty rough.
Oh wait, no.
Let's go, Amy. Yeah.
Here's what's happening. Eggman beats the boss, and then it comes back to life, and it's like, hey, and Eggman has to fight him. That's it.
Just leave it to me.
They're gonna have to fight the golem, dude.
Where's the Chaos Emerald? I call on you to destroy these pests. Come out, my servant.
Oh. Oh hey. Oh hey, recommend. By the way, I see that Brown 2356 DM'd me. Recommend chatting in chat. Chatting in chat. During a stream, I don't always have time to check whispers. My stream is going well. Yeah, so chat and chat, that's the way you gotta do, or else I might not see it until like after the stream. I bet that's just an honest mistake. Maybe a little unaccustomed to streaming. Yep. Due to like Twitch stuff. Easy mistake to make. You might think that whispering someone, it would appear in their chats and they'd be able to see it, but you know, just from the stream preview monitor, I can't see any of that in real time. Or, you know... Alright, we have to shoot this guy. In fact, we can just... We can totally get off this donut and just do like this. Then get on this thing. Oh wait, we can totally hit us from here. This is not such a foolproof plan. My power is going down. I'm gonna go down and get these... Wait, no! You can't jump as Eggman. You can't jump out of this quicksand. That's a life. If anyone doesn't know what we're up to, we're doing, we're doing Sonic Adventure 2, but we only have 5 lives, and if we run out, we have to switch between light and dark. We've switched a couple times already, so the stream is not a bad idea. A very good idea. I could totally escape like this. Like, pop down, pop back up, maybe. Ugh. Maybe not the most foolproof of plans, but... Maybe don't get on while he's fisting. Wait until he's done fisting until you come back up. Like so. There we go. We defeated him. Very nice. Yush, indeed. Nice. I do see now, I'm checking some DMs. I do see now that I have been reached out to about Min-Max community Extra Life, so I'll be able to coordinate with them soon and figure out, like, what's good time, when exactly it'll be done. Again, that's gonna be the plan for that is the randomizer roulette. 4 randomizers, swapping between them randomly every 5 to 10 minutes. Should be a good time. I'll be figuring out when that'll be pretty soon, and we'll have a date. Probably either a Saturday or a Sunday, like maybe a week or so from now. Week or 2. I guess if it is Thanksgiving week, we can do it any day of the week because I do have all of Thanksgiving week off. So maybe we do like a Monday stream, like a 12-hour Monday stream. We'll see what other people are doing, what times make sense, and we'll go from there.
Time to get to work. The password is Maria.
That's right.
Maria. I've heard that name somewhere before. Oh well. This is it. Research Project Shadow, the ultimate life form. Let's see now. What in the world is this? This can't be right. Just what is Shadow anyway?
Shadow is the ultimate life form. He's the hedgehog. I think the real question isn't what is Shadow. The real question is what is Sonic, and how is he exactly the same as Shadow? Like, the scientists made Shadow. What does that mean for Sonic? I don't think we ever got a straight answer on that matter. Is he just a natural? Maybe he's like a natural Shadow. Alright, we got the Rouge space level. All the terminals in this are unhelpful. They're lies, basically. They tell you the opposite of what actually is. So, we'll do that and figure out what's what. Not in a floating box. Over a meteorite. Yeah. How do I activate this? Let's see. Do I need to get... I think I need to get the upgrade here for kicking for her in this level, but I'm not sure where it is. Maybe it's down. I thought it was on another meteoroid. pretty far out. Pretty far up. Yes, we'll do that. Maybe it's one of these other ones that has the rocket we need. Oh, here we go. Button. I'll turn on the rocket over there, I'm sure. Nope. Different rocket is on? Yes, this rocket is on. There we go. We have 4 lives currently. That's quite a few. There's the steel boots right there. Iron boots. This level has a little bit of Mario Galaxy going on. Just a little bit though, and it doesn't, if you're being honest, it maybe doesn't work super as well as Galaxy did. But you know, hey, it's this is like a whole console generation beforehand. I guess it'd be weird if it did work perfectly. Okay. The direction here, I'm hitting up on the on the control stick now. Here's down, here's left, and here's right. Well, left and right kind of work. Up, down. What? A little too wacky, this level. Okay. I guess also, you must be, you're like passing some line where the controls flip around, and that's causing her to flip around as well. That must be what's going on here. Switching this. I think we know where we need to go. We need to go over to that long asteroid over here. Yep, there we go. I think it's not in a box. Oh, also, some of them will just be like backwards, and that's how they'll do like opposite in a different way. One of these floating boxes has it. This one. Beautiful. 2 more. What? Okay, come. Okay. You can fall off this one. It's not like gravity all the way. Gravity all the way down. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Fortunately, you can save that. A container within a container. There we go. That's what it reads backwards, by the way. Parsed it for y'all. A low place, that means a high place. It's high up. It'll be near the top. Then. Okay, how are we getting up there? Let's, now we can open up these containers so we'll be able to open up this. This takes us where we were before, basically, right? Nope, this is a new area. We haven't been here yet, I guess. Huh. Thought we were to the previous area. It's not in the 2 connected containers right here. Not in there, that's for sure. Not close enough yet. Okay, it's down there in this container. There we go, second one down. And we're up high, so that's pretty convenient. We'll be able to fall down wherever the last one is. Let's look at some monorail. 3-colored container. 3-colored container, so a container with 3 colors, not like 3 containers that are colored. 3 missile launching pads. So it's near some missiles. Well, that'll be low. Let's go ahead and head down. Here's where some missiles are, but it's not anywhere near here. This is a long one. The fallen black container from the red light balcony. Fallen container from the red light balcony. Like here? No, not here. Fallen black container? Is it like... Oh, these are two different moons. This one and that one, they're different. That explains it. Yeah, so this one... We were close up here. Let's see. What? We went... Huh? Yellow. This is yellow?
It's gotta be close.
Red? Right on it? What? Where? Huh? Container. I don't see any container here. Also, wow, I just moved a little bit up and I'm not seeing anything. Where is... God, the controls over this planetoid. I can't quite convey, but I am pushing in... I am pushing down right now. I'm pushing up right now, and okay, it's normal. It's normal-ish. The three-colored container. So a container with three colors. Wait a minute, what about that train? Hang on. It's the train. The train's got it. I honestly don't know if I knew about that train before. I don't know if I've ever, like, actually gotten any... I don't think I knew that train was there, actually. Well, maybe I might have seen it, but I didn't think it was an actual thing that could have things hidden on it. Huh. That's nice. I wonder if it hits you if you take a hit. Seems quite possible. Good. Come on. Okay. Oh my god. This... Ah! You really slight the controls. Cardinal directions need not apply. I don't have any rings, by the way, so I gotta not get hit by anything and hope that that train is, like, doesn't have a hitbox, basically. We were on the goddamn trains. I swear, direction does not mean anything to this fucking train, it would seem. Down. I'm hitting up, 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 up. There we go.
Got it.
Nice. Nice. Ooh. Ah.
I'm ashamed to call myself a hunter.
That's fine. 8 minutes is a perfectly respectable time. Ooh. Stretch it. Ah. This fight again, but from the other angle. I guess I forgot about that. We do have to do a couple of boss fights.
That's a good one. Your emerald. Talking to you is a waste of time.
We got one Eggman stage, one more fight with Eggman and Tails, and then one more Sonic stage. All right, we're part of the way done. Damn it. Got me. Well, fuck. I guess I was digging for like a fraction of a second there.
The Master
Now
Emerald.
give back those jewels.
I killed him. I don't know how I landed. I felt like I landed 3 hits there, but I guess that was enough. Whenever I go really long, my lips get really chapped.
Stop fooling around and give me back my emeralds.
You know what? I'm gonna go get some chapstick and put it on while y'all enjoy this lovely scene again.
What kind of lady goes around stealing gems anyway?
So it's
belongs to me.
What in the world?
Keep your hands to yourself. Don't touch me.
Is that how you say thanks to someone who just saved your life?
Saving my life. Don't think I owe you one. You just wanted to hold my hand, didn't you? That's why you saved me. You're such a creep.
This isn't a joke, you know. You think what you want, Batgirl. I was saving the master.
I don't know what it is with streaming that makes my lips go all chapped. Maybe it's just like all the talking. You know, I'll say like in my normal life, you don't really talk for like 8 hours in a row on a normal basis. Like that just doesn't happen. So I guess that's probably why, isn't it? Just like don't really run into that. Into that scenario.
I'm sorry if I hurt you.
He's sorry. I will say one thing about this game that surprised me, like going back to it and like actually trying to listen to the cutscenes and such. I totally forgot like the audio mixing, kind of a disaster. I wonder if they messed it up in this version or if it was always like that. I'd be curious to know.
This is strange. It's showing energy readings from 2 separate Chaos Emeralds.
If it is just this version, I guess next time we'll do the GameCube version. We'll do like, I was about to say the original, but it's not the original. It's the original port of it because it was originally on GameCube, or I'm sorry, on Dreamcast. We'll do like the GameCube version next time if we do another Sonic stream like this. Though we will finish off this file, I guess. I guess it'd be weird if we, you know, started a new file technically, or not even started, just like literally played through the campaign on another file that was like up to that point, or had already completed it or something. That's like a replay. Maybe that would be a little weird. This is a good level. I like how you can like get a little hover boosty boost. It's probably, I think, the most fun that Eggman and Tails ever gets in this level, where you can just like fly around a little bit and actually gain height while doing so. That's really cool. We just got 2 levels left of this, of Dark Side, 2 levels left of Light Side. We'll see, or sorry, 1 level left of Light Side. 2 bosses here, 1 boss there. We're in like closing distance, folks. I'm gonna go the fucking distance. I'm in the mood. It's Wednesday, I know, but let's do it. Fuck it. Let's go. I at least like to finish one of the stories tonight. And if anyone wants to make me also watch a movie after doing that, the thing is open until we finish. There's one point at which I would say like, oh, we gotta stop, which is that like, oh, if the movie were to go into like the time at which I need to like do work meetings, which, you know, we're nowhere close to that. Y'all don't have to worry about that. But if it were such a conflict of interest, obviously work, I you know, cannot be, obviously I cannot do the stream at the time at which I would be working, or, you know, on the clock or whatever. But until then, until such time as the stream ends, the goal is open, and we can do it. And I will honor it if it is met tonight. If not, maybe another time. You know, I'll say. I say maybe another time, almost definitely. Because I am going to want to come back and actually do the final campaign in this at some point. That'll be at a later date. Protection armor. I forgot about that. That's, you know what? That's gonna help us a lot in the boss fight against Tails. he's not gonna have the opportunity to fuck us up as much as as Eggman fucked us up while we were playing as Tails. If I do, I think definitely a good get, and an optional one too. Weird thing about this game that you may not realize first time through, is that there is a ton of optional stuff, and like each level has like 5 different missions that you can go through that like lightly change it up. One of them is like a time trial, one of them is like collect 100 rings, one of them is like find a Chow, and then there's a hard mode. And also there's like hidden moves where like, oh, you can go get like a like ancient power that lets you do a whistle next to little weird castles, and that causes things to happen. That lets you go get a hidden Chow, basically. And you don't see any of that just playing through normal style. Nor do you need to. The only thing it unlocks is, to like get everything in this game, is like, you have to do every mission, and you have to do like all A ranks, and then you can get like a unlockable level, which is Green Hill Zone. And I'll tell you, I've never fucking seen Green Hill Zone. It's just always been beyond me because, well, you know, I've gone through and I've done every mission before, but doing them all A rank, I can barely do a single level A rank, let alone all of them. It's just seems like an impossible hurdle for me. I think they made that level a little too secretive. I guess I could take like a save file from that's like on uploaded or something. Let me grab this and hopefully get some health back. That'll do. I guess I could get a save file from like the internet or something, and then use that to like proceed. Use that to get through like the parts, and use that to like unlock that level. Maybe that'd be fun thing to do sometime, like play through that level for the first time ever. A whole level I've never played before from one of my favorite games. I'll just go ahead and say I bet it's not very good. I'll bet it's like not as good as like all these levels. It's probably just kind of like a weird, oh look at that, it's a Green Hill Zone. It has the checkerboard patterns and like and everything you recognize. Isn't that neat? And that'll be sort of the extent of it. It probably is not like, it's probably like no Radical Highway. I would go so far as to guess. If anyone has played it and like knows if it's good, you know, let me know. Is it a Radical Highway? Am I missing out not having been there? I mean, I guess it is a Sonic level, so it is automatically in like the top tier of levels, right? Like those are just by default, by the nature of them, the fastest and most fun of this game's levels. So it could be really good. Something to consider sometime in the vague future. I would not unlock it legitimately. That's just, there's no chance of that. That's never gonna happen, but maybe with like a save from the internet, I can make it happen. That'd be a fun, like, short segment. I guess that would have to be by necessity very short because it is just a single level, you know? But like, that could be definitely something that I have ready at some point, and you know, we'll have a look at it. I'll see it live, my first reaction to it, whenever I think to put that together. Vague promises for like content sometime down the road. Well, that seems appropriate for a 1-year Streamiversary. That could happen sometime in the next year, you don't know. If it did, that'd be cool. Again, I will say, this stream is an anniversary stream. I'm celebrating 1 year of streaming. It's been a long year, going from, you know, just me buying a capture card, a really cheap capture card, and plugging it and just going like, okay, let's go, let's do this. OBS, what's that? To having like elaborate setup scenes, transitions, all that. I'll tell you. the first moment I knew that, like, oh, I have to do more streams, I have to make this a thing, I can't stop. It wasn't when I bought the capture card, because the capture card was pretty cheap. I could have just bailed out at any point and been like, oh, that was 20 bucks, that's fine. Because that's no, not really that much in the terms of sunk cost. I can bail out. It's when I made the intro screen. The intro screen. It's when I made the intro screen and I put up the rockets that go by on, like, the cycle through. And it was based off my avatar, and it was really slick, and I saw that, and once I got that done, I was like, oh, I gotta use this. I gotta put this to use. This is too good not to be, like, the cornerstone of my streams, and, you know, ever since then, I've been cranking away at it just because. And it's true. A lot of my motivation is like, oh, I got something cool. Let me do a stream where I show you all the cool thing. Whether it's a cool, like, stream idea, or like a goofy idea, or like a bit of UI, or something funky like that. Oftentimes, I'm coming into these streams being like, hey guys, I got something new. Ooh, let me show you. And I guess that particular case was the start of it. You know, me putting together the intro screen and the break screen. And, you know, they've been basically the same ever since. I didn't mention, there was a card earlier for that, and I didn't talk about the docket, actually. The docket came up, like, maybe around May or something. And basically, it was a way to add, like, promotional panels I could bring up to, like, promote upcoming streams, like, or, like, emotes, or the schedule. All this stuff, having this available, just makes it easy to just, like, be able to pull up, like, oh, here's the concept of the stream, or here's emotes, here's the schedule, all that, and it's just really, really handy. Once I had that, you know, ever since then, the break screen has had, you know, the break screen and the starting soon screen have had like a you know, an order of business, a stream plan on it, so. You know, we all tune in early. You can see what we're doing, not just by looking at the title and figuring it out, but literally written on the screen is what's gonna happen. We rated Birdie TV the other day, and things she likes to do is pull up your VOD and watch it a little bit after each raid. And she pulled up the VOD and was like, "Oh yeah, that's pretty cool how you have that in." And it, you know, it's good to appreciate. Like, oh yeah, that is pretty cool. Gotten sort of accustomed to it, but it is a cool and handy thing to just be able to see, like, when you're tuning in, like, here's what we're doing, here's the plan. I know there are other streamers who do, like, a countdown, like, I know a lot of VTubers, for instance. They have, like, a countdown before the stream starts, and I've never done anything like that just because the time at which the stream starts. Oh, I see. Brown 3 has is asking, have you been able to hit affiliate or partner with Twitch community? I have, Brown. I have hit affiliate. I am a Twitch affiliate. I have emotes, and you can sub to me. In fact, that is why we were able to have sub goal. As for partner, that's like an order of magnitude out of my reach. Like, if we were able to do that in like 10 years, that would be an impressive thing, but hey, who knows, you know? I don't know, like, how big I could get or, like, how fast I can grow. Like, maybe I could see, like, if, you know, if I kept at it for years, and if eventually Mario Maker 3 came out, since Mario Maker is my main game, after all, I bet you if Mario Maker 3 were to come out, I would get, like, a boosty boost as far as viewership goes. By the way, again, Brown, I would appreciate, you should, if possible, you should chat in the chat room, because other people can't see your messages if you're whispering, and also, I have to look at my phone in order to see them, which, I'll say that's another thing about when I first started streaming. I didn't have, well, first off, when I first started streaming, I didn't have a couch cam. So I was streaming just from the desk, specifically. which isn't the way I like to stream. Honestly, most of the time I like to be on the couch, relaxing. God, you motherfucker. Oh, also, we did just lose 2 lives there. Let me account for that.
I'll never forgive you for this.
There we go. I like to stream off the couch and originally didn't have that. And even when I did stream the couch, I didn't have an easy way to read chat other than using my phone. And I would always have to be like doing this shit all the time to like lean in and read my phone until I got the preview monitor, which is over there, and sort of like, no, why don't I just do this? Fuck it. I'll just turn the camera and show the TV, and look there, there's the preview monitor. Isn't that lovely? It's it's like held up by like a mounted arm that's attached to a little side table, and so I can see what's on the Twitch feed while I'm actively streaming. It's pretty handy. You know, I got that like, actually, I think I got it around my birthday. Actually, that was sort of a birthday present to myself to get the preview monitor, which was like, I think I went with a pretty big one, so it was like $300. It was like a $300 monitor, and it's just been dead handy when it comes to doing the stream and stuff. Just dead handy. Oh. Crap! Once we get stuck in the laser, we're pretty much boned.
What have you done to Sonic?
Jeez, this has not gone any better than the original fight with Eggman from the other perspective, from the other side. Okay. We're kind of trading hits here, and that's not really good either. Missiles? Fuck you, dude. Fuck you, dude. Yes! Alright, shit. Again, we're on the final level with 1 life. That's fun. That's fun. And I'm gonna keep Brown's chat up in case. By the way, I would recommend y'all.
He was just a regular hedgehog.
You like watching the channel, you like watching me. Drop a follow. I do a bunch of
Legend
streams.
has it when all 7 Chaos Emeralds are collected, the power creates a miracle. I have 6 of them. They're mine.
Good.
Oh my.
I do streams on typically Mondays, Thursdays, and Fridays. But today was my 1-year anniversary, so I had to do a Wednesday stream. Though sometimes I'll do a Wednesday stream or a stream on another day, like a Tuesday or a Sunday, just on a whim, or just, you know, because it makes sense for something I want to do. Schedule sort of varies based on whatever's fun.
Looks like things aren't quite going your way.
It's been a long road.
My job is done. I thought it was
Been a long year.
and get out of this.
And I'm looking forward to, you know, another year of such streaming. I will say I'm up to 376 followers, and I would love to get 500 followers before the year is up. That'll be a goal, a follower goal, due in December, I think.
Then exactly who or what is standing in front of you?
What did she say that Shadow died? The audio mixing is so rough, it's just hard to hear. I think Shadow was not dead. He actually went into a vault. He is definitely Shadow. There's no 2 ways about it. That's him. I guess actually in like Shadow the Hedgehog, it's treated as a mystery. They're like, who are you, Shadow? And then an alien appears and it's like, Shadow, you are actually an alien and you're my buddy. You might be a brainwashed alien or something. Yeah, there you go, it's Shadow. He's a cool dude. You know what it is about Shadow? And this is something that I saw someone say, and I think it is so true. Shadow is a hedgehog who says that he's cool, and he's right. He's a hedgehog that tells you that he's cool. That is the kind of cool he is. He is just like, yeah, I'm a cool dude. And it's funny how straightforwardly cool he is. And how he's just like, oh yeah, I'm a cool... Back to hero side. We lost all our lives. We've switched back and forth now 4 times. Feel like that is kind of in line with what I expected. I'll tell it, the first time we were doing hero side, I was almost wondering if I would actually need to switch back and forth. But sure enough, we did. Look at that. Yeah, so we're on the other side. We're in Final Rush now on the other side. 2 levels left on either side, folks. Let's do it. I think 5 should be more than enough for either side, though we'll see about the final boss. Let's do it. We basically got 2 of the best levels left on either side. Just a Sonic level or a Shadow level. In either case, we're a winner. We're winning, you know? Let's fucking go. And this time I am gonna do the risky thing. Look at this. This is a strat you can do. Just instead of going around the long way, you just fall and land on the thing down there that you can see. I guess when it was on GameCube, it was harder to see from, you know, farther away, right? Because of draw distance. And, well, not draw distance probably, but like, just SD resolution, right? Made everything a little blurrier from farther out. Looking forward to Friday. Like I said, the plan for Friday will be to give Mario Maker a little break. Usually I do Mario Maker on Friday, but since I did Mario Maker twice this week already, I will be doing Paper Mario Randomizer instead, going for 3 Star Spirits required. That should take around 3 hours or so, give or take. However long it takes, we'll finish it and do it good. I will say, when I do Paper Mario Randomizer, I tend to use pretty casual settings. So basically, I start off at full stats, and I also start off with a couple of the badges I really like Power Plus, and also saved. And also the Bump Attack badge, which makes it so that I don't have to deal with like enemies in the world so much. I just basically run around to the boss fights and you know, get from A to B as fast as I can and collect all the objects, all the items in whatever order is as possible. That's basically how I like to play the randomizer. I think we'll do like a three seeds. We'll start out with no hammer, no boots, just regular boots, so like just regular jumping. And everything will be, you know, like Coin Sandy, Chop Sandy, Hole 9. No floor tiles randomized. That won't, I'm not really that into that. Every time I do that, I think like, it's kind of a hassle to know where each of them is. Even if you do put it where you can see them easily, it's just a lot to check, and like a lot of places to check in ways that I'm not really that fond of. Randomizers are such that you know, however you like to play a randomizer, that's good enough, you know. Whoa! Oh god, that was a close call right there. Now, randomizers, I like the ones with a lot of customization options, where you can really just make it into whatever game you please. If you want it to be like bone hard, like checks every which way, you can. If you want it to just be like a fun and light breeze, that's also an option. And whatever is your pleasure, that's what you can do. And they've just been, you know, I've been talking this stream about, you know, things in the last year, and randomizers are a big part of that. That's something I never did before this year, before I started streaming. And they've just been a great thing, and not just while on air. I like to play them when off air too. It's just like either a podcast game, which turns out they're great for podcasts because like no story content, you know, all that stuff is already, you know, it's just like the default game. You don't have to worry about all that. But, you know, it's just very mechanical, just going from A to B and doing the thing. It's not actually that. It's not going from A to B. It's going from jump. It's going from Z to F to G to just, you know, in a random order every time, which is so nice. And it just turns out to be right up my fucking alley. I'm sure in the coming years I will play all sorts of randomizers. I'll probably start up and find a lot more that I like. And, you know, obviously they'll continue making randomizers, and I will definitely check them out when they hit. You know, when next time I hear like, oh, you know, like when DK64 randomizer came out, everyone was like, holy shit, DK64 has a randomizer now. The next time there is such a game where you hear about it and you're like, holy shit, I'm sure I'll check it out. The one I don't think I'll ever check out, or I have my serious doubts, is the Metroid Dread one, just because that requires some probably more beefy hardware than I have access to. My computer's pretty old, and I bet I could not emulate the Switch while playing you know, streaming. I bet that's right out. But maybe, hey, maybe if I get a new PC at some point. My PC I got when Overwatch 1 came out. I guess I am kind of due for another one. That would be a great time for one. Finishing up Hero Story. Let's do it. We have 5 tries to beat Shadow. We have 5 tries to beat Shadow. And if we don't, we have to go out over and do Dark Side, which we will do. We only have 1 level. Let's do both. Let's do both, and then I will end the stream. And that'll be the end. Unless someone were to, some very generous soul, or perhaps a very mean soul, were to do like 8 gift subs right now. I will say 8, by the way. I'm counting that one from RD Fine. I'm not sure if Twitch is counting that one, but I'm pretty. It might be that, you know, give it a few days or something, it'll just appear. Like, I have seen cases where someone did a sub, and like a day later it appeared in the count updated to reflect that, and it was just kind of weird about it. There are a lot of folks that could use a sub, if y'all are looking to gift to specific people. Like, I'm Glower could use one. I'm Glower is a fantastic Paper Mario speedrunner. Has done a number of big raids on us. Shag could use one. Jayhawk, I would like her to have one. There are a lot of people who I would like to have one. Bowser, I'd like Lord Bowser to have one. I guess I shouldn't just name names, that's kind of favoritism. Rootman, been a recent viewer. Should I be naming names and just saying like, oh yeah, let's talk about my viewers that have found me and you know, that I see on the regular. Adrian has been a very, you know, has subbed, you know, month in, month out, and I appreciate the fuck out of that. Very, very good maker. And I appreciate taking me up on that bonus heart thing that I do, bonus head thing that I do. Key Squared, obviously, with the big raid earlier. Key Squared, very kind. Be cool if he had a sub at, you know. There are a lot of people who I think would really benefit from having subs. For me. And being able to use all these lovely emotes and shit. I'll also say one last, and by the way, I'll say if I'm leaving you out, I don't mean to. It's just that there's so many folks that follow me, and that I like to see from time to time. Trubucket, I should say Trubucket. Trubucket's been has watched a lot of my streams. Trubucket's been a great viewer. A great fella. You know, also I know him on, you know, Discord and stuff, and from other communities. So I'll say a good friend. Maybe not. Maybe I should say friend instead of viewer. Paris, you know, these sorts of the relationship, they sort of blur the line, don't they? I'll say, you know what? I'll say other streamers. I'll say McClunky Culkin, Baltimore. I'll say Avid Demon. We saw Avid Demon earlier. I'm gonna stop naming names. The one last name I'll say though, Bingo. I'm gonna say Bingo is. I really appreciate Bingo. Just for like one of the longest, been around the longest. One of the first followers in the. One of the followers that's been around the earliest, and not just that, but also like Bingo has watched a lot of content where has been around for a lot of content where like a lot of other folks were like I remember in those early days, like the first month or two of streaming, like December, January, I suppose. I remember doing Super Paper Mario, and I remember Bingo being like the only one. Oftentimes would be like the only one watching and chatting with me and keeping me company. And, you know, I sometimes would think like those first couple streams, those first couple months, some of the Let's Plays I did were just like, it's just a private show for Bingo at that point. Look at that, one try, let's go. Yes. Again, best way to get answers live is
Sonic,
in chat.
I did it.
Also other viewers can't.
Awesome job,
read
Tails.
these.
Sonic!
Look outside.
Ooh.
Look at that, we did it. That is the light story. Bot affiliate? Nah, legit affiliates. I would not be interested. I would not be interested in botting if that is what you're offering. Botting, if that is what you're offering. All right. Look at that. That is the light side done. We've done it. It took us 10 lives. We had to switch back and forth, back to dark side twice, and switch back from dark side twice as well. We just got one more level and one boss fight left on the dark side as well, so why don't we go over and do that after these credits. We got... Folks, we've gone real late. I started at 6 p.m. yesterday. I started at 6 p.m. like 8 hours ago, and I'm still ready. I'm good. I can go. And also, if we were to meet that sub goal, we would do the watch party. In fact, I'll say, if we hit the sub goal right now, in the interest of time, we might have to just go right to it, rather than like doing a whole nother level and a whole nother boss fight of Shadow Side of Dark Story. But I think that's not going to be a thing, unless, hey, if anyone watching is like well enough where like dropping 10 subs ain't nothing, now would be a great time to force me to watch a movie. And also, I'll play Mario Party while I do so. It just came out on N64 Online today, or yesterday really. It just came out on N64 Online, brand new. I haven't actually played it on Mario Party 1 and 2. I haven't actually played them on N64 Online yet, but I really want to. I want to do that. So if y'all were to do that, that would be the order of business. And I'll do both at once, basically, which honestly is more in the way I would like to do watch parties maybe going forward. Because oftentimes when I watch movies, I like to be playing something at the same time, you know, especially if it's a movie I've seen before. Like I have seen Sonic 2, for instance. I would like to like have something to like occupy my hands and attention, and sort of split between watching the movie and also you know, playing the game and shit. That's what we would do. Should that be met? Ooh. It doesn't matter, folks. should we finish off the dark story and end, or if we should have dark watch party. Either way is fun with me, and I will say, you know, it's possible we could do the watch party another time. It's possible we could absolutely do that. We'd still have to do the real ending at some point.
To the south. The military's top secret weapon, Shadow.
This is a trailer for the dark side?
The 7 Chaos Emerald.
Okay.
When all of the keys have been collected.
I forgot about this. I remember that there was a trailer for the final story, but I forgot that it's...
The Dark Side Story.
I forgot that they show you like a trailer for the Dark Side Story. Let's go do that then. And for that, we switch back over to the Dark Heads. And let's go.
Story select.
Look at that, there's a little emblem. Last level, 5 tries. And if we fail, we'll, if we lose all our lives, we'll chow race or something. We'll have to do some chow racing, basically. And that'll be our punishment. And then we'll refresh our lives and do it give it another go. I'm planning on just getting through first try, though. So I don't think we'll need it. I don't think we'll need the backup plan. We're gonna get through clean, and it's all gonna be very good. All right. I suppose I should be thinking about, like, if I'm gonna do any big streams like Thanksgiving week as well, since I'll have all the time off and all. Maybe that's when we'll do the extra live stream, the randomizer roulettes. It'll be like Thanksgiving week. Either that, or I'm thinking maybe next Sunday. Like, those are the 2 dates that come to mind. Either like next Sunday, or like sometime during Thanksgiving, either like Sunday, Saturday, maybe a like Monday stream. Honestly, I could just name days forever, right? Tuesday, Wednesday is a day. Thursday's probably right out. And also we'll see like what ends up being like my family's Thanksgiving plans, like whatever day that ends up being on. If it's just Thanksgiving as normal, then that's right out. If it's another day, that's also out. We'll see, though, what happens in the coming weeks. I also still need to, and, you know, I've not talked about Mario Maker stuff in a minute. I still have to, like, work on and find time to do my level. My next level is, like, halfway done, and I'm still trying to figure out, like, what exactly the second half will be like. And, hope to get that out sometime within, like, I guess I'll say my hope is for that before Extra Life, so in the next week and change, which I'll say is doable. Once I finish like the first half of a level in Mario Maker, finish creating a level in Mario Maker, I always find that the second half is easier than the first half, because with the second half I always have the first half to look back at and say like, okay, what did I build out in the first half? I'm basically building them there, whereas like when you're doing the first half, you're building from nothing, so you have nothing to look back at and nothing to say like, okay, well, for this part, what should we do? And it's like, I don't know, do anything. Whereas, you know, from the second half, I'm like, okay, well, I know that there's going to be a lot of Magic Koopas, so I could just have an area where there's a bunch of those guys, and that would be good enough as a starting point. You know, and just like, oh, what's the twist going to be? In the second half, I'm more looking for twists than anything, right? Like, trying to get a good twist, trying to, like, build out some memorable moments, to take the mechanics that I established in the first half, and really turn them on their head in just the right way. And, I'll say for this time, my thought is, like, some sort of red coin hunt. Basically, a little red coin hunt sequence where you're running around an area collecting red coins. I think that would be pretty good and pretty fun. And maybe like a little bit of other key stuff, like maybe you'll have to get a key and return. Also, I want to use grinders, the big skewer like spike things in Mario Maker. and like Mario World as well. They're in that as well. I want to use those and put them to good use. And figuring out how that fits into level will be a bit of a thing. There we go. First mission complete. Well, level complete. I'm not doing a second mission after all.
Too easy for me.
Final boss of Shadow, and then we will final boss of the Dark campaign, and then that'll be it for tonight. I think we will do the final campaign at some point as its own stream or as its own segment of another stream. But that'll be another night. It is, of course. It is, after all, 2:15 a.m. It's time to start winding down and wrapping up. Let's beat Other way. Let's beat Sonic. And finish. And send y'all somewhere fun. We'll do a nice raid. And see who's online at that point and raid them. You know how it is. Of course, if someone were to donate and do like 8 subs, or I would take like a direct donation of 8 subs worth, which is to say $40, we would watch the movie right now. Time be regarded. But it's looking like we'll be winding down tonight. Which, hey, it is fucking late, so you know, hey, maybe a watch party would be better on another night when it's not 2 a.m., right? Alright. There's like a versus version of this, isn't there? Where you can play as both, where one player can play as Sonic and one player can play as well, it's like Sonic, or there's actually like a bunch of playable characters. You know what, why don't I just show up that fucking shit? Like, before we actually wind down, I'll be like, check out this shit, the versus mode in this game. Oh, you know what, that's what we should do. If we die 5 times in a row, which it's not looking like we will. If we were to die, we would do like a versus match, and we'd have to, against like computer player or something. Those are like extra levels, and they're like kind of different from the levels that are in the regular game, but they're not that substantial, so it's not like important that we see them or nothing. Well, it's not important that we do anything, but you know what I mean. It's not like the most exciting thing in the world, but I think that would make a good punishment if we were to die. But I'm feeling pretty good about this. We one-shotted the other side of this. We just have to get lucky a couple times. Can you like roll into him? Is that like a thing? I feel like that might be a way to do this, where you just like roll and like hit him from behind when he's not jumping and he's not like deflecting your attack. Oh yeah, that works. That's perfect. Let's do that a couple more times. Sometimes he's gonna jump, but sometimes he's not gonna. Whatever. You know what? Let's whatever works, right? Seagull, I would let. That's another person. I was just thinking of a seagull. Seagull, I would like to have a sub. That'd be cool. That guy has done a bunch here. He's worked on, you know, just like watching a bunch of streams, and also just like, you know, personally, he has a big interest in the DK64 randomizer. He sort of found us through that, and he was really helpful during that stream when I was first like playing that game. Look at that!
I told you, I'm the ultimate.
And you know, getting to terms with it. Look at that, we've done it. We finished the game. We finished both Dark and Light, and we did so with only 15 lives per side. Well, we lost 10 per side, and a total of, I guess like 11 tries. It took 11 tries per side, but we did it nice and good. That was a pretty good Sonic Adventure 2 idea for a stream, if I do say so. I think it went quite well. Well, folks, there's gonna be some credits. This guy is saying, a guy on Whispers is saying that he can promote me. Not sure what that entails, but apparently not bots. I mean, look, if you wanna get the name out there, I appreciate that. I will say though, I'm not gonna pay for promotion. That's just like not something I'm interested in doing. No. Like, that's just not worth it, right? Streaming to me, and by the way, we'll say this as like a last spiel here at the end of the stream. Streaming to me is a really fun hobby. I do not see myself ever attempting to do it full time. I think that would be the height of folly. It is just not feasible, even for people I know that have run podcasts and like been journalists for the last 10 years. You know, and have like a Twitter following and are verified on Twitter and shit. You know, before the $8 a month thing. Wrapping around to that at the end here. Even people I know that like do podcasts that are very successful and have worked for big ass media companies. Even they cannot make a living off Twitch alone. And are like barely scraping by as far as like minimum wage goes. Just off Twitch. And this is something that has been discussed. I don't think I'm breaking any TSA or anything. So like for me, my interest and my streams are always just a fun hobby, something I like to do, hang out with the folks, show them some cool games, and do some wacky concept streams. Do some wacky high concept streams involving stuff like these Sonic and Shadow heads, which I'll again show last hurrah there. Let's give some thanks to. Let me give some thanks to Amy Rose, to Big the Cat, Knuckles, Tails, Sonic, and also on the dark side, Dark Chow, Gamma, Rouge, Eggman, and Shadow the Hedgehog. Those heads, I really liked having them. I enjoyed doing this stream just in order to show them off and play around with them. I will say, you know, I do Mario Maker viewer levels. I often do what I call the lightning round. There's bonus heads for that. Sonic and Tails and Shadow and Eggman, those two pairs of them, those two pairs are going to become two extra sets of heads in the bonus heads, though at reduced odds compared to like the actual Mario heads. Basically, there's 5 copies of those Mario heads for every non-Mario head, such as these. So look forward to seeing them sometime in the future. I don't know when I'm gonna set that up. In fact, you know, I'm not gonna do Mario Maker on Friday, so it's not gonna be next time. But next Monday, I would hope to have those all set up.
Wishes are eternal.
All right. Well, folks. Wishes are eternal indeed. You can see now in this we have unlocked the last story. We're not doing that tonight. Just Dark and Light. We can also see that we have pretty much done every level in here. You know, we could go through and you can see that there's like there's like a time trial rings and a Lost Chow and a hard mode for each of these levels. We're not going to do any of that either. Let me see, what is that called? Skyrail. That's not a very evocative name, honestly. No wonder it's not as well remembered as Pumpkin Hill, despite being in the same basic location. Wild Canyon is just outside the desert, that makes sense. Yeah, everything else is just pretty much where it is. There's this weird, like, military island that gets blown up. The prison... Was it called Prison Island? I think Prison Lane was the name of the level, but was it also called Prison Island? Don't recall. Anyway, folks. Thanks for coming by. Let me do one thing real fast. Go to 2-player battle and show you, like, all the characters you can play as. Oh, I can't actually play a 2-player battle without connecting a second controller. Well, that's fine. You can see there you can play as You can play as Amy, actually. I guess you can't play as Amy in this game. You probably just play as the same as Sonic. You can play as Metal Sonic. You can play as, like, Tico or Chaos from the first game. I guess those two play as Knuckles likes. Or you can play as, like, the Walkers, including the Chow Walkers. Chow Walker, of course, is one of the ones that are down there in the Team Evil lineup down there. Pretty good stuff. Alright, well, looks like we didn't hit the watch party goal. I will look up and see who we want to do a raid. Meanwhile, I'll bring up the schedule. Usually I would do a Thursday stream, but since I did a 8.5 hour stream tonight, there will not be a stream tomorrow. No stream tomorrow. I will instead be doing a stream on Friday, which, again, because I was doing a Mario Maker thing today, I think we'll do something else for Friday. I think we'll do Paper Mario, Randomizer, 3-Star Spirits, and that'll start at 6 p.m. just as usual, and maybe go 3 or 3 or 4 hours. I'm not really sure. We'll see how long it takes us. Like I said, I play with pretty casual options, so I think that estimate is pretty spot on. Let's see. Let me see. Dread Rob is playing. Retro Ice Bunny. Good Games Well Played. Or Havocast, who is, oh yeah, doing a charity stream today. Havocast is. I dropped by him the other day. Why don't we go off to Havocast? Havocast was I talked with Havocast a bit about this stream here the other day. So I think it would be suitable to send y'all over there. He's a pretty cool guy, and if you have streams of your own, he is happy to hear about them. Yeah, let's do that. Unless, one second, let me see. Is Dread Rob? Dread Rob has 1 viewer right now. Let me see if he's from where I know him from, and then we'll go from there. The Dread Rob. Let me see. Where do I know Dread Rob from? 1 second, and then I'll start the raid. And again, if anyone wants to make me play a thing, or do the watch party, you have until I decide on a raid target. Yeah, I know him from somewhere, but let me see. I have homie notes here. Let me check my notes.
Playtime is over.
Let's see, homie notes here. Red Rob is from, let's see. Let's see, Dread Rob. Do I have a note for him? I'm actually not sure where I know him. Oh! A raid from Intention Zero. Okay, yeah, okay. I know where I know that guy from. Let's go with... So it was from a raid. That's right. That's right. I'm remembering now. Let's go with Havocast. He's doing a charity thing. That sounds good to me. I'm going to go ahead and put... Let me grab my mouse real fast so I can do the... Oh, thanks y'all for coming by, for watching me do Viewer Worlds, which is how we started here tonight. Doing Viewer Worlds and then watching me do Sonic Adventure, Light and Dark Side, the entirety of both with that 5-life gimmick. I appreciate y'all watching along and I hope y'all had a good ass time. I'm gonna send you over to Havocast, who is a cool streamer, very cool about sharing what y'all up to. So, you know, head over there, and and that'll be that. Thank y'all for coming in, giving me your levels, and overall subbing, subscribing, all that over the course of the last year. I've really loved the support, appreciated it. I think we've grown a lot in the last year. We're up to 376 followers on Twitch, and I think like 12 on YouTube, but that was started a lot later. And that's just for VOD archives as well. And I'm hoping, you know, it'd be nice to do 500 by the end of the year. I'm gonna send you over to Havocast. I will see y'all on Friday for Paper Mario, Ignore what it says over there. It'll be Paper Mario Randomizer 3-Star Spirits at 6 p.m. Central Time. I'll see you then. Have a good one, folks, and thanks for all the support over the last year. Goodbye.